Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Story of a Parrot. The Green Hornet strikes again. In the bunk room of a ship making its way in convoy back to the States from the South Pacific, a small group of Marines on extended recuperation leave were engaged in a game of chance commonly known as rolling the bones.
Boys, make that point. Ah, doggone, I missed it.
Darn right you did. That's my throw.
Hey, no you don't.
Come on, I've got you covered. It's my turn to shoot.
Got you covered.
Butch has to get in his 2 cents worth.
Maybe you better let the parrot roll for you, Roy. I bet he'd do better than you will.
Says you, chum. Here goes. Come on.
Hey, scram, fellas. It's a sergeant.
Hey, you mugs, what's going on in here?
Nothing, Sarge. Honest.
Nothing, eh? I told you lop-eared leathernecks to put the light out and bunk down for the night. Some of you mugs are eating to go on KP the rest of the trip.
Oh, but we ain't sleepy, Sarge. We'll go nuts if we can't have a little fun once in a while.
Yeah, that's right. Have a heart, Sarge.
Keep your trap shut, Marie. At least you ain't out in the middle of the floor playing crap.
Well, listen, Sarge, we've been sleeping most all day. Why can't we have a...
I say you can't. Ain't that enough? Now you boys get to your bunks and stay there. Get moving it fast.
Okay. But wait till we pick up our dough. We can't leave it here on the floor.
Get going, I said. I'll pick up that dough. Maybe they'll teach you a lesson if I take it along here. Hey, what is that?
Hooray for Butch.
Well, what do you know? The parrot beat you to it, Sarge. Look, he stuck the dough under Roy's pillow.
Got you covered.
Butch, you overgrown canary. Someday I'm going to wring your neck, blast you.
He's cussing you under his breath, Sarge.
Oh, shut up. Who ever heard of carrying a parrot around as Marine mascot? Where did you pick up that blasted parrot, Conway?
I got
Butch
Butch
like
from
that in the Solomons.
I got Butch from a pilot who flew in from Africa. He's an African gray parrot, and plenty smart, too.
Ah, nuts. One pass just like another to me.
Oh, yeah? Hey, Roy, remember the time Butch went back of the lines and stole some Jap cigarettes?
Yeah. That isn't all he's done, either. Butch doesn't like Japs. Why, I remember when he saved my life back there in the Solomons.
What are you trying to do, Conway? Kid somebody?
Oh, Roy ain't kidding, Sarge. Go on, tell him about it, Roy.
Wait. Maybe I can get Butch to show you how he did it, Sarge. Look, you have a pistol there. Pull it out and point it at me.
Say, what are you mugs trying to do?
Ah, it's on the level, Sarge. Go ahead. Butch is watching you now.
All right. But if this is some kind of a rib,
Go ahead and see what happens.
Okay. There. Hey, look out! He's biting my hand! Out!
What? Drop the gun. Drop it!
I'll be darned. That blasted bird almost bit my hand off. If I hadn't dropped that gun, he would have.
You see, Sarge, that's what I mean. He did that to a Jap once and saved my life. Boy, he didn't really hurt you, did he?
No, but almost. Say, that parrot sure picked up a lot from us Marines at that. The only thing I never liked about Butch is his habit of picking things up and hiding them.
Guess he learned that from a Sarge.
Who said that?
Ah, skip it, Sarge. You want us to bump down? Why don't you scram out of here?
No back talk from you, Marie. Go on, all of you. Get into them bunks and don't let me find you out of them again tonight. Put that bird away, too.
Good night, Sarge.
Who said that? Go to sleep. You guys are worse than a bunch of grammar school kids on a picnic when you get to it.
Oh, Butch, I don't think the sergeant appreciates your talent.
Hey, Roy, what are you going to do with Butch when we reach the States?
Leaving with my dad. He'll get a kick out of having Butch around the house.
Who wouldn't?
Sergeant Hughes.
Well, now that he's gone, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, ain't it the truth? Come on, Roy, your roll.
Okay. Here's the dough. Now, Butch, you stand by and wish Daddy a little luck, huh?
Come on.
Early one afternoon, a few weeks later, Gail Manning, girl reporter for the Daily Sentinel, went to the home of Samuel Conway, head of the Conway War Plant. Her assignment was to interview Roy Conway, Marine hero on furlough from the South Seas.
My son should be here any minute, Miss Manning. He went over to the plant on an important errand for me.
Oh, I really don't mind waiting, Mr. Conway. I'm sorry you're not feeling well.
Oh, it's just a touch of the grip. Lots of it around this time of the year. I'm feeling lots better already. That's why I'm sitting up on this Davenport here in the living room.
Feeling lots better.
Mercy me. What's that?
Oh, don't be startled. That's Butch, an African gray parrot my son brought home.
Well, I thought your son was fighting in the Solomons.
Well, he was. Some flyer gave him the parrot. Roy said his company looked upon Butch as their mascot.
Hey, gorgeous.
Well, for heaven's sake, listen to him.
He's been around Marines, and he's a very intelligent bird. That remark he just made proves both.
Well, I must say that's a very nice remark, even coming from a parrot.
Oh, Dad. Oh. I see we have company. Yeah, you're right, Butch.
And I'm learning a lot about you Marines from Butch, Roy. Oh, this is Miss Manning from Daily Sentinel.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, I'm sure.
Gee, I never knew blondes like you became reporters.
I hope you meant that as a compliment, Mr. Conway.
And how?
You'll have to excuse Roy's enthusiasm, Miss Manning. I doubt if he ran into many blondes in the Solomon Islands. Did you get what you went after, Roy?
Huh? Oh, yeah. It's here in this envelope. I thought for a few minutes Mr. Dixon wasn't going to trust even me to bring it over.
He knows how very important it is. Oh, put it in the table drawer there, Roy. I'll look it over later.
Your broth, please, Mr. Conway.
What the... Say, Saki, you can get in and out of that door quieter than a ghost.
Unnecessary noise, not good for honorable nerves of senior Mr. Conway.
Ducky, sometimes I think I'd rather have the noise, not be startled out of my wits by having you suddenly speak at my side. Give it here.
So sorry, please. It's most unfortunate occurrence that Saki startle honorable sir. In future, it will be with more care that I approach.
All right, Saki. You may go now.
If refreshments be desired, please to ring bell.
Great day. I didn't think anybody had Japanese servants these days.
Well, Saki was born in the Philippines, Miss Manning. He's been my valet for many years.
I'd be willing to bet he's part Jap, though. I've always had a strange feeling about Saki. Butch doesn't like him either.
Oh, your experiences have made you overly suspicious, Roy.
Butch and I have had our fill of Japs. Is that what you mean?
I declare, that parrot's just the cutest thing.
He's good company, but he has his faults. Rips my Venetian blinds to pieces and steals everything in sight. Here, here. There, you see what I mean? There he goes with Roy's package of cigarettes.
Hey! I'll get after him before he hides them. Hey.
Now that really is something.
Oh, look. He put them in this big vase here. Oh, here's your box of pills, too, Dad.
I wondered what happened to them. Well, son, you'd better tell Miss Manning about yourself so she can get back to her paper.
Oh, yes. I'm anxious to get a good story of your experiences. I tried to interview you before, but you'd gone away.
I had to go to the Marine base in Virginia. Got back last night. I'm leaving late this afternoon for parts unknown.
Yes, I haven't seen much of him.
Well, now, tell me about your actual war experiences.
Well, there really isn't much to tell. The Marines did a great job out there in the Solomons. I was glad to be with them. I remember when we first arrived there on transport.
Listen, Saki. What did you meet me for this time? Since you are the trusted valet of a man running a war plant, you should bring more information than you have been bringing.
I am trusted, yes. And to keep that trust, I must move with caution. My honored father was Japanese. The spirit of his honorable ancestors moves me to act for the good of Japan. My birth on Philippine soil has helped me do so.
So, and my fatherland is your ally. And you must do more to help both countries.
At this time, I bring news of great import.
most interesting, if true.
If Honorable Mr. Wheeler will listen, perhaps his tongue will lose its bitterness.
I'm waiting to hear what you have to say.
This afternoon there was delivered to the senior Mr. Conway at his home a confidential report on production and destination of war materials from Conway War Plant.
Ah, that is news of value. But how do you know this for certain?
It was most fortunate that I overhear Mr. Conway tell Son to get such report from War Plant. Report was brought by Son and placed in table drawer in living room for future perusal by Father.
That would be something worth taking a risk to lay our hands on, nicht wahr?
It is my unworthy opinion such a report would be of great value to our respective countries, my honorable friend.
Of course. And it is up to us to work out a plan. Somehow, tonight, those reports must be in our hands.
Gungan's enough to make any man burn up. Huh. The nerve of some people. Axford, says he, while you're standing around doing nothing, run around the corner and get me some coffee and a sandwich. Hey, Michael Axford, what's the best newspaperman in the game, running errands like a copy boy? Here's the joint. And the next time I look him right in the eye and say, Gungan, I say, you can just get your lazy carcass up out of that chair and run your own errands. And then I'll say, you forget who you're talking to when you... Hey, how about a little service here? I ain't got all day now.
Take it easy, Bud. You don't look like you're starving. You got others ahead of you.
Oh, fresh guy, eh? I want some service and I want it now. I'm in a hurry.
Sure. Everybody's in a hurry. Don't you know there's a war on?
Sure, but you ain't fighting it. I want to get an order to go. Where's the boss of this joint?
Over there in that booth, if it'll do you any good.
Huh. I'm sitting there talking to a Jap and letting customers wait and get insulted in the bargain.
That Jap's a friend of his. And it ain't any of your business. Now, what do you want?
I changed my mind. I don't want anything in this dump. If I wasn't a peaceful man, I'd show that jerk a thing or two. Gunnigan can get his own food. Going down to cops' headquarters to see what's doing. I'm a reporter, not an errand boy, me Carter.
Gail, I'm curious to know why you keep reading that article you wrote on that Marine. You'd think you'd never had one printed before.
Oh, it isn't that I'm looking at. Really.
Say, now I get it. It's that Marine's picture you're staring at for so long.
Lenore Case. Can't a girl even read a copy of the paper she works for without everybody asking why?
Oh, goodness, Gail, you are in a dither, snapping my head off like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lenore. I didn't really mean to. Oh, gee, but he's cute.
Here, let me have a look at that picture. Hey, from the looks of that picture, he is worth sighing over at that. How long have you known him?
Just since I interviewed him today. And to think he's gone away already.
Gail Massey, you mean to tell me you're making all this fuss over a man you met only once?
He knows just the right things to say to a girl.
Well, I guess he's not the only Marine who can do that. Come on, get out of the fog.
Oh, I declare. I have the darndest luck.
What's the matter, Gail? Something gone wrong?
Oh, hello, Chief. Oh, it's nothing, really.
I can tell you, Mr. Reed. Gail interviewed a Marine hero today and fell for him like a ton of bricks.
Lenore.
Well, that's interesting. When are you going to bring him around, Gail?
Oh, Lenore's crazy. Anyway, he went away this afternoon.
Here's his picture and Gail's story.
Nice-looking chap at that. Roy Conway, eh? Son of Samuel Conway. Hey, Gail, which one did you really interview, the Marine or the Parrot? According to the way this copy's written up, the Parrot gets more attention than young Conway.
Oh, that's a very unusual parrot, Chief. And a hero in its own right, sort of, as you can see by reading the whole story.
I'll take it to my office and read it. Here's a letter to answer, Miss Case. Do it your own way.
All right, Mr. Reed.
And when Axford gets in, have him come to my office.
Yes, sir. Where did Axford go, Gail?
I don't know. Gunnigan sent him for some coffee and a sandwich some time ago. He never came back.
Oh, yes, I heard Gunnigan raving. Say, if you wait till I get this letter done, we can take a cab home together.
Well, that's all right with me unless something keeps me here.
I don't have to look to know Axford's here.
Sure I'm here. Any reason why you shouldn't be, Casey?
Oh, I guess not. Maybe Gail can sigh over you for a while.
Now, what kind of a crack is that, I'd like to know?
Oh, don't mind her, Axford. The chief wants to see you.
Oh, Reed wants me, eh? Now, I wonder what for.
Just step into his office and you can soon find out.
Sure. That's just what I'll do.
Hello, Axford. I was just looking for you.
So Gail told me, Reed. What have I done now?
Gunnigan wants more details on that story you phoned into the rewrite desk this afternoon. That accident.
Oh, glory be. I told Gunnigan I'd come in, and then I went on down to cops' headquarters. I'll go down now with it.
Hello? Oh, Axford? Yes. Hold on a minute. It's for you, Axford.
Hello? Oh, Sergeant Burke, what's up? What do you mean I always leave before the big things break? I hung around there 4 hours and... A scoop, you say? Well, why didn't you say so? What's happened? Holy crow, when? Sure, I want to get in on it. I'll be down as soon as I give the story to the rewrite desk. Thanks for the tip.
What is it, Axford?
It's a scoop for the Daily Sentinel, Reed, and bad news it is. Samuel Conway has been murdered.
The next afternoon, Britt Reed was talking to Axford in his office.
So the police haven't any clues so far as to who murdered Mr. Conway.
That's right, Reed. The valet calls himself Saki. He has a good alibi, all right. The cook says she went to Mr. Conway to ask about what he wanted for dinner. He was reading a paper of some kind, then, she says.
Well, that must have been the report they say is missing.
Yeah. Well, the old man told her he didn't want any dinner and he didn't want to be disturbed. So she went back to the kitchen. And she and the valet had their dinner. They were together until they heard the shot.
And according to the story we have, they rushed to the living room, found the door bolted from the inside, and then called the police.
That's right, Reed. The killer came in one of the windows and went out the same way.
Gail says she was there when the son brought that report in.
Yeah, and she said the valet came into the room then. I guess he saw where Roy Conway put it, too.
But he might not have known what it was. Anyway, he has an alibi. Also, we know the son left to return to duty in the afternoon. No one else knew about the report except Dixon at the plant. What was it you were telling me about that parrot, Axford?
Well, when Sergeant Burke and I got there, the parrot was squawking. Then he pipes up and says, "Blast you, you hit it. I've got to find it." Then he'd squawk and keep saying the same thing over again.
Oh. What did Burke say about that?
Well, Sergeant Burke decided the bird was repeating what the killer said to Conway before he bumped him off.
Where's the parrot now?
Well, at the house. Sure, you don't think the police are dumb enough to arrest a parrot, do you?
Of course not.
You know, if that Saki didn't have such a good alibi, I'd say he did it. Gail said he gave her the creeps the way he was sneaking in and out yesterday.
I guess you're prejudiced against all Japs, Axford.
That I am. Yesterday afternoon, when Gunnigan sent me out for some food, I saw the guy who runs that eating joint sitting in a booth talking secret-like with a Jap. I got so mad I didn't buy anything. Spies, I says to myself. That's what they are. So I left.
Well, Gunnigan was put out because you didn't come back. So that was the reason you saw that restaurant owner talking to a Jap, huh?
Sure, and reason enough to my way of thinking.
Where is this restaurant, Axford?
Around the corner, on 4th Street. Just a dump.
Let's see. Tell me, was there a police guard at the Conway place last night?
Sure, all over the place. But Cassidy's the only one now, keeping the curious from the front door.
Mm-hmm. And what about the valet?
Oh, him and the cook are staying on there till the sun comes back.
Well, you'd better get down to headquarters, Axford. Maybe you might run onto some more news of the case. It's too late to help Mr. Conway now, but let's hope something turns up that will lead to the recovery of that report and the capture of those involved.
Okay, Reed.
I'm convinced there's some clue that'll show up sooner or later. And when it does, we want the Sentinel to get the news first.
I hope you'll not be waiting too long, Mr. Britt. I hurry back to apartment as soon as possible.
What did you find out, Cato?
I go to a restaurant as you directed. Filipino cook who is friend point out owner to me. He tall, dark man, have a bandage on right wrist.
Bandage on his wrist? Well, shooting a gun wouldn't hurt his wrist if he did the shooting. What else?
I asked Filipino friend where man was at certain time last night. He say owner back in office at rear of building.
He has an alibi, too, then.
Office have window that lead out to alley, Mr. Britt.
That's interesting.
If you suspect Jack that expert saw with restaurant owner was valet of dead man, why not tell police?
Remember, the valet has an alibi. Also, if he did go out yesterday afternoon, he could have stopped to talk to several people. And moreover, that restaurant man would establish an alibi, and they'd get nowhere.
But if he should be one who has a stolen report...
We may be suspecting the wrong man entirely, Cato. There's one thing, though, that interests me. Hand me that Daily Sentinel. I want to read Gail Manning's article again.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks. Let's see. At one time, said Roy Conway, Butch practically saved my life.
Who is the Butch, Mr. Britt?
A parrot. And Butch's worst habit... Wait. This may be it.
You speak of riddles, Mr. Britt.
No, Cato, clues. Maybe I've got something. Young Conway's expected to arrive tomorrow morning. If anyone wants to get into the Conway house to make a search, they'll have to do it tonight.
Search? For what?
For that secret report, Cato. But I want to get there first. Come on, the Green Hornet has a job to do.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passageway led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Back of the Conway house, Cato. The windows to the living room should be on the side off that terrace.
Must be careful, Mr. Britt. If Officer Cassidy around at front.
I'll be careful. We'll move the car into the shadows, keep the lights out, and keep out of sight, just in case someone else wants to come the back way.
Why do you think the secret report is still in the house?
Well, that parrot kept repeating something which the police decided were the killer's last words to Mr. Conway. But I have a hunch those words were spoken directly to the parrot.
But I don't understand.
You will if my hunch proves correct. I'm going in. Watch yourself, Cato.
Locating the living room window, Britt Reed quickly manipulated the catch, then silently stepped into the room and closed the window behind him.
I'll have to depend on my flashlight.
Oh, you hit it! Ah!
I hope he's been making a racket in here so they won't think anything. Now to set my cigarettes down where the parrot can see them. There. Maybe I'm on the wrong track after all. He doesn't seem to notice. He took them. Now to follow to his hiding place. He's going behind that big screen in the corner.
Blast you!
Back at that statuette, huh? Oh, a hollow place there. All right, get away, Butch. Let's see what you have hidden there. Butch. I think this is it. Let's see. Now it's the secret report, all right. Here with my cigarettes. Butch, you're a hero again.
Let's see. Who is it? Quiet, Sandy. Don't let the lights. You should not come here. It's not safe. No, the police is out front to change guards.
I had to come. The reports are still here.
Did you tell him?
No. That's the last of Barrett took him from the table before I could stop it. I was busy with Conway and couldn't see where the bird hit it.
Blast you!
That's the bird now. Over near that screen, see? In the beam of my light.
The search must be fast. Cannot be found in here with you.
They won't find us. Perhaps behind this screen is...
Hold it, you lugs.
Thunder, better. Masked man.
It's the notorious Green Hornet.
So you're the killer who shot Conway, eh?
I admit nothing. There's no proof of such a thing.
He's a wanted criminal, Winner. There is yet an honorable way out.
You use that word honorable rather freely, Saki.
Ah, he speaks my name.
Surely, it's been in the papers. Ah, I see you hold the report in your hand, my friend.
Cut out that friend stuff. You're not getting this report, but you will get what's coming to you. You and your Jap pal.
I resent not the implication, Honorable Hornet. To be Japanese is to be one of future masters of the world.
Along with the Nazi Germans, nicht wahr?
Two skunks with but a single thought. But enough of this, I haven't time.
Yes, enough, and this will finish things. That verrückte bird!
Good work, Butch. Too bad you didn't spoil his aim with Conway.
Send for window wheeler. I'll shout for police. They find Hornet here.
Help! Police!
Grab him, Saki. Drop the
Oh,
light.
no, you don't.
The light, Saki.
Take it, Nazi.
Saki, watch out!
Must get from room. Safe face.
Here's something for that face of yours.
Dishonorable use of gas.
Well, that did it, Butch. Now to put this report in Saki's hand. There. And you kick that gun into the Nazi's hand. It's a good thing Gale wrote about the way you take things and hide them. Police, you're in charge now, Butch.
That shot came from in here. Turn on the light. There. That's better.
Blast you! You hit it!
Hey. Glory be, look here.
Say, that's the valet on the floor, out cold.
And another guy, too. What on earth's been going on here?
Hey, look. Here's a paper in the Jap's hand. Great St. Patrick. This must be that stolen report, Sarge.
Let me see that. Sure, and that's exactly what it is. So this valet was in on this monkey business after all.
Hey, here's a gun.
Don't touch that, Axford.
Green Hornet!
What's that?
That was only the parrot speaking, Sarge. Put your gun away.
Hey! Like this! Get away!
Well, did you see that now? Gail Manning wrote about the parrot doing that trick in the Sentinel yesterday.
Hey, that white guy there has his wrist bandaged. This parrot was here when old man Conway was murdered.
Sure, and that's right. This guy might have done it. Say, he's the same lug that valet was talking to in the restaurant yesterday, too.
Oh, holding back vital information, Axford. If that gun there proves to be the weapon the bullet came from that killed Conway, we'll be sure this guy's the murderer, though I'm pretty sure right now. And that Jap was in on it.
Hey, I just thought of what that parrot said a minute ago.
What are you talking about?
Don't you remember? He said Green Hornet.
So he did. The Green Hornet was after that report, too. He gassed these lugs to get it, but we scared him off. Axford, that parrot reminds me of you.
Yeah, he does now. And how do you make that out?
Fluttering around, yelling Green Hornet and squawking about nothing. Come on, boys, get those two down to headquarters. A couple of spies all right enough, and we'll get them talking to prove it.
Sarge, this will be a feather in your cap for clearing up that murder so quick.
Seems to me the parrot had more to do with it than Sergeant Burke.
Is that so now? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have a scoop on the whole story.
We'll be glad to get this story all right, but you still wonder why you let the Green Hornet get away.
Green Hornet, get away!
There, you see? Two of a kind.
Sure, and it isn't a parrot I'm thinking you are. Holy crow! Even while you're standing here gabbing, the worst spy of them all slipped right away from you. That traitorous Green Hornet.
Green Hornet! Ah! Ah!
That's the Lex paper! Spies caught confessed to murder Samuel Conway. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lex paper!
You have just heard the adventure, Story of a Parrot. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated and originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Obvious Clue. The Green Hornet strikes again. The small liquor store was empty of customers when the short but husky man with the turned-up collar and the snap-brim hat entered and casually approached the dealer behind the counter.
You the owner of this joint?
Yes. What can I do for you?
How's your liquor supply holding out?
Well, not so good. But I'm about as well off as anybody else, I guess.
That's where you're wrong, chum. The wise dealers around this burg have plenty of liquor to sell.
If they have, I don't know where they get it.
That's what I'm here for, to tell you where you can get all you want.
Oh. Sounds like black market stuff to me.
So what? You pay a little more for it, but you still can make plenty of dough for yourself.
I'm not interested, so don't waste my time.
Don't be a sap. Just place an order with me, give me a bonus in advance, and when the stuff's delivered, you pay the regular OPA price for it, see?
Sure, I see. But I'm not doing business that way. I'll get out of here and don't come back.
Tough guy, huh?
Listen, you. I'm running my business in a lawful way. I'm not going to change. I'll beat it. And if you come here bothering me again, I'll call the police.
One of those guys. Okay, have it your way. Sure you don't want to change your mind, buddy?
Get out, or I'll turn you in right now.
So long, sap. That guy needs a good lesson. Maybe if he gets it, others will fall in line quicker.
How'd you make out, Shorty?
Not so good. Move over behind the wheel so I can get in.
Looks like you ain't so good at persuading. Big boss ain't gonna like that.
Is that so? Well, maybe I didn't have no luck with that dealer. But when I get through, I'll bet I won't have trouble with any others.
What are you gonna do?
You mean, what are we gonna do? I'll soon show you. Start up the car and drive slow past that liquor joint I just came out of.
What's the idea?
You forget I was playing around in some of the rackets back in Prohibition days. I know all the angles when it comes to dealing with bums like that guy.
I still don't get it.
Now, look. Remember the protection racket? When a guy didn't want to pay, he found a way to put him out of business quick. Come on, step on that starter.
Hey, Shorty, you better take it easy. We can't afford
can't
to...
we? Look. Here's what that baby's gonna get. Right in his front window.
Pineapple. Yeah, but that guy saw you. He'll tell
Listen,
the cops.
pal. When this explodes through that window, he won't ever tell anything to anybody, see? Get going.
Oh, forget about him, Shorty. Let's try some other place. That guy's bumped off. Maybe we'll end up in...
Scared. The big boss give us a job to do, and we're going to do it. You and me together, see? Come on, get this car moving. You do the driving, and I'll throw the throwing.
I tell you, I don't like this.
You'll get used to it. Slow down a bit where it comes to the place. Drive close to the curb. Now open this door and line this right through his window. That did it. Step on it, Dave. Quick.
Hey, Sergeant Burke. Anything new in that liquor store case?
Nothing new since it happened yesterday afternoon. Somebody threw a bomb in that window, we know that much. The dealer didn't live to tell about it.
Sure, it reminds me of the old days when the bootleggers were on the rampage.
That it does. The black market's bringing back the same conditions.
Then you think it was a bunch of black market liquor racketeers who did it?
What else is there to think?
The Daily Sentinel sure gave it a write-up. Did you read my story on it?
Expert, I have more to do than be reading newspapers right now.
Did you get any more out of that witness?
Hey, who told you about him?
Well, no, it's nothing to get excited about.
I heard one of the boys say a guy in the tailor shop across the street heard the explosion and saw a long black car pull away.
Axford, you didn't mention that in the paper, did you?
Sure, but why are you
Great suffering catfish.
Well, what's the matter, Sarge?
Matter? Axford, have you lost your senses? If I wanted that in your story, I would have told you about it. We were keeping it quiet to protect the witness. Cassidy, get the squad car and hurry.
Where are you going?
Come along and find out. And let's hope your nose for news hasn't caused somebody a lot of trouble.
I thought you had the witness in custody, Sarge.
He didn't know anything except what he told us about seeing a long black car, so we let him go back to his shop. It's in the next block, Cassidy.
Okay. Hey, look, Sarge. Down there on the left side of the street, a group of people.
Right in front of that tailor shop. Step on it.
Wonder what's happened.
We'll soon find out, and I hope it ain't what I think it is. Pull over there and stop. Come on. What's going on here?
Hey, who is he? Let the cops through here.
All right. Break it up. Let's get through here.
Holy crow. Who's that lying on the sidewalk?
Just as I thought, Axel. They read that story of yours and got here ahead of it. That guy you're looking at is the tailor, the witness who saw that long black car. He was shot down right at the door of his shop.
A short time later, in his office at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, the publisher, was talking to Ed Lowry, one of his reporters.
What did you find out, Lowry?
Oh, not much, Chief. I went to several places, but the dealers are all cagey about giving out information. They say they haven't been approached by anyone.
I see. Evidently, that bombing yesterday served its purpose for those racketeers.
Yeah, the dealers are all scared to death. And even if they did know anything, I doubt if they'd open up.
Well, they might be nervous. Seems to be a well-organized gang at work that's resulted in 2 deaths already.
2, Chief?
Yes. Axford phoned in just before you arrived. A tailor who'd witnessed the departure of the killer's car yesterday was shot down in front of his shop a short time ago.
Well, what do you know about that?
I'm working under a smart leader, Lowry. There's no telling how far they'll go if they're not stopped soon.
Well, there was one guy over on Fifth Street who acted funny to me.
Was that so? In what way?
Well, I asked him if he'd had any visitors trying to sell him black market stuff since that bombing yesterday. He didn't say no. All he said was that he wasn't talking.
Sounds like he had something to hide.
Yeah, it struck me that way, too. I think those guys already got to him, but he's afraid to say so.
Certainly looks that way. Hello? Who? Oh, have him come in, Miss Case. Mr. Johnson, representing the independent liquor dealers, is here to see me.
Oh, well, I'll scram out of here then.
No, you needn't go. Come right in, Mr. Johnson. I'm Britt Reed.
How do you do, Mr. Reed?
This is one of our reporters, Ed Lowry, Mr. Johnson.
How do you do, Mr. Lowry?
How do you do? Have a seat.
Thank you. I dropped in to see you because I feel, in view of what's taken place, some statements should be made to the press and to the public as to our stand in the matter, since we are not associate members.
Of course. We'll be glad to publish your statement.
We are law-abiding businessmen, and we'll do all we can to resist the attempts of these black market racketeers to intimidate us. But we do need the cooperation of the police. So far, they have done very little.
Well, as I see it, up to now, they've had very little to work on.
It's outrageous that such conditions are allowed to exist. During Prohibition, the federal men were fighting against such racketeers. But this black market situation seems to be a local one the police can't combat.
You dealers can do a lot to help the police by refusing to deal with the racketeers and by giving information when approached by them.
Well, that's easy to say, Mr. Reed. But these deeds of violence tend to frighten us dealers into submission.
Oh, that's true to a certain extent.
Already there have been 2 deaths. The dealer whose shop was bombed and the man who saw the car leaving.
I heard about that last killing from one of my reporters who phoned in from the scene of the crime just a short time ago. The situation is getting quite bad, as you say.
Well, I've been around to see some of the dealers this afternoon. They don't seem very cooperative to me.
Then you got no information at all?
Oh, very little. There was one guy over on Fifth Street who knew something.
Well, at least one is cooperating then, and perhaps there'll be others. I guess there isn't much more to say, Mr. Reed. Oh, yes, there's one thing.
What's that?
According to your paper, that witness, the tailor who was shot down a while ago, mentioned a long black car.
Yes, that's right.
It seems to me that would point to one criminal the police should concentrate on as a leader of these racketeers.
Really? Who?
The Green Hornet.
I see. Yes, he is said to use a car of that description.
That's right. I never thought of the Green Hornet.
It may be worthwhile to get the police thinking about him. Well, I must be going. Thank you for seeing me.
Not at all, Mr. Johnson. Perhaps your statements will give the police food for thought. And I hope, for the sake of your members, this gang is soon caught.
I sincerely hope so, too. Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
Goodbye.
Mr. Lowry.
Goodbye. The old boy seems plenty worried, Chief.
Yes, Lowry. It's a tough spot for the dealers to be in.
Well, all I can say is that if those dealers are playing along with the Green Hornet, they're really looking for trouble.
That's right. The Hornet's a mean one to mix with in any racket. Time will tell whether he's mixed up in this one or not.
Later that evening, Sergeant Burke was talking to Axford in the press room at police headquarters.
Sure, and you sit here hoping we'll give you all the news so you can get a scoop for that Daily Sentinel while they put out an edition like that, blasting the police force for not catching up with them racketeers.
That isn't the Sentinel that's doing the blasting, Sarge. They just printed a statement from the Independent Liquor Dealers Association. You talk like Reed or somebody told them what to say.
Sure, and I wouldn't put it past Reeder Gunnigan to do that. Look for the Green Hornet, it says. Haven't we been looking for that spalpeen for years?
Sure. But there's one way to make him stop printing things like that, Sarge.
I'll be thanking you to tell me how.
Just catch the Green Hornet.
Why, say for 2 pins, eh?
Hey, Sarge, we just got a call.
What's up, Cassidy?
A liquor dealer down on 5th Street's been snatched.
Them racketeers again. Now they've stooped to kidnapping.
Yeah, some guy wearing a mask herded a couple of customers and a clerk into a back room and made off with the dealer. The clerk ran out in time to see him leaving in a long black car.
Glory be, must be the Green Hornet.
Come on, get the squad car, Cassidy. We'll get down there and find out what's what. That Hornet again.
That guy in the back's been squawking at somebody. Why don't you bump him off like the other two?
He's been squawking, all right. The big boss wants to find out just what he said before he gets what's coming to him. That's why we're taking him to the hideout.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, the boss may have to change his plans a bit if this lug talked too much.
Who'd he squeal to? The cops?
He got me. The boss didn't say. He's phoned and said to get him and bring him in.
Maybe you should have conked that clerk. He ran to the door just as we were leaving.
He can't tell anybody anything. I had this big coat on and wore the mask.
I heard him holler it's a Green Hornet.
Ain't that a laugh? The boss is smart. He played it that way. Now everybody will be hunting the Hornet.
Sure, but what if the Green Hornet comes looking for us? I ain't asking to meet up with that bozo.
You always got the jitters, Dave. That Hornet is just a man like any other guy. You got to find us first, and I guess we could handle him if it comes to that. Step on it. We got to meet the boss. And stop worrying about that mug, the Hornet. We're working for a guy who knows all the answers.
In the meantime, Britt Reed was in his apartment talking to his faithful valet Cato, the only person who knew the true identity of the Green Hornet.
Those racketeers certainly have held the headlines for the past 2 days, Cato. There must be some way to stop them, but for the life of me, I can't seem to figure out how it's to be done.
They must leave clues someplace, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I suppose so. Criminals usually leave a clue behind, even though they try hard not to. But sometimes, even the most obvious clues are overlooked.
You find clues police have overlooked, perhaps.
No, Cato, I haven't. I wish I could turn up something that would put them on the right track.
I notice you're plenty worried about the racketeers.
Yes. They're not only a menace to our community, but to the whole country. If they get away with their crimes, other cities will soon be having the same troubles.
Not like you to worry and not do something, Mr. Britt.
You know me like a book, Cato. I think I will try to do something about it.
Oh, you have a faint idea, perhaps, where you might find clue?
Yes, come to think of it, I have. I'd like to go over to 5th Street and have a talk with a certain liquor dealer there.
You go as a Green Hornet?
Yes.
Black Beauty and a gas gun ready whenever you say.
There's no time like the present, Cato. Come on. Perhaps before the night's over, that obvious clue I was speaking of will come to the attention of the Green Hornet, so that we can hunt down those killers before they do any more harm.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
What do you expect to learn from dealer, Mr. Britt? Well, Lowry went around to several dealers this afternoon asking questions. But this one on 5th Street acted as though he knew something, but was afraid to talk. As Green Hornet, you will frighten information from him? Well, that's the general idea, Cato. I'm hoping to learn enough from him to get a line on the men behind this black market liquor racket. You know where store is on 5th Street? Yeah, we're almost there now. It's in the next block. Look, Mr. Britt. Cars stopped in the middle of the block. Yes, and a group of people. Cato, those are police cars. Stop and turn around, quick. They're in front of that dealer's place. We got here too late. They see us. Must hurry.
Sarge! Sarge! It's the Hornet's car! There's the dirty kidnapper! He's trying to get away! Into the cars, men! After it!
Step on it, Cato. We've got to lose them. Must hurry. They're turning around,
Use the smoke screen if you have to. We've got to lose them and do it quickly.
Black Beauty always win, Mr. Britt. We are safe now.
For a time, anyway. It was a close shave.
Smoke screen, big help when the police come too close.
Yes, it is. Well, from the few words I could hear back there, it seems somebody took away that dealer I wanted to talk to.
Perhaps others have same idea.
I'm sure of that, Cato. And before the night's over, perhaps we'll be sure of who that somebody is.
Yet you tell me Lowry suspect that man was dealing with racketeers. In that case, why they take him away?
Well, Cato, if somebody knew he'd been talking to Lowry, that person would be interested to find out just how much information that dealer gave out.
Oh, I begin to think you have suspicion of certain person, Mr. Britt.
Well, my suspicions must be verified before I disclose what I think, Cato.
I suspect you are following obvious clue, perhaps.
Yes, Cato, the obvious clue. Let's get back to town as fast as we can, Cato. There's no time to be lost if we hope to prevent further killings.
Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. My search hasn't turned up anything.
You sure no one in the basement?
I made a thorough search. There's no one in the place at all. No clues to the hideout in the office either.
Oh, not good, Mr. Britt. No one answers phone at house. No one here in the store.
That's right. They've got a hideout someplace, and we've got to find it. We've got to catch them together while I have that dealer in custody so as to leave proof for the police.
Just so. Hard to make police believe what you suspect otherwise.
There must be some way to force their hand so we can get to them. Wait. Just thought of a plan that may work. Cato, I want you to get to the nearest drugstore and put in a phone call to the police.
How much longer are we going to sit here in this parked squad car, Sarge? This isn't getting us any place.
If you're tired of sitting, you can get out and walk home, Axford. This is the neighborhood where we lost that Hornet, and I'm hoping he'll be coming back this way.
Calling all cars. Street brawl in front of cafe at 5th and Broad. Repeating, street brawl at 5th and Broad. That is all.
Hey, aren't you going, Sarge?
Somebody else will get it. We're waiting here a little longer.
This is sure a funny way to be hunting down racketeers. Sitting up a side street in a parked car.
Axford, I'm getting tired of your beefing. Once and for all, I'm telling you...
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Proceed to Charles and Gay Streets at once. Proceed to Charles and Gay Streets at once. Green Hornet said to be forcing entry into liquor store.
The Hornet.
Shut up. Listen.
Green Hornet said to be forcing entry into liquor store at Charles and Gay. That is all.
Holy smoke, just 5 blocks away. Step on it, Cassidy. Get going and fast.
Police up there in front of the store?
Yes. Probably searching the building from top to bottom.
Why we wait here in the alley, Mr. Britt? And why you have me call police?
We're waiting for a certain party to show up, Cato. I had you call the police because I knew they'd give the alarm over the shortwave radio. And if the racketeers are as smart as I think they are, they'll be tuned in on shortwave to all police calls for their own protection.
But why you think they come here?
If the owner of that store hears that police call, he'll come to the store to make sure things are all right. And he's the man I'm watching for, Cato.
If he come, what then?
Then we'll follow him when he leaves and hope that he leads us to the hideout.
Look, car drive up now.
Yeah. Someone's getting out. Cato, I think our little trick worked. That looks like the man we want.
But how we get the fellow with police there?
Yeah, we'll go up the back street and catch his trail in the next block. Yeah, he's getting back in his car. This is it, Cato. Let's get going.
A short time later, in a small office in the back of an old waterfront warehouse, Shorty and Dave were talking.
Hey, Shorty. Suppose the boss runs into trouble with the Hornet.
Don't be a dope. That broadcast you heard was a police call. The cops will be all over the place.
It's funny he should be breaking into the boss's store.
What's so funny about that? He's got his rackets just like we got ours. And one of his is probably hijacking good liquor wherever he can grab it. The cops will scare him off and keep him busy.
Boy, what a surprise those cops would get if they ever come into this warehouse. All the stuff we got out there.
They ain't got no reason for coming here. As far as they know, this is an old broken-down dump on the riverfront. Even the neighborhood's deserted.
Yeah, I wonder what the boss wants us to do with that mug out there. He's been slapped around too much already. Still, he didn't say nothing.
We'll find out when he gets back. You can bet he ain't gonna let him go now. And from now on, the rest of the pickings will be easy.
Yeah, those dealers will really come through now. We ought to clean up in this racket with a smart guy like the boss.
I told you, didn't I?
I was a little shaky at first, I guess.
Now, here comes the boss now. Hi, boss. Everything all right?
Yes. Cops sure have the jitters about that Hornet, boss.
Yeah. And it was a good gag having me act like I was him when I picked up that jerk dealer.
Get him.
Okay, we'll drag him in here. This time we'll make him talk, or else.
You went into this old warehouse, Cato. There's his car on the side.
Must hurry, Mr. Britt. Police pick up trail again. See, car with flashing red light come on road.
Drive the Black Beauty around back out of sight and be ready for a quick start.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Be most careful. Men very bad killers.
I'll do all right. Now get going and keep out of sight. I'm going in for a showdown, so the police will have something for all their chasing around.
Come on, you talk. What'd you tell that sneaking reporter this afternoon?
Nothing. Hey, Shorty, maybe he didn't tell nothing after all. All the slapping around you gave him, he should have spilled it by now if he did squeal.
Dry up, Dave. This jerk's just trying to pull a fast one on us, that's all. You still want him to talk, don't you, boss?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. This time I'll knock you right out of that chair if you don't open up. Okay, if that's what you want, here it is.
Hold it, you killer. Hey, a mug wearing a mask.
What? Green Hornets.
No.
We've got to do something.
I'm going.
You don't.
He sucked the boss. He's knocked out.
Oh, yeah? Well, two can play at that game.
Hold it, Mug.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You got a gun. Okay, Hornet, what's on your mind? Trying to horn in on a good thing when you see it?
Maybe. Hey, Shorty. Boss was going to run out on us. Why don't we string along with this guy?
Yeah, why don't we? What do you say, Hornet?
What's in it for me?
Now, look, this dump is full of stuff ready to unload. They get them lined up. After we get rid of this punk dealer here, we'll have those liquor dealers lined up.
Yeah, now how about hanging out with us, Hornet? When I hang, I'll hang alone.
Listen, there's several grand in real dough the boss has in a drawer over there ready for a payoff. He'll cut you in on it now.
I have to see it first.
Get it, Dave.
Hurry it up. Here it is. I'll take that.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't get it all?
Hand it to me or I'll let you have it.
Sure.
Thanks, Lug.
Put it into your pocket, huh? Why, you double-cross and sneak out. Hold him, Shorty. I'll help you.
This'll settle you, punk. Take it.
No. Yes, I can't breathe.
Hey, the cops. Let me out of here. You're not going anyplace, chum. Now you get it.
No, wait. Don't.
Have to get out quick.
Back there, boys. Hurry.
Hey, look at here, Sarge.
3 of them out cold.
There's a guy tied up. Must be that dealer they took away. These are the racketeers, all right.
Great saints. Sarge, this one's the guy who was talking to you a while ago. The one who owned that store, Charles and Gay Street.
Take another look, expert. The guy who owns that store is Mr. Johnson, the civic leader, and he... Glory be. You're right, expert. It's him, all right. The representative of the independent liquor dealers mixing with these killers.
He's the leader of the gang. The Green Hornet came and...
Painted, Sarge. He's done in.
Poor chap, he'll be all right. So, this big shot is the leader of those killers, is he?
Sure, and did you hear what that fella said about the Green Hornet being here?
Don't I know that? We trailed him all the way out here. I knew he was in on this black market racket all the time. So you're not telling me a thing, expert.
Well, Sarge, I'm telling you this much. People aren't going to like it when they hear you went and let the Green Hornet get away again.
Well, Cato, I guess it's safe to leave now. They're all inside.
Before we go, Mr. Britt, one question, please.
What is it, Cato?
What was the obvious clue you speak of tonight?
Well, that man Johnson came to my office today representing the independent liquor dealers. He knew about the killing of the tailor, even though Axford had phoned in the story from the scene of the crime just a few minutes before.
Oh, good clue, Mr. Britt.
And also, he was the only person besides myself who heard Lowry tell about the dealer on 5th Street. I remembered that too late to get to him before the racketeers did. By the way, Cato, here's a wad of money you can deliver to the USO tomorrow. Now, let's get away from here.
Hey, Sarge! He's just leaving now! The Green Hornet! His car was right out there and back all the time!
Mr. Lexby, paper! Black Market Racketeers Club, Green Hornet member of gang. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Dr. Lexby, paper!
You have just heard the adventure, Obvious Clue. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated and originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure going out of business. The Green Hornet strikes again. Anna Karlman was busy setting the dinner table in the small suburban apartment which she occupied with her husband, Paul.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Paul. Did you work hard today?
Matter of fact, I did. That smells good. What is it?
Roast beef and baked potatoes.
Oh, no wonder I didn't recognize it. Well, what did you do today?
Nothing worth mentioning. Spent the afternoon shopping.
Throwing my money around again, I suppose?
Precious little money I get to throw away. Perhaps you're not aware how much it takes to run a house these days.
Yeah, I know. You won't let me forget.
Come on, dinner's ready. And then if you're not too exhausted, you might take me to a movie.
Uh-huh. Sure, honey, you bet. Here, give me your plate.
I almost bought you some shirts today, but I remembered you always like to pick them out yourself.
Yeah, you better keep on remembering, too. Women have fantastic taste in such matters.
But you should have seen the bargains. Regular $3.95 shirts for only $2.29, and neckties for only 79 cents each.
Yeah. I don't need any ties.
Honestly, I don't see how they do it.
Who?
Boker's, where the sale was.
Excuse me, honey.
Heavens, you must be working hard. Paul, you're getting just as nervous as a cat lately.
Yeah. Excuse me a second.
Now where are you going?
Just want to turn on the radio, honey.
You can listen to that radio anytime, but you can't always enjoy hot roast beef. Better come eat your dinner.
All right, Anna. I just thought that little dinner music would...
Boca's downtown shirt shop open tonight with these special bargains.
Oh, for heaven's sake, that's all I've heard today on the...
Quiet. Selling for $169, $189, $229, $249, and $269. Store open this evening until 10 o'clock.
If you don't mind, I'll go ahead with my dinner.
Forgive me, Anna. I didn't mean to snap at you. I guess I must be a little on edge tonight.
You've been on edge quite a lot lately.
If you don't mind, darling, I have to run downtown for a little while.
But, Paul, you just got home. You haven't eaten your dinner.
I'm not hungry right now. Save it for me, will you? I'll try to get home early enough to take you to the movies.
No, don't bother, Paul. I can go by myself.
Well, all right. I'll be home early. Good night.
Good night. Paul. Oh.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Are your shirts of good merit?
Some shirts of exceptional merit.
I cannot pay more than $2.29.
This way, please. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Carlman, you're late again.
I did not mean to be. I came as quickly as possible.
Perhaps you do not pay sufficient attention to our advertising, Herr Carlman.
I heard the announcement only a few moments ago at my home, and then only by accident.
See to it that you listen more carefully in the future, or there may be other accidents.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Another late one who does not listen to the radio or read the newspapers. Nedrick, I will tend to you later. Gentlemen, please make your reports.
Next morning at the offices of the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, publisher of the paper, pressed a buzzer and summoned Miss Case into his private office.
Oh, Miss Case, will you call Dixon, the advertising manager, and tell him I'd like to see him?
Yes, sir.
And if Axford's around the office anywhere, send him in here.
Yes, sir. I think Axford's just outside in the city room.
Hey, Casey. How's every little thing?
Oh, I was just about to go looking for you, Axford.
Yeah, what you want me for, huh?
Well, I don't, but Mr. Reed does. He's waiting for you. You can go right in.
Oh, fine. Sure. Maybe he's got some problems he wants to discuss with me. Sure, I guess I can spare him a few minutes.
Will you tell Mr. Dixon to come up to Mr. Reed's office, please?
Oh, come in, Axford. Have a chair.
Yeah, sure I will. Thanks, boss.
I've got a very special assignment for you today, Axford.
Yeah? Well, you sure called on the right man.
I'm okay in this ordinary stuff. But when it comes to something special that requires an extra amount of courage and fearless integrity, that's me.
Well, this job requires integrity only up to the point that I'm entrusting you with $10 from my own pocket.
Huh? Now, what in the name of all the...
Oh, yes. Come in. Sit down, Dixon. I wanted to talk to you about an account you've been carrying recently.
Yes? Which account are you referring to?
Oh, this downtown shirt shop, Boker's.
Boker's is spending a lot of money on advertising. They're a good account.
Yes, I agree that they're spending a lot on advertising. But whether or not it's a good account remains to be seen.
They're using a lot of space in the Sentinel, and the Clarion, too, for that matter. And they buy time on a couple of radio stations.
Yes, I know. I've heard their announcements. They're awful.
Yeah. This guy Boker's a crackpot. Always insists on writing the advertising copy himself. Says he gets more results that way.
Boy, you should see the results that store gets. They pack 'em in down there.
You know, Dixon, we have a pretty large responsibility to our readers regarding the misrepresentation of values in this paper. Now, Axford, here's $10. I want you to go down to Boker's and buy 3 or 4 shirts. And then go to the other stores around town and see if they can duplicate the prices.
Yeah, but I don't see what...
We're advertising $3.95 items for only $1.69. I just want to be sure that the item is worth $3.95 to begin with. If the value is honest, as represented, then I have no complaint at all.
The only gripe I've got with that account is that their stuff is always coming in at the last minute.
Well, can't the store plan their sales a little farther ahead?
You never know what Boker's going to do. One week he runs a sale on Thursday, another week it's Monday or Friday, whenever he gets the notion.
Yeah, and the sale usually does the most business in the evening. Did you notice that?
Well, it's a men's store, and I think Boker does that for the defense workers who can't get in during the day.
At any rate, I think you should check up on accounts like these, Dixon. See to it that they're not making misrepresentations through this paper.
Okay, I'll do that, Mr. Reed.
Well, I'll go down and pick up them shirts, Reed. You want I should buy them your size or my size?
Well, what difference does it make? Since you've been living in my apartment, you wear mine anyway.
No, you know that. Hey, what about that special assignment you had for me today?
Oh, you're on it now, Axford. Buying $10 worth of shirts for the boss.
Well, how do you like that? The guy's got a private valet and he sends me out to buy shirts.
It was late evening when Michael Axford entered the well-furnished apartment which he shared with Britt Reed. Axford, a former detective on the police force, had long ago been hired by Britt's father to act as a bodyguard for the supposedly irresponsible young publisher. Actually, Britt Reed was well aware of this arrangement and had invited Axford to share his apartment. And little did the unimaginative Axford realize that he was living under the same roof with the Green Hornet, whom he had many times vowed to capture. As Michael Axford entered the apartment, Cato was busily hurrying about the kitchen preparing a lunch.
Just in time for eat, eh?
Well, good evening, Mrs. Axford. I hope you had a pleasant day shopping.
Boy, you sure sent me out on a foul goose chase.
Did you buy some shirts at Boker's?
Yeah. Where did you see him? Look at this one. Ain't it classy?
Ghastly would be more nearly correct.
That's the latest style. Them purple stripes matches me personality.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you're right. But it doesn't say much for your personality, I'm afraid.
Sure, that's what I mean. Hey, now what kind of
You
talk...
better make a half a dozen extra sandwiches, Cato. Axford just came in.
Fix up plenty of sandwiches right away. No, Mr. Reed, the problem. Oh, just 1 minute, Mr. Lowry.
Lowry? What's he want at this hour? Yes, Lowry? No, not unless you find something very unusual about the case. Wait. Where did you say it happened?
What's up, Reed? What happened still?
Are you sure of the identification, Lowry? All right. Well, I'll send Axford down. He can help you check those ankles. Yes. Good night.
What is it, Reed?
Well, Lowry's down at police headquarters. Seems as though a squad car just found a body down by 14th and Main.
A body? Holy crow, whose body?
Well, the police aren't sure whether it was suicide or not, even though the man had a gun in his hand when they found him.
I'll bet $4 it's murdered. Did you tell Lowry I'd be down to help him?
Yes, and he's all excited waiting for you to get there.
You see, the guy can't get along without me when one of these mysterious cases comes up. Where's me hat? Hey, Cato, give me a couple of sandwiches. I can eat them on my way downtown.
The great detective forgets everything but his stomach.
Yeah. Thanks, Cato. You're a pal. So long, Reed. See you in the barn.
All right. And please be quiet when you come in. I'd like to get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll be as quiet as a mouse in a china shop.
Whose body police find, Mr. Britt? Well, the man was identified as Paul Carlman, living at 239 Kenmore Avenue in Ridgeview.
Is something strange, perhaps?
I don't know. All day long, I've been puzzling about a store named Boker's at 14th and Main Street. Now, this man Carlman's body turns up in an alley directly in back of Boker's store.
Oh. You think...
Well, there may not be any connection at all. The same, I think it's worth investigating. Cato, we're going to pay a call at Carlman's apartment out in Ridgeview. If we hurry, we can get there before the police.
That means we will take Black Beauty, eh?
Yes, Cato. The quicker we get there, the better.
A few seconds later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt, Reed, and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically and then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Who is it?
Calling to see Mrs. Carlman.
Who are you? What do you want?
Please hurry. It's about Paul.
Oh, something has happened. You, a masked man, what do you want here? What have you done to Paul?
Are you Mrs. Carlman?
Yes, what's happened to my husband?
I'm sorry to tell you this, but I had to see you before the police got here.
Police? They're coming here?
Yes, they'll be here any moment. They found Paul's body.
Oh, no. No. Oh, I knew when Paul left here tonight. He wouldn't tell me, but I knew.
Tell me, did you expect this to happen?
You, that mask, are you one of them? Are you one of the Gestapo?
No. Does my mask remind you of someone else?
Well, if you're not... Oh, I know now. They call you the Green Hornet.
Yes. And it may be that I can help you if you let me.
Oh, poor Paul.
How much did you know about Paul's activities?
Nothing. I never even suspected until tonight. And then
Yes?
Paul got a phone call. He carried a gun when he left.
What do you know about a man named Boker?
Boker? Nothing. Why do you ask?
I thought maybe you know about Boker.
But No, wait. Last night when we were having dinner, Paul was listening to the radio, and there was an announcement about Boker's.
Yes? What happened?
Paul left hurriedly, but I didn't connect it at the time. Do you think...
I must be going now. But believe me, Mrs. Carlman, I want to help you in your trouble.
When Paul left here tonight, he said he wouldn't be back, except as a free man.
You know what he meant by that?
Yes, I knew. I knew then that my husband was a Nazi spy.
You may find that your husband died a very brave man, Mrs. Carlman.
Somebody just ran down the back hallway. Kelly, Owens, get after him. Okay. You, Mrs. Carlman.
Yes?
Who was that just ran out the back way?
He called himself the Green Hornet.
Roaring away into the night, the superpowered Black Beauty quickly crossed the sleeping city and, under the skillful maneuvering of Britt Reed, came to a stop in an alleyway back of Booker's downtown store for men.
me, Cato. The Black Beauty's well hidden here for a while.
You wish me to unlock the door?
I'm certain there's a secret meeting place somewhere in the basement of the store. Go into the basement and try to find your way upstairs in the store.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Well, I'm going through this window into the store itself. There may be something of interest in the safe.
Oh, this type of lock, pretty easy. Not take very long to open.
Ah, good work, Cato. Well, I'll see you upstairs. Now, if I can open this window without breaking it. There we are. There's the office. A light burning right over the safe. Worse luck. Well, I'll just have to take a chance, that's all. Don't make a move if you value your life.
Only me, Mr. Britt.
Oh, Cato. You almost got a face full of Hornet gas.
Come see. Secret stairway. Very clever.
It certainly didn't take you long to find it.
Easy to find coming from basement. But from here, where is it?
Well, it's impossible to tell, Cato.
Over here. Through little dressing closet. See?
Yes, good. That's fine, Cato. Now keep your eye on that front door while I take a whirl at the safe in Mr. Boker's private office.
Green Hornet stand out very plainly under light.
Well, it can't be helped. This is a job that needs doing. I hope these Nazi rats haven't perfected anything new in safe combinations. Maybe I'm just out of practice. Yeah, that's better. I got it, Cato. Everything all right up there?
Not see anything wrong here, Mr. Britt. No. Find for light. Quick.
Who was it?
Policeman on duty. Checking door.
Well, we'll have to worry about him for a while. Cato, come here. Look.
You found what you looked for, Mr. Britt?
I found everything, Cato. Everything. Look at this book. Just look at the names.
Oh, list is very complete. But it will take some time to copy whole list.
We're not copying. We're taking this book as is.
But will not a man named Boker notice it missing?
If anything turns up missing around here tomorrow, it'll more likely be Boker himself. Now, come on, let's get out of this rat's nest. You know, I think if Paul Carlman knew what he started tonight, he'd be very happy. Hang on, Cato. We're going to move fast from now until daylight.
Who's there? Now, who is it?
Perhaps you can see better with the lights on, Boker.
The Green Hornet. What do you want?
I want you, Boker. Now hurry up and get some clothes on.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed spoke on the private telephone line connecting his office and the apartment where Cato waited.
Cato, did you get those letters to the newspapers?
Yes, sir, Mr. Britt.
And the radio station?
I will follow instructions and see that the message reaches radio station promptly at 5 o'clock.
Good. They're used to getting copy from Boker at the last minute. They won't have a chance to check with the store. Oh, by the way, how's our sleeping beauty?
He's sleeping, but not very beautiful.
I'll keep him that way, and I'll call you later.
Say, Reed, I've been working on a theory about that guy we found pumped off last night.
Yes? Well, what have you decided, Axring?
Well, I'm sorry to say it wasn't murder at all. The guy committed suicide, all right.
Is that so? Well, how'd you arrive at that?
It was simple. Me and my pal, the sergeant, over at headquarters, we figured the whole thing out.
So Paul Carlman committed suicide, eh?
That's right. There were powder burns from the gun being fired up close. And besides, there weren't any fingerprints on the gun except in his own.
Yes?
Mr. Reed, this is Dixon. I just received a special delivery letter with some copy for that poker account we were talking about. You want me to run it?
Oh, yes, Dixon. I want you to run Mr. Booker's copy, and just exactly as you received it.
Pretty awful, Mr. Reed. They're advertising a going out of business sale. A bigger ad than usual. Set the craziest list of prices you ever saw.
So Booker is going out of business, huh? Well, run it just the way it is, and we'll see what happens.
Hello. Sure, I've seen the papers. Yes, Carl, I am surprised, but the leader must have important reasons. Yeah, tonight will be something special. Yeah, I will be there without fail.
This is the first time the leader has called every member at one meeting. Something big is about to happen. Perhaps we are ready to strike tonight.
Sensational list of values ever offered by Boca's. Yes, the great Boca store is going out of business. Tonight will be your last chance. $5 and $6 values priced for tonight only at $129,
Yeah, that's okay, Clancy. But I still say the Green Hornet will be back. He always comes back until he gets what he wants.
Yeah, but how do you know he wants anything out here?
Oh, don't worry. He had a reason. You go in and see if Mrs. Carlman's okay, Clancy. I'm going to take a stroll around the house.
Yep, okay. Better keep your eyes peeled for bogeymen.
Yeah, don't worry, Clancy. Don't worry. Golly. Just supposing the Green Hornet was to come back here. I caught him. 25,000 reward. That guy sure is valuable.
Thanks for the compliment, officer. It's nice to know that I'm valuable. Sorry to do this, pal, but you'll just be in the way for the next few minutes, so take it. Any bogeymen back here, Mike? Only one, officer. What the? Pleasant dreams, my friend. That gas.
You did come back. Why?
Because I promised, Mrs. Carlman. As you know, your husband was a Nazi spy.
Yes.
Paul Carlman died trying to break away from the Gestapo. He proved that he loved you more than anything else in the world.
I'll always believe that.
Yes, and you can believe this. What your husband started is about to be finished. Would you like to finish the job that Paul started?
I? But how do you mean?
Pick up your phone. Ask the operator to connect you with the FBI.
But I don't see...
Hurry, and remember that Paul is cheering you every moment. This is what he would have done.
All right. Please connect me with the FBI. Yes, emergency.
Tell them who you are and where you live.
Hello? This is Mrs. Paul Carlman, 239 Kenmore Avenue, Ridgeview.
You have some information about a Nazi spy ring in the city. Tell them to go to Boker's at 14th and Main Streets. Break through the dressing closet wall partition.
Listen, do you know where the Boker store is at 14th and Main?
There are 50 or more Axis agents meeting there tonight.
It's the headquarters of an Axis spy ring. Yes. Hurry. Break through the wall partitions in the dressing closet. There are 50 or more Axis agents meeting there now. Tonight. Yes, I am certain. And please hurry. Yes. I am Anna Carlman, the wife of Paul Carlman.
We must close our doors now. It's 10 o'clock. Everybody outside, please.
Let me get through here. Come on, buddy. Stand up, will you?
Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, what's wrong?
Hey, listen. Take this guy off my hands, will you, please?
What has happened to Mr. Booker? What have you done to him?
Look, buddy, I ain't done nothing, see? All I know is some guy driving a big black car a block long pulls up alongside my hack, and before I can say boo him, another guy dumps his screw bum in the back of my hack, see? He just had too much, I guess.
That's ridiculous. Mr. Booker is a teetotaler.
Yeah. And so am I, Charlie, after tonight, believe you me. That guy hadn't slipped me a $10 bill for holding this big fluke over here. I'd have dumped him in a ditch.
Mr. Booker, wake up. Mr. Booker. Sorry, you're too late. We're closing.
Come on, men.
Now, just a minute. What's the meaning of this?
Shut the doors and windows. Don't let anyone out of here.
Get out or I'll call the police.
Someone beat you to it, sweetheart.
You mean guns?
Yeah, guns. And they shoot real bullets, so don't get any ideas. All right, boys, tear that petition out of there.
The joint's full of them. Let go of some tear gas down that stairway. Come out of that rat hole with your hands in the air. This is the FBI, and we're playing for keeps.
Hey, look what I found, fellas. The Kingfish himself. Brother Boker in person.
Yeah, I'm looking pretty punchy if you ask me. Here, Boker, I know you're well fixed for shirts, but try these cuffs on for size, will you?
Casey, you should have seen the brats come piling out of that basement when the FBI started throwing tear gas down there.
A sight for sore eyes, huh, Axel?
That's a terrible pun, Casey. And hey, did I tell you, they found a dairy book that gave the name of every member.
Dairy book?
Sure. And when one of them guys heard his number on the air or saw it in the papers, he knew he was supposed to go to the meeting, see? Like if his number was 169 and they advertised stuff for $1.69, see?
Well, good morning. Hey, that was quite a story you got last night, Axford.
Yeah, sure it was. I was going to wake you up and tell you about it when I came in, but you were snoring so hard I didn't have the heart.
As a matter of fact, I was pretty tired.
You hear that, Casey? He's tired. Here I've been out all night getting a swell story for the Sentinel while he snores in the feather bed and he says he's tired. How about that, huh?
Sentinel Extreme paper, read about it. Woman leads FBI to capture spy ring. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel Extreme paper.
You've just heard the adventure Going Out of Business. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They're copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Don Faust speaking. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Traitor's Reward. The Green Hornet strikes again. The editorial policy of every great newspaper reflects the wisdom and the courage and the integrity of the men behind the headlines. Although the greater part of the staff at the Daily Sentinel regarded Britt Reed, the publisher, as a more or less irresponsible playboy, they all admired their employer on one common ground. Like his father before him, Britt Reed was absolutely fearless in his views. From the managing editor down to the copy boy, They knew that the boss wanted one thing in the Daily Sentinel, the truth, and plenty of it. It was late afternoon as Britt Reed entered the building and made his way through the city room to his private office.
Hello, Mr. Reed. Hello, Raleigh.
Hi, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Harry. Lowry.
Yeah, boss?
Get Gunnigan. Come into my office, will you, please?
Yeah, sure, right away.
Miss Case, will you call the morgue and have someone bring up all the files we have on J.D. Stanley, please?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
I'll be tied up with Gunnigan and Lowry for a little while, and I'd like not to be disturbed.
Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Byers. This is Mr. Reed's office. Will you send up everything you have on file regarding J.D. Stanley? Yes, that's right. Yes, he wants the complete file. Thank you. Go right in, Mr. Gunnigan. Mr. Reed's waiting for you.
Thanks. Hiya, Casey. Is the boss in a good humor, huh?
She just sent down for the files on J.D. Stanley. So you figure it out.
Uh-oh. You know, I'm beginning to think maybe Reed don't like that guy.
It's nice for the Sentinel that you're beginning to think, Lowry.
Oh, now listen,
Oh,
Casey.
go on, Scoop. The boss is waiting.
Come on, Lowry.
Huh? Oh, yeah. See you later, Casey.
Hello, Gunnigan. Hi, Ed. Come on in. Sit down.
What's up, Chief?
Yeah. You've been getting repercussions from our friend Stanley again?
Well, our friend Mr. Stanley is very unhappy with the Daily Sentinel. It seems he's developing blisters on top of his feet.
Yeah. That comes from us tromping on his toes, huh?
What's the big shot going to do now, Mr. Reed? Sue us again?
No, Stanley knows better than to bring his war with the Sentinel into court.
Oh, that guy's a phony, boss.
I agree with you, Lowry, but remember this. J.D. Stanley is a big man politically. And if he ever gets the chance, he'll spend every dollar he's got to put the Sentinel out of business. In other words, he's a sworn enemy of ours, and because of that, we have to regard him as dangerous.
Mr. Reed is right, Lowry.
Yeah. Well, what's up now, boss?
You both know my policy in running this paper. We build a tremendous amount of confidence and goodwill with our readers because we make a point of telling the truth.
Sure. We got the biggest circulation in town.
Right. Now listen. At a meeting of the city council last night, the purchase of a 400-acre tract out in Roselawn was approved for the new municipal airport.
Yeah, that's right. I was reading about it this morning.
And you probably know that the city paid $260,000 for that land.
Yeah. And if you ask me, the city didn't wait for their change.
They certainly paid enough for it.
Too much, Gunnigan, much too much. As ordinary farmland, which is all that tract amounts to, it's worth about $40 an acre, or maybe $50.
Why, half of that land is swamp.
Exactly. And that means a nice, fat contract for somebody to fill in the swamp.
I think I see what you mean.
It so happens that J.D. Stanley is a member of the board that recommended this site for the new airport.
Oh, the plot thickens.
Yeah, to me, the plot's beginning to curdle. Lowry, there's a story here, a big story, and I want you to find it. I want to know why the taxpayers are buying land at $650 an acre when it's actually worth about 10% of that amount. That's your assignment, Lowry, and stay with it till further notice.
Okay. I might even do a little investigating on Mr. J.D. Stanley, huh?
Do a lot of investigating on Stanley. The more, the better. Gunnigan, there's a stench in this thing that'll shake the city. As soon as you get a story on it, I want you to go the limit.
Sure. It'll be a pleasure, Mr. Reed.
I don't care whose toes you step on. Just see to it that you step hard.
You know, to hear you talk like that, boss, it's almost like having your dad back on the paper.
Mr. Reed, the boy just brought up those file drafts for us.
Oh, good. Bring them in. Well, that's all, gentlemen. And good luck.
Thanks.
Then.
See you later.
Today.
Here you are, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. The size of these files, it's no wonder Mr. Stanley's got blisters on his feet. Well, let's see just how many times we have stepped on his toes.
For a few days, Ed Lowry disappeared from his usual haunts. With the eagerness of a fox terrier on a scent, the reporter stayed on the track of his story, reporting to Gunnigan regularly on the telephone.
Steady, desk. Gunnigan speaking.
Listen, this is Lowry.
Yeah? How you doing?
I'm staying with it, pal. And here's something you might care to use. The day before the city council okayed that airport site for $260,000, they turned down a site that was offered for the same price about a half a mile farther out.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. except the one they turned down was good, solid ground, and the one they bought is a swamp. Boy, you should see it. It's like they bought a landing field for a seaplane.
Yeah? Well, keep in touch with me.
Golly, look at them steam shovels. I bet I'd like to run one of them.
Yeah. When you grow up to be a big man, Sonny, maybe you'll be an engineer, huh?
Sure, that's what I want to be. My pop's an engineer.
Well, that's all? Does your pop drive a steam shovel?
No, he hires other fellas to do that.
Oh, he must be a foreman then. Is your pop working on this job?
Sure, he's the boss. That's my pop over there talking to Uncle John.
Oh, you mean the fellow with the blueprints under his arm? Oh, is that your pop?
Sure. He's got the contract for making the ground level out here so the airplanes can land. Pop says when the airport is finished, he's going to take me up for a ride in one of those.
Wait a minute, Sonny. Is your dad Mr. Jenkins, the contractor?
Sure he is. Ain't that what I've been trying to tell you?
Yeah. Now, which one is Uncle John?
Right over there. Uncle John's the one Pop's talking to. The man sitting in his car.
Oh, go on. Don't try to kid me, Sonny. I know that man. Oh, and he's not your uncle.
Well, he is so my uncle. You want to bet on it?
Sure. I'll bet you a nickel.
All right, come on over and I'll prove it to you. Boy, you'll be sorry you bet because you're going to lose. You wait and see.
I hope I do, Sonny. I hope I do.
Hey, Pop! You know what this guy just said? He's trying to say that Uncle John ain't my uncle.
Huh? What's that?
Oh, this guy thinks he's smart, see? And he bet me a nickel, too.
Well, tell the man he lost his bet, Jimmy. Because I must admit you're my favorite nephew.
There, you see? Come on, wise guy, pay up.
Sure, kid. Here's $50. You win.
Hey, $50. Jiminy, thanks.
Yeah, and thank you. Thank you very much.
What's the gag, mister? How come you're so interested in the kid's relations?
I'm not, Mr. Stanley. But I think the taxpayers might be. They might be interested to know that Mr. J.D. Stanley keeps their dough right in the family and right in his family.
Just a minute. Who are you?
Ed Lowry, reporter for the Daily Sentinel.
Sentinel? Are you snooping right up a good mind?
Yes, sure, but you won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I think I'll call my paper.
That evening, at his country estate, John D. Stanley was speaking angrily to his closest associate, Fred Baker.
I tell you, that guy Reed is going to make trouble.
What can he do, John? After all, there's nothing illegal in you giving that grading contract to Jenkins, even if he is your brother-in-law.
No? Well, suppose they find out the price of Jenkins' bid on the contract. Suppose they find out that the other contractor's bid for that job at just about half his price. Then what?
I admit it might look bad, but I still say there's nothing illegal about it. Now, stop worrying about that newspaper.
No, Fred, that newspaper's dangerous. When old man Reed was running it, he spent all of his time trying to pin something on me. Now that kid of his has got the same idea.
Well, after all the scandal you've been through, I wouldn't worry about it.
Don't talk like a fool. You think I care what those dopes dig up on that airport deal? Of course not. Just as they get to snooping around too much, they might find out other things.
Yeah, you're right. What's to be done about it?
Well, what do you think? There's just one guy at the head of every deal, isn't there? I'm at the head of the Stanley Enterprises. Britt Reed is at the head of the Daily Sentinel, and Carl Krieger is the head of...
Krieger?
Sure, why not? He owes us a few favors, doesn't he? Come on, let's pay a visit on friend Carl right now.
There's too much static. Perhaps later the reception will be improved. Now I will prepare this message in code. Yes, and later this evening... Who's there?
Stanley.
Come in, quickly.
All alone, huh? Where is everybody, Carl?
What do you want here?
Huh? Why, Mr. Baker and I just dropped in for a little visit. Sure.
I haven't time to visit, Mr. Stanley.
Say, now, what's the matter with you? What are you sore about?
Last week, you were to get us some information about troop movements to the coast.
Oh, yes, but you see,
We didn't get that information and consequently lost much valuable time because of you.
Well, I know, but look, Carl.
I'm not interested in your weak explanations. We don't get ahead through failure.
I've been busy. Matter of fact, I haven't had much time to find out things for you lately.
Then you'd better rearrange your schedule to provide whatever time is necessary. Or were you perhaps thinking of withdrawing from our organization?
Well, yes. You see,
Listen to me, Stanley. There is one thing that your people hate more than an enemy agent, and that is a traitor.
But it's getting too risky.
Would you rather risk the Gestapo?
Oh, now look, Carl. Let's forget it, huh? I'll play ball with you.
You should.
Listen, I've got a special favor to ask. Suppose I wanted to eliminate a certain party. It might prove troublesome to both of us.
Yes, go on.
Would you be interested in helping me?
I might. Who is this certain party?
His name is Britt Reed, and he's the publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
So, I've read some very unkind remarks about you in that paper recently.
Yes, but they don't know anything yet.
You think they might learn something eventually, is that it?
Yes, that's it. Now, how about it? I'll pay you well, Krieger.
You can pay me through, shall we say, an exchange of service. Yes, that shouldn't be very difficult, not at all.
How will you do it, Carl? How?
I don't know. There are many ways. However, don't concern yourself with my methods, as long as you get the necessary results. We'll see that Mr. Reed is removed within the very near future.
Fine. Now, that's fine, Carl. You see, Baker, didn't I tell you Carl could take care of this thing for us?
I'm sure Mr. Krieger will do a very thorough job.
Sure. Well, you let me know if I can do something for you, Carl.
You can do something for me. Right now, my friend.
All right, you name it.
There's a United States destroyer tied up in the harbor. I understand she put in last week for repairs.
Destroyer?
Uh-huh. Yes, Mr. Stanley. I want at least 10 hours' notice before that ship goes to sea.
Now, wait a minute. I told you I wouldn't get mixed up in anything like that.
You're mixed up in it right now, my friend. I will have everything arranged so that the American people will have a chance to see one of their fighting ships blown to bits right before their eyes. Remember, I want 10 hours' notice to bring a German submarine to the entrance of the harbor.
We continue with our adventure in just a moment. But first, we pause for a meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable conducted by the Green Hornet.
Friends of the Green Hornet Roundtable. Last week, I was talking to an enthusiastic young air cadet. He remarked that after the war, with the airplane to bridge distance for us, the whole world will be just one big neighborhood. And shortly after I'd said goodbye to him, I remembered what he'd said. You boys and girls in your lifetime as citizens will find countries growing even more closely together. Instead of seeing what the kids down the block are doing, as you did when you were children, you look around you to see what's going on in England, in China, in Russia. Yes, and in Germany, too. It's a challenge to you young people, a wonderful, exciting challenge. For the task of molding international understanding and peace will be in your hands. There's no better way to ensure that understanding than by building a strong home government free of rackets and petty politicians. So be sure you build with knowledge. Know the public officials serving your government. Elect men who are pledged to preserve the way of life we're fighting for. Remember, your ballot controls a government. Use it wisely. Now, back to our story.
After nearly a week of persistent effort, Ed Lowry finally stumbled on a clue which indicated that John D. Stanley might have more than a common interest in the transaction of land for the new municipal airport. It was evening when Lowry finally reached Britt Reed at the latter's apartment.
Yes, one moment, please, Mr. Lowry. I will call Mr. Britt to telephone.
Lowry, huh?
Hello, Ed.
Listen, boss, I think I turned up something on that airport deal.
Good, let's hear it.
Well, I was down at the recorder's office this afternoon, like you told me, and that whole transaction was handled through an attorney.
Oh?
Yeah. And guess who the attorney is? None other than J.D. Stanley's bosom pal, Fred Baker.
Did you get the name of the actual seller?
No, but I did find out this much. The property was bought for $10,000 just 10 days before it was sold to the city.
For $260,000. It's $250,000. Not a bad profit for 10 days' work.
So what do you want me to do now? I can't get any further until we find out who Baker was acting for.
Oh, that's right, Ed. Tell you what. This thing may break any moment. You go on up to the office and write your story. Call Gunnigan and tell him what you've learned. And meanwhile, I'll contact a couple of people I know in the real estate business.
Yeah. Okay, boss.
I may see you later. I left my car back at the building when Cato picked me up this afternoon. Bye.
You learned something, Mr. Briggs?
Maybe and maybe not. One thing is sure, though. It's time for the Green Hornet to take a hand in this case.
Oh, we take Black Beauty?
Yes, and I want the Hornet mask and a gas gun. We're going to pay a call on my friend Stanley right now.
A few seconds later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt, Reed, and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. The passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front rose automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty roared into the darkness.
Stanley Estate?
Right. Before the night's over, I'm going to have a pretty good idea of how many crooked dollars it takes to build a place like this.
We will leave car here, Mr. Briggs?
Yes, and you'd better stay here, Cato. If you see anything wrong, signal me with a Hornet horn.
Here's gas gun and mask.
Thanks. See you later, Cato.
Yes? Oh, hello, John. Yes, I was just getting those figures together. Yes, all right. Yes. Goodbye. Now, let's see. 25,000. 2750.
I take it that Mr. Stanley isn't here.
Huh? Who are you? The Hornet. The Green Hornet.
I was hoping to have a little visit with Brother Stanley, but since he isn't around, you'll do.
What do you want?
Come now, what does the Hornet usually want?
Money, I've heard.
What you're hearing in this case is excellent. How much do you and Stanley think you could spare on that airport deal?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look, little man, I haven't time to play, and when I do play, I get rough. Maybe you'd better break down and tell me some things I'm anxious to know. Who did you handle this airport deal for?
A man named Dexter.
Dexter, huh?
Yes, I can show you the contract. It's right here in the desk. I'll get it.
Oh, no, you don't. Drop that gun.
Let go of me, you dirty...
The pot calls the kettle black. Oh. That's what I mean. Thank you, Baker. Now, let's talk, shall we?
No. You won't get anything out of me.
You don't mind if I try, do you?
Wait a minute. What is it you want?
Information, little man. First, I want to know just what financial interest Mr. John Stanley has in that site for the new municipal airport.
He was the owner of the land.
Aha. How long did he own that land, Baker?
I bought it for him just the week before it was sold to the city.
Mm-hmm. In other words, you handled the whole transaction, exercising your legal power of attorney, right?
Yes.
That was what we might call, in underworld parlance, a fast take. You buy a piece of swampland this week for $10,000. Sell it to the city fathers next week for $260,000. Not bad. Oh, by the way, how much do you get out of this grab?
I work for Mr. Stanley on a straight salary basis.
Yeah, well, from here on out, you'll be working on a straight commission. And you'll probably find Alcatraz is full of smart lawyers like yourself. How long you stay there depends on how fast you talk here, right now.
I've told you what you wanted to know.
I don't want your word, I want proof.
You'll find the original abstract in the desk, upper right-hand drawer.
Yes, here's the whole file. Wait a minute. What's this other file here, marked Krieger? Who's Krieger?
It's nothing. Nothing at all. Just some papers.
Get out of my way.
No, please.
Get out of my way, you rat. If there's anybody else mixed up in this deal, I want to know. Oh. Stanley Enterprises go in for a little sabotage on the side, huh?
No. Listen, Hornet. You want money, don't you? We'll pay you anything you ask.
Shut up. Hey, what's this memo here? Marked Aquatic. Aquatic. All right, little man. What's the plan on that destroyer?
I don't know.
Never mind. I can find out myself.
No. Listen. Stanley's tied up with Krieger, Nazi agent. He's supposed to notify Krieger when the destroyer is ready to put to sea.
And then?
The destroyer will be sunk right at the harbor entrance by a German submarine.
Would have been sunk, you mean? Because right now, the only thing that's going to get sunk is your pal Stanley, along with you and this Nazi Krieger. Yes, and I think I can arrange a very warm reception for the lads in that U-boat. By the way, just how would I get in touch with Krieger?
I don't know.
Don't. I'll tell you.
Yeah. He lives in a garage apartment at 1400 Hillcrest.
Right up on the sound, overlooking the bay. Well, I think I'll use your telephone now and pass this information along to the people who can make the most use of it. But since the conversation might prove embarrassing to you, I'll just...
No, put up that gun. Don't shoot me. I've told you everything.
Relax, you rat. This is practically painless.
No.
Take it, little man.
No, don't. Oh.
Yes. Pleasant dreams, Mr. Baker.
Sentinel, city desk.
Who's talking?
This is Ed Lowry.
Listen, sweetheart, this is the Green Hornet.
What?
You heard me. Now pin back your ears and get ready to call your pals at the FBI. This is the hottest news you'll ever hear.
Hello?
Oh, this is John Stanley.
Yes, and good work, Stanley. The destroyer's putting out to sea tonight, and our submarine will be waiting at the harbor entrance. Good.
Listen, I just got home. The Green Hornet's been here. He's found out everything about us.
What? The Green Hornet?
I found Fred Baker unconscious. There's a note here from the Hornet to the FBI. They're after us both.
Himmel.
The Hornet took the evidence from my files, and he's delivering it to the Daily Sentinel.
Britt Reed will be dead before midnight.
Are you sure?
I have personally taken care of that, as I promised you.
Good. I'm getting out of here. I've got to get that stuff the Hornet delivered to the newspaper.
Yes. Himmel, was ist los? Stop or I shoot!
We'll do the shooting, Fritzy. Okay, boys, put your axes to work on that radio transmitter.
There she lays, boy. Just like a sitting bird. Steady now. Steady. Steady as you go, Skipper. Now. Look out below, Adolf. Surprise. Right on the button, Skipper. One less submarine for Uncle Sammy to worry about. Let's go downstairs.
Holy jumping Jupiter, Gunnigan. Look at this stuff, will you? Well, there's enough evidence here against John Stanley to hang him 100 times.
I always knew that guy was a rat, but I never thought he'd sink so low as to team up with Hitler.
Gee whiz, Mr. Lowry. To think it was the Green Hornet gave me that stuff to bring up here.
Boy, the nerve of that guy. The Daily Sentinel offering a $25,000 reward for him, and he stops right in front of the building, hands the stuff to a newsboy, and zooms away in that car of his.
Like Grease Lightning.
Yeah. Well, this stuff sure closes the book on John Stanley, and I don't mean maybe.
You haven't got John Stanley yet. Get your hands up quick.
What, Stanley? What are you doing here?
Put that file on the table, you dirty sniffer. I'll teach you guys to meddle in my business.
Do as he says, Larry.
Okay, you rat.
Now what are you going to do?
I'm going to pay you off, wise guy.
Come on. Hey, sounds like maybe the cops still want you, Stanley.
Police? Well, they won't get me, never. Get out of my way.
Oh, Gunnigan, what's all the excitement? Stanley just got away with all the evidence the Green Hornet brought here. Come on, we can chase him in my car. It's outside the back entrance.
He's making for the stairs, out the back way.
Come on, Frank. He's getting away out the back.
There he goes. He's taking Mr. Reed's car.
Stop him. Come on.
My goodness, all the excitement around here last night.
Excitement, she says. Oh, you should have been here, Casey. Yeah, boss. What were you doing here at that time of night?
Well, I just stopped in on my way home, Lowry. What after it happened to my car, I'm glad I wasn't here earlier.
Now, that's the thing I can't figure out. What was that bomb planted in your car for?
For me, obviously.
Yeah. And then Stanley tries for a getaway in your car and Bluey.
The bomb was evidently timed to go off when the car reached a certain speed.
Yeah, and believe me, brother, it sure went off with a bang.
Oh, it makes me shudder just to think of it.
Yes, sir, Reed, you sure missed out on plenty of excitement. The Green Hornet calls up and gives me all the dope on that submarine trap for the destroyer and the address of that spy hangout, and then says he's going to see that I get all the evidence I need on J.D. Stanley. You know, sometimes I can't figure that guy out.
Well, maybe you shouldn't bother trying.
You've just heard the adventure, Traitor's Reward. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They're copyrighted features of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Don Foss speaking. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Dead Men Talk. The Green Hornet strikes again. The city hummed with a grand jury investigation.
Holy crow, Judge Callow is sure going to make the welkin ring with what he's stirring up.
What's the welkin, expert?
Huh? Why, it's what rings when things get hot like a firecracker.
Hey, Casey, here's a new flash on the grand jury. Judge Callow's getting the big game now. Pass it on to Mr. Reed.
The big game, is it, Lowry?
Lowry, do you think he'll find that organized fifth columnists are back of the labor unrest?
He sure will. And then, sister, in comes the FBI.
Murdoch, if Judge Callow digs much deeper, we're sunk. That guy's got a wedge in now, and it'll soon hit us.
Relax back, babe. Maybe Judge Callow is smart, but if I wasn't smart, I wouldn't be here today.
He won't get to us.
Oh, no. Well, Callow is one guy that can't be reached with cash.
Who said anything about trying to reach him with cash?
You have plans?
I always have plans. Do you think we have intelligence agents gathering data on various people for nothing?
Well, I'd be relieved if I knew you had a feasible scheme.
My dear Bagby, the only reason I haven't slapped Judge Callow down before this is because he's been beneath our notice. Now it is worth taking action.
Well, then let's take action.
All we have to do is bring Callow around to our side.
Are you mad? Judge Callow fought in the World War. He was decorated for valor. His father was in the Spanish War, his grandfather in the Civil War. His son was in military school and soon be in this war. Do you think Judge Callow would help the Reich?
I think, my friend, he will. At least he will desist in his probe.
But we've checked him from all angles. There's no weak spot in his armor.
You forget. He has a son.
Oh, what of that?
His son is as patriotic as a father. He's a high-spirited, quick-tempered boy with no patience when he fancies an insult or injury to himself or his country.
You call that a weakness? Murdoch,
A moment, Bagby. That is Maisie I sent for.
Hi, Murdoch. Hello, Bagby. By the long-drawn expression.
He's worried about Judge Callow.
I'm not. I've gotten well acquainted with his kid.
What of it? The boy is still on furlough, isn't he, Maisie?
Sure. I have a date with him tonight.
Good.
Is tonight the night?
Yes, Maisie. Tonight you will go to Moonbeam Gardens with young Callow.
So that's where the pop-off comes, huh?
Yes. He's out of the city, surrounded by expansive grounds, and practically anything can be done there.
Okay, Murdoch. What time?
10:30. Invite him to go for a little walk. Lead him to the small bridge across the stream. I'll attend to all other arrangements. You know what you're to do?
Leave it to me, Murdoch. 10:30 tonight.
Well, Axford, does this place come up to your expectations?
Well, no, Reed, it don't. I always thought the Moonbeam Gardens was sort of a romantic place that'd inspire a guy like me to whip off a hunk of poetry.
Poetry?
Uh-huh. Only it don't. Just like all the other roadhouses, with a lot of upstarts jittering around and a lot of soldiers looking for someone to jitter around with.
Axford, you see that fellow dancing in the corner?
The soldier?
Yes.
I know the Spalpeen. He's Judge Callow's kid. I knew him when he was knee-high to a grasshopper.
I thought you might.
My golly, now there's a lad that needed the army more than the army needed him.
Who's the girl with him?
I don't know, but I
You
have
don't like her either, do you?
I'll look good at her. She's got that brown stuff on her legs, black stuff on her eyebrows, purple stuff on her eyes, red stuff on her lips and cheeks.
And her hair is bleached.
And that isn't all. I bet those teeth are phony. Reed, what the Sam Hill does a fella see in a dame like that?
Dan Callow seems happy enough. He's chatting and laughing.
He always was a queer duck. Nothing really bad about him, but I know his old gent was worried about him. He was talking to the judge when Danny was drafted. He said he thought the army would do a lot of good for Danny.
I think it will. After all, Dan's young. He must have inherited some good qualities from his father. There isn't a finer man than the judge.
That's the truth, Reed. And at the rate the judge is going, he's going to bust a few things wide open around this man's town. You wait and see if he don't. Now, where's he going?
Who?
The kid, Dan Callow.
Oh, I suppose he's going to investigate the Moonbeam part of the place.
Isn't it glorious out here in the gardens, Danny?
Yeah, it sure is.
Let me take your arm, honey.
Oh, gosh. Sure thing, Maisie.
My, but you've gotten strong since you went into training. Ever so much stronger than you were.
They sure put us through a toughening up routine. I'm getting to like it.
Before, when we went out, I used to be a little bit afraid. Did you know that?
Afraid? No, Maisie, why?
Well, maybe I shouldn't tell you, Danny. Let's stroll over to the bridge, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yet I suppose... Well, maybe it's your right to know all about me.
Don't tell if you don't want to.
After all, you're my one and only now. So you do have a right to know.
Look, Macy, I can't get serious about things yet. I still have
It's Buck Farrell. I've been afraid of him.
Never heard of him.
Oh, he's a beast, Danny. I didn't know it when I met him. I thought he was sort of nice. I didn't know how jealous he was. Then when he heard that I was going out with you, he...
Maisie, what's the matter?
Oh, Dan, just thinking about it.
Tell me, honey, don't cry.
He beat me.
What? Beat you?
Mm-hmm. Something awful, too. And he said that if he ever caught me going out with you or anyone else again, he'd beat me harder.
Are you engaged to him?
Oh, no, of course not. I'm engaged to you.
Oh, but Maisie, when...
Well, you know what I mean. I can't love anyone else now. You mean too much to me. But Darrell won't listen.
Forget him.
Oh, here's the bridge. You wouldn't let him hurt me, would you, Dan?
Of course not.
Isn't the moon wonderful?
Blackie, keep your eyes open. Fowler's going over to the bridge.
Nobody else around, is there?
No.
I hope Maisie doesn't scream.
She won't. She's fool enough to do that. I'll dispose of her.
There. The bell's on the bridge. Now it starts.
What? No. Let me explain.
Double-crossing little dame, you.
Danny!
See here, you can't
Don't tell me what I can do. Just because you wear a soldier suit, you needn't think you can steal my dame. I'll show you, Maisie. That does it. Oh!
Oh, Danny.
What's the matter, Phil?
His friends.
Hey, what's the scrap? Maisie, what in heaven's
Oh,
name is...
Danny, these are friends of his.
Then we are, mister.
If you're his friend...
Shut up a minute.
How is it?
Bad heart of his.
Don't tell me that he's...
Soldier, this is murder.
I didn't hit him hard
We
enough.
saw it. You tried to steal his girl. Maisie, you're in this up to your neck.
Oh, Danny, this will ruin your father.
My father? I'd better call the police.
No, you can't. Oh, look, fellas. You know Danny Tello. He's the judge's son. Farrell was no good. You know that. He started
So
it.
what? He's got to be taken care of. We can't leave him here.
You can take care of the body. You've got angles. You know what to do. You can keep it quiet. For Dan's sake, for the judge's sake.
I don't know about that, Maisie.
Right now, it's your duty. Judge Callow is making a big investigation. If anything should happen, publicity.
The trouble is...
Danny has money, haven't you, Dan?
Yes, but...
He'll give you a check for almost any amount. Money can fix anything. So no one will ever know.
We'd be taking a chance. We'd have to have him sign a paper.
He'll sign anything, won't you, Danny? Anything. Just to hush this thing up.
The following day, Britt Reed was in his office in the Daily Sentinel building when Ed Lowry, the ace reporter, came in response to a summons.
Close the door, Lowry.
Right. Well, what's up?
I didn't see any follow-up on the grand jury.
Well, Judge Callows?
Yes. I thought we'd have some more news of indictments this morning.
So did I. But we didn't.
Why?
I don't know. I tried to see the judge. He wasn't seeing anyone today.
Lowry, something is wrong.
How come?
Yesterday, the judge held promise of big exposures for today. He hinted that he was about to ask for indictments that would make headlines.
I know it. He didn't ask for them.
He did telephone me.
Yeah? Oh, great guns. What did he say? Why'd he call you?
He wants me to meet him at the Civic Club for luncheon.
Oh.
What do you make of that?
I don't know.
What have you on him?
Nothing.
You and Jenks have been watching every movie made, haven't you?
Yeah?
What happened between yesterday afternoon and this morning?
Not a thing. He went home last night and stayed there.
No phone calls? No threats?
Well, of course I wouldn't know about phone calls, but no one went near the house. I can swear to that. His boy's home, you know, Danny.
Yes.
Well, Danny went out for the evening, got home around 2 a.m., and that's all that happened.
Okay, Lowry.
Boss, as sure as thunder, there's something haywire. If there wasn't, why didn't the judge go through with his plans?
I don't know, but I hope to find out.
Hey, will you let me know why he wants to see you at the club?
If the story needs handling, you can have it, Lowry. I'll see you this afternoon.
Right, boss.
Yes, sir?
Miss Case, have Cato bring the car around. I'm going to the Civic Club.
Britt, I knew your father, and I think you would give me the same treatment he would have.
You're being very mysterious, Judge Callow.
Well, perhaps I am. I think this envelope will explain. Well, perhaps you'd better not read it until you're in your office.
Well, I'd like to read it now, if I may.
Well, it doesn't matter. I can give you no explanation, though. I warn you now that I have absolutely nothing more to say. We'll order later, waiter.
Yes, sir. I assume this is the Daily Sentinel.
Judge Callow.
No questions, please.
Have you mailed the original of this?
I'm going to mail it this afternoon.
You've considered the matter carefully before sending in your resignation as a grand jury?
I have. I've thought about it from every side.
You know, of course, that there's no one to replace you.
There must be.
Look here, Judge Callow. How long have you considered your resignation?
Oh, long enough.
Just since last night. Why don't you wait a few days? Think it over longer.
Oh, my mind is made up.
I can't believe it. I thought nothing could be done to turn you from your purpose. Without you, the fifth columnists will go on their merry way. You were just about ready to turn over what you'd learned to the FBI.
Now, let's not go into it, Britt. I wanted you to have the story because I knew you'd be as kind as, well, as considerate as possible. The other papers will be scathing when they learn of this.
Yes, they will be.
There will, of course, be all manner of interpretations, but I must take what comes.
You know...
Yes?
Judge Callow, I had a mysterious note this morning.
You did?
There was a hint that you would resign.
But how could there have been? Who would know about it?
Can't you think of anyone who might know about it?
No, I can't.
How about the people who brought the resignation about?
Why, they wouldn't. I made my own decision.
I see.
Now, you've got to believe that, Britt. Who sent you the note?
It was signed by the Green Hornet.
No. It can't be. The Green Hornet isn't involved in the fifth column. Or is he?
Judge Callow.
Reed, you're worse than your father. Why, you've already tricked me into several near admissions. I have no more to say, not another word. Only for the sake of those who have respected me, be as kind as you can be.
Don't worry, Judge Callow.
The Green Hornet. To think that he's back of it. It's hard to believe, and yet he must be if he gave you a hint. The Green Hornet.
Britt Reed was with Cato in the modern apartment a few hours after Judge Callow had handed him a copy of the resignation that was to be mailed.
Cato, I've been trying to put together the items of importance.
Have you reached conclusion, Mr. Britt?
Well, I took a chance. I tossed the name of the Hornet at Callow.
Oh, what did you learn?
He is resigning because of pressure. That much I know. And the pressure was brought to bear between last night and this morning.
Yes, sir.
Callow wouldn't resign for his own sake, so it must be for someone else. His only relative is his son, Dan.
Yes, sir.
Now, what did Dan do between last night and today? He seemed happy and cheerful when Axford and I saw him at the roadhouse. And then he went outside with that girl. After that, I didn't see him. He didn't come back into the place.
Mr. Britt, are you going out tonight?
Yes. I dropped a word to Callow. I let him think that the Green Hornet was involved in whatever pressure was brought on him.
I see. Black Beauty ready to move.
I've sent Axford out for the evening. Let me check here. Lowry's going to wait till morning for word from me. Now, the mask, the weapon.
Yes. Here they are.
Callow either had a phone call or his son told him what he had to do. In either event, I think we'll get information from Danny.
You go and see him?
Yes.
Will Father be at home with son?
We'll get near Callow's home, then make a phone call. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
the judge, Cato. He'll have left his home by the time we get there. And Jinx, who's watching him with Lowry, will follow him.
That's good. Will Son be there?
I don't know. We'll soon find out.
Is that you, Dad?
Yeah, I thought I heard someone.
Dad? Hello, is anyone here?
Must have been imagining it.
Dan.
What?
Take it easy.
You. That mask. Oh, the Green Hornet.
Cool off. I'm not going to get rough unless you start something.
What do you want?
Did your father speak of me?
Yes, but what... Why are you here? I did what I was told.
Oh? Did you?
But I didn't know what it would lead to. I did...
Well, don't stop. Keep talking. Get it off your chest.
I didn't know you were back of the whole scheme.
Who did you think was back of it?
I didn't realize there was a scheme. Oh, I see through it all now. You wanted a check from me, not to cash, but to show my dad, so he could see that your gang told the truth.
The truth about what?
That I was in a spot. That I had paid to keep the whole thing quiet. Now you're blackmailing my dad. You've made him resign because he was getting too close to you.
Haven't you ever been framed before?
Look here. I've heard about you. I've heard plenty about you.
I didn't come here to listen to stories about myself. Where's the girl?
How do I know? I see the whole thing now as clear as crystal. She was part of it. She set the whole thing up.
Yeah, and she's likely to tear it down. Where is she?
I haven't seen her, and I hope I never do.
Listen, Callow. I understood she was trying to get in touch with you. She wants to squeal and spoil everything.
I don't believe you. She's like this with you rats. Anyway, there's nothing she could tell me.
All right. If she isn't here now, I'll wait outside. That girl's got funny ideas about patriotism.
What's funny about them?
Take it easy, kid. Now, this gas won't hurt you. Just knock you out so you can't warn her not to come here.
Why, you...
There. That'll hold you.
That gas didn't knock me out. I'm still here. One thing the training's done. Held my breath. Get to the upstairs phone. Can't see me there. I'll call Maisie. Tell her. See if she's willing to squeal. I don't know how she can squeal. No. The guy's dead. Tell her I'll meet her. It's a long shot. Maybe she can suggest a way.
You caught the phone number as he dialed it, didn't you, Cato?
Yes, sir. The clicks were clear on this radio.
All right. Get at the cross directory and see where the phone is located. I bet he wonders why the gas didn't knock him out.
Yes, sir.
I'll cut in the induction gadget and see what the conversation is.
Yes. Did you learn anything of importance?
I had to shoot in the dark, but he was framed. We were right about that, Cato. He was framed, and that girl had a hand. He's got
Macy,
it.
This is Dan.
Well?
Look, Macy, the Green Hornet was here just now.
Who?
The Green Hornet.
What's he doing at your house?
Good.
Macy, he knows. About you, I mean.
We'll get there before she gets away.
Hello, Murdoch. This is Maisie. Dan Callow just phoned. Yeah, that's right. He said the Green Hornet had just been to see him. And listen, there's something screwy somewhere. He said that the Hornet was looking for me. That I was supposed to be ready to squeal. Well, I did try to pump him. But all he said was I shouldn't try to talk on the phone. He wants me to meet him. Sure, I made a date to meet him right away. Yeah, that's it.
Cato, we're playing in luck. So far, the thing has worked out.
It has?
I got into the girl's apartment by the fire escape. Just as I stepped in, I heard her calling a man named Murdoch.
Murdoch?
Yes, Cato. And Murdoch is one of the men that certain people hoped would be tagged by Judge Callow.
Oh.
Maisie told Murdoch she was going to meet Dan on a street corner. Murdoch is going to be there to question Dan about me.
And what will we do, Mr. Britt?
Plenty. The street corners are getting a lively play tonight. We've got the judge waiting on one, and we'll pick up Dan and Murdoch on another.
Begbie, I don't see any sign of young Kello, do you?
Not yet. Might be too soon.
Murdoch and Bagby watched one of the city's dimly lighted corners not far from their apartment. Meanwhile, a sleek black car hugged the pavement, past the corner of 10th and Cedar. The small box was tossed at the feet of Judge Callow, who watched the receding car for a moment.
A Green Hornet.
He picked up the box, looked at the seal on the cover.
The Green Hornet giving me orders.
Then he looked inside. He read the note by the light of a street lamp.
Great Scott!
He read it again, hardly able to believe what he saw there. And then, galvanized into action, he ran to the curb.
Taxi! Taxi! Police headquarters, then hurry.
Meanwhile...
Bagby, there's the kid now. See him?
Right. Looking at his watch and wondering where Maisie is. Shall we go to him?
Yes. This Green Hornet interference has me bothered. I want to question him.
All right, let's go.
Not so fast.
What the... Masked Green Hornet.
Shut up and keep your hands where they are. Your transportation is waiting at the curb. Use it.
No, wait. You're just a guy that's in business for himself.
Yeah, what do you want of us?
Get in there and be quick about it, or I'll use this gun and throw you in unconscious.
What is this? An abduction?
No. We're simply going to call on Maisie. Right up that fire escape. The window to her apartment is unlocked.
Can't we put our shoes on?
No, you might be noisy. Hurry it up now. I'm in a hurry.
Well, thing is, this is...
If you'd only tell us what you're after.
You'll find out soon enough. Keep climbing.
Are we going right in the window?
That's right.
Why this way of
The
entry?
mask I wear might be hard to explain to people we'd see in the lobby. Go on, Murdoch. Through the window.
Murdoch, what are you doing here?
Maisie,
That's enough.
The Green Hornet.
Now you two can rest.
The Green Hornet. You here?
Yes, no.
You too, Bagby. Take a deep breath.
Listen, don't shoot me. Wait.
Now, Maisie, you and I can talk while those two pals of yours take a nap. And, sister, you'd better talk fast.
What do you want?
They think you framed them. Sent me to where they'd be so I could nail them.
That ain't so.
They think it's the case, and that's all that matters. If you're here when they come out of the gas, they'll play rough.
You wouldn't
And
let...
Maisie, as sure as thunder, you will be here, knocked out just as they are. Unless you squeal. I told Dan Callow you were going to squeal, and I'm not going to be made a liar.
But where'd you fit into it? What's your game?
You wouldn't understand. Just tell me what the frame was.
I can't. Those two would rub me out fast. So would Farrell.
Now we're getting to it. Who's Farrell?
You don't know so much, then.
I will know. Unless you want to get what Murdoch and Bagby will dish out. Now talk.
Come on, lads. Me and the judge are right with you.
Save it, Axford. We can handle this.
Oh, well, maybe we shouldn't enter the apartment like this. but-
Suffering snakes. Look at the three of them on the floor, and all trussed up as neat as you please. And gagged.
Murder. Bagby.
And the girl.
Stand back, Axford. We'll take charge of this. This is a police affair.
Sure, and it's my affair, too. I'm a reporter.
Oh, Axford, here. Here's the note. Look at this. Signed by the Green Hornet.
Let me see that.
Don't grab it.
Holy crow. We got other places to go.
Axford, what's that note? If that's evidence...
It isn't evidence. It's a page one story from me paper. Come on, Judge. We got to go, and we got to go.
That's you, Murdoch?
Open up, Farrell. We were told to say that Murdoch said it.
Okay.
That's it, laddie. Take a look, Danny.
Farrell.
Who are you?
I'm the soldier that was supposed to have killed you.
What?
And I'm Judge Callow, who is supposed to have been framed.
And I'm Mike Axford of the Daily Sentinel, who's here to see if you can take it, you rat. Oh. Oh, golly, Reed, it was the wildest night I ever saw.
It was, huh?
We got to Maisie's place where the judge was told to go.
Yes.
And there's Murdoch and Bagby and the dame all tied up. And there's a note telling the judge to get his son and call on a certain address and ask for Farrell and say he was supposed to say that Murdoch sent him. So we went.
But who's Farrell?
Great day, Reed. The whole thing is explained in that note. It seems that the Hornet made Macy tell about the frame-up, and Dan was made to think he'd killed this guy Farrell, and his old gent was made to resign from the grand jury so Danny wouldn't face a murder rap.
Then the judge won't resign?
That he won't. And now, with the evidence he's got, he's calling in the FBI.
I'm sorry about Dan, though. Sorry he'd let his personal security stand before the great things his father was doing.
Yeah, isn't it too bad? What's that letter you got?
It's in Judge Callow's envelope. I suppose it's the resignation he sent to all papers.
But he isn't going to resign.
No, he's already phoned the papers to advise him of that.
Is that what it is?
Axford.
Is it?
No.
Well, what is it then?
Axford, this is from Dan Callow. He states that his father is about to resign to save him from disgrace. He says that he's guilty of murder and is ready to take his medicine.
Suffering snakes.
This was written yesterday before the events of last night.
Then the lad is all right.
Axford, the Army made a man of that boy.
By golly, Reed, the Army makes men.
Let the legs be paper! FBI cracks firing! Judge Callow grand jury successful! Read about it! Green Hornet still at large! Let the legs be paper!
You have just heard the adventure, Dead Men Talk. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Backfire. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, youthful publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was about to follow his usual habit of leaving the office early when his secretary, Miss Lenore Case, announced a visitor.
Mr. Reed, there's a Mr. Oh, are you leaving?
I was. What is it, Miss Case?
Well, there's a Mr. Slade to see you.
Slade? Oh, what's he want? Who is he?
He says it's confidential.
Well, send him in, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed will see you now. Will you come in?
Oh, thank you.
How do you do, Mr. Slade?
Sorry I wasn't able to make an appointment, Mr. Reed. I hope you'll pardon the mysterious manner in which I got past your secretary.
Perfectly all right. Sit down, won't you?
Well, thank you.
What can I do for you?
A great deal, I think. I've been told that you're one of the most reliable men in the newspaper business, Mr. Reed.
Well, thank you. That's a compliment.
I'm with the Department of Justice. What I have to say must be held in the strictest confidence.
Certainly. If I can be of any assistance to the FBI...
You can. I want you to help us to catch the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet, huh?
Yes.
Have a cigarette, Mr. Slade.
Oh, thank you.
Light? The Green Hornet, huh?
Yes. As you know, Mr. Reed, there's been a certain amount of espionage in this area during the last few months. We're fairly certain that the Green Hornet, employed by enemy agents, is responsible.
I will imagine that. The Green Hornet, the saboteur.
We've set a number of traps for him without success. Now we're going to offer this mastermind a prize so rich that he can't possibly fail to make a try for it. And when he does, we've got him.
This is certainly most interesting, Mr. Slade. Just how can I be of any assistance to you?
Well, you're a very prominent man, Mr. Reed. And where prominent people gather, there's usually a wealthy attraction for men like the Green Hornet. For example, well, let's say that Mrs. Melvin Bradley was giving a party to which equally prominent members of society were invited.
I see what you mean. The Bradley jewels, for one thing, would constitute a powerful attraction for the Green Hornet. Is that it?
Exactly. Of course, Mrs. Bradley would have to be forewarned that the whole purpose of the party was to trap the Hornet. Therefore, she and her guests would take the precaution of wearing paste jewels. Do you think you could enlist the cooperation of such people?
As a matter of fact, I think they'd relish the prospect of the excitement. And Mrs. Bradley happens to be a good friend of my family.
Well, splendid. Now, will you help us, Mr. Reed?
I'll be very glad to help.
Fine. Now, here's the plan. Arrange with Mrs. Bradley to stage this party sometime during the coming week. Her guest list should be very select. Not more than 20 or 25 couples invited.
Yes?
As soon as you and Mrs. Bradley complete the arrangements for this party, you can give the affair a great deal of publicity in your newspaper, thereby assuring the attendance of our friend, the Green Hornet.
You certainly haven't overlooked any of the details.
No, we can't afford to. And above all, I must ask you again to keep this in the strictest confidence.
Absolutely. Tell you what I'll do. I'll get in touch with Mrs. Bradley this afternoon and see how she responds to the idea. Suppose you call me in the morning.
All right. We certainly appreciate your cooperation.
Not at all. It's a pleasure to work with the FBI anytime.
I'll call you in the morning. Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
Goodbye, and I'll see what I can do. Operator, get me the reception desk on the first floor. Hello, this is Mr. Reed. There's a gentleman coming down in the elevator in just a moment. He's wearing a light gray suit. His name is Mr. Slade. Yes, that's right. Ask him to wait a moment, will you? I want to see him before he leaves the building. Thanks. Now my private phone. Hello? Cato, listen. I want you to hurry over to the Daily Sentinel as fast as you can. In just a few minutes, you'll see a man leaving here, and I want you to follow him, find out where he goes. That's right. Stay with him all day if you have to. Never mind the description. I'll point him out to you as he leaves the building. Yes, and hurry.
Main floor, please.
Oh, there you are. Awfully sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Slade. I got tied up on a phone call.
Perfectly all right.
It just occurred to me after you left my office. How would it be if the Sentinel were to print a picture of Mrs. Bradley wearing some of those famous jewels?
Very good. The more attractive the bait, the better our chances of attracting the game.
All right. You can count on us to do our part.
Fine. As a matter of fact, I feel certain of success already.
So do I, Mr. Slade. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
Oh, please excuse. That's the man, Cato. Don't let him out of your sight. Call me when you find out where he lives.
Yes, sir, Mr. Britt.
You know, Jimmy, as far as I can see, there's just one hitch in this scheme of yours.
Yeah? What's that?
Suppose the Green Hornet really does show up at this Bradley affair.
Not a chance, baby. He doesn't go after anything but solid cash. You know, that guy up at the newspaper sure tickled me yesterday.
You mean Reed?
Yeah, that's right. You see, he's got a reputation all around town for being a playboy. And of course, he fits right in with that Bradley crowd.
And he's going to arrange with Mrs. Bradley to have the party, huh?
Sure. Boy, did he go for that FBI business.
Well, at least you didn't lie about being a secret agent.
Secret agent. Yeah. But not for the United States. Listen. Do you know what happens when I deliver those Bradley diamonds to Kessner?
I was wondering.
Kessner will get enough money from the sale of those jewels to finance all of our activities here for at least 6 months.
Oh, it's a shame you have to take all the risk, though.
Well, we can't operate without money. It's been a long time since we've received any help from Germany.
When is this party at the Bradleys to take place?
Well, I don't know. Soon, I hope. I'm supposed to call Reed this morning. I told him to be sure and arrange with all the guests to wear paste jewelry.
But I don't understand.
No, darling. Naturally, you wouldn't.
Oh, is that so?
Don't you see? The Bradley jewels are what we want. The rest of them wouldn't have enough value to warrant any risk.
Yeah, but...
Mrs. Bradley, thinking she's being very clever in helping Britt Reed and the FBI to capture the Green Hornet, will wear her paste jewels. The real Bradley diamonds will be in the safe.
Oh. But what about the FBI? Won't they expect you to have agents around the place?
Certainly, and as far as they know, I'll have the place surrounded with federal agents.
Mm-hmm. And while the party's at its height, you steal the real jewels from the safe. Is that it?
Honey, it's not exactly your brains that I admire about you, but you've got the general idea.
Gee, Eddie Kessner will give you a big promotion, huh?
Yeah. Well, it's time for me to call my pal at the newspaper. You know, that newspaper's been trying for years to catch the Green Hornet.
Good morning, Daily Sentinel.
Let me speak to Mr. Reed, please.
One moment, sir.
Sure. They've even offered a $25,000 reward for him. That's why this guy jumps at the chance to...
Yes?
Well, good morning, Mr. Reed. This is Jim Slade.
Oh, yes, Mr. Slade. How are you?
Well, just fine, thank you. Did you have a chance to see Mrs. Bradley?
I talked with her last night, Slade, and she's all enthused about your plan.
Oh, fine. Glad to hear it.
These upper-crust people get so bored with living. I knew she'd jump at the chance for some real adventure.
Well, if we manage to trap our friend, you know who I mean, she'll have an adventure she'll never forget. Did you manage to set a date for the party?
Yes, and you'll be glad to hear this. She's arranged everything for tomorrow night.
Oh, so soon?
Yes, the moment I mentioned it, she got on the phone and called some friends of hers. It's all set for tomorrow night.
Say, you certainly know how to get to action, Mr. Reed.
Yes. I of course, explained the whole plan to Mrs. Bradley so that she and her guests will take the necessary precautions.
Oh, by all means. I wouldn't want Mrs. Bradley to risk her jewels just on a hunch of mine.
Well, then I'll see you tomorrow night, Mr. Slade. The affair's scheduled to start at 9 o'clock.
Yes, I'll be there. Well, you may not see me, but I'll be there all right. I'll have plenty of men posted around the place, too.
Good. By the way, we're giving this party a big write-up in tonight's paper, just to be sure that a certain party knows all about it.
Excellent, Mr. Reed. Well, thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and good luck, Mr. Slade.
The guy even wishes me good luck. How do you like that? Well, the way this thing is set up, Jimmy Slade doesn't need to trust to luck. The following night, Mrs. Melvin Bradley was an unusually brilliant hostess. Her guests commented on the great lady's remarkable charm and vitality. The party promised to be one of the most glittering events on that season's social calendar.
Oh, my dear, I'm so thrilled that you were able to be here. Really, I mean, it's just too precious, really.
What a lovely party, Mrs. Bradley. Gracious, and such handsome men. It's simply divine.
Yes, the party or the man?
Oh, you precious darling. You know what I mean.
Oh, Mrs. Bradley.
Well, Mr. Kavanaugh, how nice to see you here. How very nice.
Did you think I would miss an opportunity to be a guest of the lovely Mrs. Melvin Bradley?
Oh, you clever thing. Yes, really, it certainly is a lovely party. I'm thrilled no end, really.
Oh, this will be the high spot of the season. Your fame as a hostess will be known throughout the land. Beautiful music, excellent entertainment, lovely women.
Yes, indeed. It's almost time to eat, Mr. Kavanaugh. Oh, look, there's Mr. Reed. I must speak to him. I simply must.
Oh, yes. He's that newspaper fellow, isn't he?
Mr. Reed owns a newspaper, Mr. Cavanaugh, the biggest newspaper in the city.
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Reed. He's such a terribly clever fellow, Mr. Cavanaugh. Really, I mean, if you only knew how terribly clever he really is. Oh, hello, darling. Are you enjoying yourself?
As a matter of fact, very much. I haven't seen quite so much glitter since the circus left town.
There, didn't I tell you, Mr. Cavanaugh? Britt, you're just too precious.
Mm-hmm. I and the Bradley jewels.
If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Bradley.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Cavanaugh. Oh, my friend, there goes a drip with a capital D. That fellow's a gate crasher, of which there is none witcher.
Social climber, huh?
Social creeper. He gives me the willies. Listen, Britt, you know what I'd like to do?
Your command is my wish. Your wish is my command.
The same thing. As soon as the main event is over, let's you and I get away from here and go down to that hamburger stand on 4th Avenue.
Sorry, I have to leave early. Besides, here comes Hudson with important tidings.
Fine pal you turned out to be.
Another time.
Dinner is...
Oh, by the way, I should tell you how lovely your little trinkets are tonight.
Oh, these? Yeah, pretty good taste imitations, huh?
You're all right. But I do have to leave now.
Aren't you even going to eat with us?
Sorry, some other time. I have to get back to the office. Working man, you know.
Oh, rubbish. You're a snob, Rick.
Well, so long. And let me know how the main event turns out.
Bye-bye, darling. I will. Come along, everyone. Hudson is a most exacting butler, you know, and he'll not be kept waiting.
May I claim the honor of assisting my charming hostess to dinner?
Oh, you again. Yes, Mr. Cavanaugh, please do.
Mrs. Bradley. Oh, Mrs. Bradley, I must see you at once alone.
Really, Hudson? Whatever has come over you? Don't tell me the stakes have been sabotaged.
Mrs. Bradley, ma'am, there's been a burglary. Please, ma'am, the wall's safe in the library. It's been broken into. Your jewels, Mrs. Bradley, they're gone. I almost caught him. Look, Mrs. Bradley.
My goodness, what a gorgeous bump on your head, Hudson. Evidently he got away.
I saw him. I almost got him. I almost captured the Green Hornet.
Now, please be quiet, everyone. I can explain the whole thing. You see, this whole thing was planned by certain friends of mine and the police. The entire house is surrounded right now. The man has absolutely no chance of getting away.
Oh, so that's why you told us to wear paste jewelry tonight. The whole thing was planned. Gracious.
Yes.
But Mrs. Bradley, ma'am, your jewels in the safe.
Relax, Hudson. The real jewels are right here around my neck.
But Mrs. Bradley, there's been a terrible mistake.
Nonsense, Hudson. Everything is perfectly under control.
But
now,
you don't understand. You have made a mistake.
I what?
Those are the paste jewels you're wearing.
Oh, Hudson, how utterly ridiculous. Here, look at them yourself. Well, you can see that... Oh! Quick, call the police! Call the FBI! Call somebody!
Well? It went off slick as a whistle, Mr. Kessner.
I take it your mission was successful.
More than that, it was Kalot. Hey, who's your friend? I didn't notice him.
This is Mr. Burton. He is the man I mentioned, the prospective buyer.
Oh.
Mr. Burton, this is Mr. Slade, one of our best men. Now, if you're able to come to terms, I think you will soon be the owner of the Bradley jewels.
How do you do, Mr. Slade? You brought the collection with you?
Sure. You know, I really handled that little job with finesse, if I do say so myself.
Yes. Now, maybe see the jewels, please.
Wait till I tell you. I had the guy in the newspaper all hopped up about catching the Green Hornet, see? So, to make the whole thing more convincing, I fixed myself up with a mask, just like the Hornet wears. What do you think happens? Well, right after I crack that safe, I run smack into the butler, see?
Yes. Now, please, Mr. Slade...
So I sock him, and he goes tearing through the place yelling, "Green Hornet!" Boy, that was the perfect touch.
Mr. Burton is here to buy the Bradley collection.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here. Here's the whole works.
Yes. That ruby. Look at it, Kessner. The most fabulous gem in America.
Himmel, that necklace. It must be worth a fortune.
Gentlemen, you see before you one of the most precious collections of gems in the world.
Well, I'm glad that you think so, Mr. Burton.
Don't misunderstand me. Remember, I have to make a profit, too.
Well, what is your price for the entire collection?
I'll pay you $50,000.
What?
Why, that's ridiculous. Any single piece there is worth more than that.
Certainly, my friend. But to whom would you sell if I do not buy?
I will not consider less than $200,000.
$75,000.
No.
$100,000, and not a penny more.
All right. You bought the cash?
As you requested. Here it is.
That's fine. Now, if you boys are through...
Who is
Hey,
it?
Be careful. Get your hands up and keep them up.
The Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? Yes, indeed, gentlemen. And the real McCoy.
How did you find this place? How did you get in here?
The window, of course. Besides, I have connections, Mr. Kessner. Nice work, Slade.
What? Slade,
Now,
are you...
shut up, will you? Don't be complaining about something you know nothing about.
Oh, wait a minute. Kessner, you don't think that I was...
Let him think whatever he wants, Slade. What do you care anyhow? I told you not to worry, didn't I?
So, it seems we have a traitor in our midst.
Take it easy. He's not a traitor. No more than half the rest of your stooges. You can't blame him for trying to pick up a little change on the side, can you?
What do you mean by that?
You figure it out.
I don't think it requires very much figuring, Kessner.
No, it certainly does not.
Yeah. Well, stand back and keep your hands up. Way up. That's right.
Now, wait. You can't hide
Can't,
that.
huh? Watch me, Shorty. Watch me closely. I'll take all these jewels and the money. I hope this cash doesn't turn out to be some of that ersatz junk from Germany.
Please, wait. You don't know what you're doing.
You should do so good even when you know what you're doing. Well, thanks, boys. Thanks very much. See you later, Slade. All right, Cato. Let's get going.
Sounds very much like Mr. Slade in trouble.
Yeah. It sounds now as though Mr. Slade's troubles might be over.
You're not trying to capture spies, Miss Britt?
No, Cato, but I think I started something that'll do a bang-up job in that direction.
I don't understand.
At this moment, Kessner is suspicious of every member of his gang. He thought Slade was a traitor. He thinks there are several more in his bunch.
Oh, I think I see now.
Yes. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, Mr. Kessner will call a general meeting of his Gestapo guerrillas very soon. And you can count on it. The Green Hornet will be at that meeting.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Will you find Ed Lowry and tell him to come in here?
Yes, sir.
Or, no, on second thought, you come in this case and bring your notebook with you.
I have it right here, sir.
Oh, fine. Close the door. Sit down, Miss Case. I want to dictate a memo, Lowry. Ready?
Yes, sir.
I would like you to prepare a special feature article for the Sunday supplement. For a long time, the city has felt the need of more adequate headquarters for the USO. I'm pleased to tell you that the Daily Sentinel has this day deposited in the First National Bank the sum of $100,000 to be used by the USO for the purpose of erecting and furnishing a general headquarters and clubhouse of their own in the city. This money was raised entirely by private subscription. And you better make that private donation in this case.
Yes, sir.
You think Lowry can make a story out of that?
My goodness, yes, Mr. Reed. I think it's simply wonderful of those people to donate that money for such a worthy cause.
Oh, yes, certainly, Miss Case. They wanted to use it for a different cause, but I was able to persuade them to see things my way.
I'm awfully glad, Mr. Reed. You know, I have two brothers in the service, and they get a lot of enjoyment from the USO.
Yes. Well, type that off right away. It'll give Lowry something to work on.
Yes, sir. Oh, well, how do you do, Mrs. Bradley?
Good morning, my dear.
Oh, hello there. Come on in, Mrs. Bradley.
Well, what kind of a gag is this?
Have a chair, Mrs. Bradley. Did you bring the jewels with you?
Certainly I did. But what kind of notions you've got in your noggin is more than I can figure out.
Well, let me see that stuff, will you?
All right. Here.
Oh, there, Here we are.
You must think I'm in my second childhood, Britt Reed.
Well, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe it's still your first childhood, eh? Anyway, we'll know in a moment. I've called a friend of mine who works over at McQuaid's.
Well, all I can say is that you and your bright idea last night certainly cost me a fortune. In fact, several fortunes. Do you realize, young man, that it took the combined total assets of my first 3 husbands to gather that collection of rocks?
Oh, well, cheer up. If I did pull a boner, you can dash out and find yourself 3 more in a hurry.
As if I haven't been trying.
Yes?
The gentleman from McQuaid's is here to see you, Mr. Reed.
Send him right in, please. And now, Mrs. Bradley, we'll see how much you know about your own precious rock pile. Come right in, sir. I asked Mr. McQuaid to send you over in order that we might get your opinion on some jewelry. Would you mind looking at this collection and telling
Why,
us...
certainly. I can recognize those stones from here. The Bradley collection, isn't it?
Yes, the Bradley collection.
In your opinion, are these stones genuine?
Surely, sir, you're joking. I remember praising these jewels for the insurance company. They're worth slightly more than $700,000.
Well, imagine that.
What? They're real?
Why, of course.
Mrs. Bradley, on your way home, I suggest that you see an oculist.
That evening, as darkness shrouded the great city, Britt Reed and his faithful valet Cato completed preparations for another adventure of the Green Hornet. A few seconds later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed the button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then dropped into place as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Story you tell me is very funny. You switched paste jewels that Mrs. Bradley gave you in office for real ones you took from spies last night, huh?
Yes. Mrs. Bradley was dumbfounded. She was sure the man from McQuaid's would say the ones she brought were paste. Now, Cato, all she's out is a set of paste jewels. And the USO is richer by $100,000 of Axe's money.
Very funny, but very good.
Well, Cato, it was your trailing of Slade that put us on the right track. Now, we have work to do. The rats deserted their old hideout, huh?
Yes, Mr. Britt. They moved quick after you go there last night.
I'm not surprised. Which way now?
Turn left, next corner.
You can find the place in the dark.
Cato, not make a mistake, Mr. Britt.
All right. Now, listen. When I go in the place, you head for a telephone and see that either Lowry or Axford at the Sentinel are tipped off. Give them the address. Tell them to bring the police or the FBI, or both. When they get here, signal me with the Hornet horn.
Some of you men have not been associated with the Gestapo long enough to appreciate our purpose. Mr. Jim Slade did not understand the Gestapo. I believe there are traitors among you, and those traitors will die. We will not let ourselves be betrayed. I want to know how many of you men are acquainted with the Green Hornet.
All right, you rats. Let's see you mix it up.
The lights! Who turned off the lights?
If Hitler could see his beloved Superman chewing each other to pieces. Well, I guess maybe the odds are about even now.
The lights! Turn on the lights!
Okay, Kessler. Hey, you boys play rough, don't you?
Green Hornet.
Right the first time, Kessler. Here, look what I brought you.
No, wait, don't.
You too, Shorty. Lie down and roll over.
Nine.
9 is right, brother. 9, 10, and you're out. Uh-oh, company's coming. Out the window and down the fire escape for me.
Holy mackerel! Looks like these guys just finished a private war.
Yeah, they sure wrecked the joint.
Hey, look here. Stamped right on this guy's forehead. The seal of the Green Hornet.
You might know that guy would be mixed up in it. Yeah, and there he goes.
You've just heard the adventure, Backfire. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They're copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Official Business. The Green Hornet strikes again. Ed Lowry, reporter for the Daily Sentinel, stuck his head in the doorway of Miss Lenore's Case's office and said,
You've been looking for me, Casey?
Oh, yes, Mr. Reed wants to see you right away.
Oh, fine. Maybe he wants to give me a raise, huh?
Yeah, is the word, Lowry. Even if you did deserve a raise, which you don't, you know that salaries are frozen, don't you?
Yep. Hey, what you got in the bottle, huh?
Now, don't be so nosy. Put that down and get yourself into Mr. Reed's office. He's waiting for you.
Gosh, you girls sure go in for wacky colors. If my girl ever wore a color like this on her fingernails, boy,
That
I'd
is
certainly...
not nail polish, Snoopy.
Huh? Well, then what is it? Oh. I beg your pardon, Miss Case.
You're positively the snoopiest man I've
Yep,
ever seen.
that's what keeps the paper on top, kid. Well, there's your little bottle, Casey. You can pour yourself a pair while I'm talking to Mr. Reed. Pour yourself a couple on me.
You men. Girl can't even buy herself a bottle of leg makeup without one of you making a remark about it.
Morning, Chief. What's a good word?
Oh, come in, Laurie.
Casey said you wanted to see me.
Yes. Have you ever heard of Stan Mercer?
Mercer? Let me see. Mercer. Oh, sure, Stan Mercer. Sure, he's a flyer, isn't he?
That's right. He's the flyer, one of the best in the business.
What about him, Chief?
Well, now, there may be a story here, and there may not. It's one of those government things that you'll have to handle with kid gloves.
Yeah? What gives?
Stan Mercer just arrived in town from the coast. They brought him here to test a new plane.
Yeah? Hey, that sounds good.
Eastern Aircraft has just finished a new plane that's supposed to be able to run circles around anything in the air today.
Yeah? And Mercer comes all the way from the coast to make the test flight, huh?
I've just talked to Colonel Maxon at the airport. They're going to start testing this plane at 11 o'clock. The colonel has agreed to let you on the field, but he said he didn't think they'd be able to give you a story.
Oh, why not?
They're not ready to publicize this plane. Yet. But you go on out there and keep your eyes and your ears open. And I want to see whatever you write on that test flight before it's printed. You understand?
What do you... Sure, I guess so. Why?
Because regardless of what you see or hear out there, we don't want to release any information without the official consent of the Army Air Corps. And I do mean official.
Oh, sure.
You better get going, Ed. Take a cab.
Okay. Is that official, too? That, take a cab business?
Well, if you mean do we pay for it, yes.
Fine. I'm allergic to taxi cabs when I have to pay for them.
Of course, you understand, Mr. Lowry, that this test flight is not for publication. However, in case of an accident...
Sure, I understand, Colonel. We won't violate any confidences.
I can tell you a few things about this ship.
Oh, fine.
It's generally regarded as a pursuit plane. We think it's the fastest, most maneuverable plane in the air.
Oh, I see. Is that it? Over there, warming up?
That's it. Didn't see a beauty?
I don't know much about planes, but she looks like a humdinger to me.
We of the general staff think she's a humdinger, too. But we'll know more after Mercer puts her through her paces. By the way, I think Captain Mercer's about to go up. Would like to meet him?
Yeah. Might not get another chance.
No. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Lowry, a reporter from the Daily Sentinel. Mr. Lowry, General Margreave of the Royal Air Force, Colonel Plunkett, Major Bradford, and Captain Mercer, the man who's going to test the ship.
How do you do, Mr.
Glad to
Lowry?
know you, gentlemen.
Well, Captain, I think we're ready whenever you are.
I'm ready, sir.
I know I don't have to tell you, Mercer, but we want you to give this ship a real going over.
Leave it to me. She'll get the works, Colonel.
Well, good luck, Captain.
That baby is as fast as I think she is. I won't be gone long.
Good luck.
Yes, sir.
Captain Mercer's really a great flyer for this sort of thing, isn't he?
Best in the business, Lowry. Mercer can coax more out of a ship than any man I ever knew.
Ooh, he's not wasting any time getting started.
Well, it's like diving off the 50-foot board, Lowry. The longer you look, the farther away it seems to the water.
Oh, yeah.
The public doesn't realize the truly great work our test pilots do. Every time they go up in a new plane, they're looking for trouble so that someone else won't find it.
Sure have a tough job, all right.
There he goes.
Wow, look at that guy take off. Like he was driving a Jeep.
From this moment until Stan Mercer sets his plane on the ground again, he'll punish that ship in every way conceivable.
Jeepers, look at him. He's really going straight up and no fooling.
Watch him now. He's only about 500 feet up. But he'll do his best to stunt that plane all the way up to 10,000.
Golly.
You see, Lowry, what makes Mercer so valuable as a test pilot is that he's had actual experience in a fighting plane in Europe and Africa. And he knows the kind of jams a pilot gets into.
Hey, he's diving already.
Yes. If an enemy plane were on his tail, he'd dive as close to the ground as possible.
I say,
Colonel. This plane is really the McGrew, isn't she?
Looks like it, sir.
How about that? She's the McGrew, says the general.
No, he's not kidding, Lowry. This plane is the fastest thing that ever left the ground.
How high is he now, Colonel?
About 6, maybe 7,000 feet.
Tell me, if it's all right. What do you try to find out about a ship in these test flights?
Certainly. First, we want to know just how much all-around punishment the ship will take, plus her maximum maneuverability and, of course, maximum speed.
Oh, another thing. How do you accomplish these records? I mean, how can you tell these things?
Well, in the first place, there are the instruments in the plane to record these things. And, of course, the captain is in constant contact with the ground by radio.
Well, say if someone wanted the information on this test flight, couldn't they get it by cutting in on the wavelength of that plane and intercepting the captain's reports?
No, he doesn't report any of the instrument readings. The chief purpose of his contact with the ground is to take instructions on testing the ship.
Oh. What comes next? Power dive?
Yes. Straight down, with the throttle wide open. Mercer will do everything but get out and push.
Oh.
Well, there he comes.
Boy, this is where he really earns his money. Look at that guy. Straight down. How fast do you think? Oh, I didn't mean that, Colonel.
I wouldn't even guess at how fast he's going. But I would venture to say that no man has ever gone through space as fast as Stan Mercer's traveling right at this moment.
Golly. Isn't he ever going to level off?
He's still trying for more speed.
Oh, mackerel. I'm scared just watching him.
Come on, Mercer. That's enough. Come on, pull her out. Pull her out now. Come on. You've just seen something you can tell your grandchildren about.
Yeah, but I hope I don't have to wait until I'm a grandfather before I can tell the people who read the Daily Sentinel.
Hello?
Boss, I just saw that show, and it's really something terrific.
Well, remember what I said. You can thank the colonel for letting you in, and then come on down here and write your story.
Yeah, sure.
I might not be able to release it for weeks, but I want you to get it on paper while it's still fresh in your mind.
Okay. Oh, listen, I'll be in about a half hour. I'm waiting for Captain Mercer now.
Well, don't try to pry any information out of him.
Oh, no. He offered to give me a lift into town. He's changing his clothes now.
Okay, Ed. I'll wait for you, and we can have lunch together. You can tell me all about it then.
Swear. Oh, is that official, too? That we'll have lunch together business?
Tell me, Lowry, were there ever any sculptors in your family?
Huh? I don't get it.
I was only wondering, Ed. Sometimes you're such an artistic chiseler.
Oh, now listen, boss.
I should go ahead and let that slowpoke buy his own lunch.
No, I can't imagine what's keeping him. Ordinarily, the prospect of a free lunch would bring Lowry down here in jig time.
Yeah. Well, he's been over an hour now.
Publisher's office?
This is Inspector Morrill. Is Mr. Reed there?
One moment, please. It's Inspector Morrill.
Hello, Inspector.
Reed, you'd better come down here right away. One of the patrol cars just picked up your man, Ed Lowry.
What?
He was riding into town with that test pilot, Captain Mercer. They slugged Lowry and kidnapped Mercer.
I'll be down right away. Immediately.
Britt Reed, arriving at police headquarters, was immediately ushered into Inspector Morrow's office.
Oh, hello there, Reed.
Hello, Inspector. Where's Lowry?
The boys have him upstairs in the first aid room.
Was he badly hurt?
Oh, just a gash over his temple where those lugs applied to blackjack.
Any idea who's behind this?
Hey, well, here he is now. Come in, Lowry.
That's all, McGuire. Thanks for patching him up.
Yeah, thanks, Mac.
Hi, boss. Looks like I kind of fumbled the ball, huh?
Yeah, it looks more like somebody fumbled you.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
How do you feel, Ed?
Oh, like the morning after.
Well, Lowry, suppose you tell us all you can about this thing, and we'll see what can be done.
The abduction of that test pilot is obviously the work of someone interested in getting information. Secret information.
You're right, Reed. That is pretty obvious. Now, think hard, Lowry. Wasn't there some one little thing about the men that slugged you and kidnapped Mercer that could start us on a lead?
I tell you, Inspector, I've tried and tried to think of something. But it happened so fast. Well, I was knocked out colder than a herring before I knew what was going on. When I came to, there was a bunch of people standing around, and a couple of cops were helping me into a squad car.
This new plane that Mercer was testing this morning, what about it?
Can't tell you anything there, Inspector. Except that the Army officers seemed to think it was a super-duper. No fooling.
Inspector, I don't like to think what those men are going to do to Mercer to get that information.
Neither do I, Reed. Lowry, tell us everything you can remember right from the beginning, huh?
Well, the boss here sent me out to the airport just to be on hand when Stan Mercer tested this new plane.
Oh, I've told the inspector about that, Lowry. You start with Mercer after the flight.
Oh, yeah. Well, after the captain brought the plane down, I talked with him for a couple of minutes, and he offered to give me a lift back to town. So, while I was waiting for the guy, I called up the boss, and he said I should come downtown, and we was going to have lunch together. On him.
Oh, Lowry, the inspector isn't interested in your mercenary ambition.
Yeah? Well, I still ain't had no lunch. Anyway, pretty soon Captain Mercer came down, and we got into his car. He said he was going right by the Sentinel, and I figured that was just fine. So we started out.
Well, how'd you like the test flight, Mr. Lowry?
I enjoyed it, Captain. How about you?
Believe me, brother, that's the greatest little plane in the world. Just as soon as they get that ship into production, Schickelgruber is going to think he knocked over a swarm of bees. How far is it from the airport into town?
About 6 miles, Captain.
Well, traffic's pretty light. You got to make it in 10 or 15 minutes.
Tell me, how does it feel to travel 600 or 700 miles an hour?
Well, you get that terrific sensation of speed. Danger, of course. Mostly you're so busy trying to check the plane that it's all over with before you have a chance to think much about it.
Yeah.
Of course, the thing that a test pilot really worries about most of the time is blacking out while he's in one of those power dives.
Jiminy, you'd never know what happened, would you?
Not at that speed. Your chances of coming out of it would be pretty slim.
You ever black out?
Yeah, a couple of times. But I always managed it. The guy must need a lot of room to pass. Well, all right. Come on if you're in such a rush. Does he expect me to drive off the road so he can go by?
Boy, there's a fine-looking bunch of guys in that car.
Hey, you crazy fools. What are you trying to do?
Pull over there, wise guy. Police.
That doesn't look like any police car to me. Those guys don't look like cops either.
What do you mean, Lowry?
This looks like some kind of a gag to me, Captain. Those guys
Can't do anything about it now. They forced us right off the road. Listen, if these guys are looking for trouble...
All right, Mercer. Get out of that car. Come on.
What's the idea? What do you think you're pulling off here?
Yeah, what business you got stopping this car?
You keep your lip buttoned up, fella, if you know what's good for you. Come on. I said get out and be quick about it.
Sure. I'll get out, mister. And if it's trouble you're looking for, I'm going to give
You're
it...
going to what?
Hey, look out, Captain. He's got a gun.
You see too much with your eyes, mister.
Here. Oh.
Like I said, when I come to, there was the captain's car.
The other car was gone, and there was a bunch of people around. Cops helping me into that squad car. Boy, that guy really slapped me with that sap, too.
Inspector, how about the possibility of Lowry identifying those men through pictures?
No good, Reed.
No. We tried that.
We set Lowry in the rogues gallery as soon as he was brought in. No dice. Well, we're certainly starting with a stone wall in front of us.
Inspector, there's one possibility.
Now, let's hear it. Anything is welcome.
Providing, of course, that Lowry is willing to gamble his carcass.
What are you getting at, boss?
How would it be if the Daily Sentinel ran a story on this thing, inferring that Lowry has been able to identify one of the men involved in that kidnapping, and that the police are promising quick action?
You mean...
He means to offer me up as a burnt offering. That's what he means.
Yes, it's risky business for you, I'll admit. But it might bring one of that gang out of hiding.
Well, it's a chance worth taking, Lowry.
Oh, it is, huh? Well, mighty sweet of you gentlemen to sit around and figure how much my hide is worth. Okay, I'll do it.
Lowry never gives in easily, Inspector.
Don't worry, Ed. We won't let you stick your neck out any farther than we have to.
Yeah, I like that last part especially.
We'll get that in tonight's paper, Inspector, and see what happens.
Yes, be sure to keep in close touch with me, Reed.
But I will.
Well, come on, boss. Since you're going to offer me up as a fatted calf, maybe we better go get that lunch. On you.
Hey, Slugger, close that door.
Okay.
I want to talk to this guy some more. Hey, you. You going to come across?
I wouldn't tell you rats the right time.
You talk, sweetheart, before we get through with you.
Get as rough as you want. I can take it. I won't talk, see? No matter what you do with me, I won't talk.
Don't count on help, Mercer. There's none coming.
Hey, Brecker.
Shut up.
Listen. The flash just came on the radio. That Seminole reporter has identified one of the guys that snatched Mercer. The cops have promised an early roundup of the men behind the snatch, and they've called the FBI to help.
Yeah?
Listen, Brecker, that's us. What do we do?
Will you shut up for a minute? There's something screwy about that. If I'd have known that guy was a reporter, I'd have sure fixed him proper. Couldn't have identified us. We haven't got any police records.
Yeah, but just the same.
Listen, you get this stuff packed. Ron Meyer's coming over tonight. We'll get our dough and turn this guy over to him. He can do what he wants with him.
You mean we're going to beat it out of here?
Sure, you dope. That police gag may be a phony, but I ain't taking any chances. They give you the hot seat for fooling with an army officer.
Yeah, you're right. But what are you going to do?
I'm going to take care of that big-mouth newspaper guy.
Later that evening, in Britt Reed's apartment.
Hello, Mr. Reed's apartment? Just one moment, Mr. Lowry.
Oh, it's him, huh? Oh, I wondered. Hello, Ed.
Listen, boss, that story got resolved.
Well?
I just got a call from a guy. Said his name was Mr. Davis.
Davis, huh?
Sure sounded phony to me.
What do you want, Lowry?
Said he had a great story for me, and I should meet him at the cigar store over on 10th and Riverside.
Well, that's just a couple of blocks from the paper.
Yeah, I know. Well, wish me luck, boss. I'm going.
Oh, wait. You called the police about this?
Are you kidding? Oh, sure I called the police. You don't think I'm going to try to catch those guys alone, do you? The cops are going to have that cigar store surrounded 40 ways from Sunday.
Good. Don't take any chances, Lowry.
Thanks, boss. If I ain't back in 30 days, give my paycheck to the Greek War Relief, will you?
So long, Lowry. I'll give Miss Case a memo on that in the morning. Did you say the Greek War Relief?
Yeah, that's right. I said the Greek... Hey!
Cato, we've got to hurry.
We go to where police lay trap for kidnapper?
No, if those men are as smart as I think they are, they'll suspect a trap.
I don't understand.
In other words, I don't think Lowry will ever reach that cigar store. Come on, this is a job for the Black Beauty and the Green Hornet. We're going to tag Lowry from the moment he leaves the Daily Sentinel. Hurry.
seconds later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
There's the sentinel. Watch closely now, Cato.
Oh, look, Mr. Lowry coming out of the building.
Cato, car. Lowry's starting across the street.
Yes, roadster pulling out.
That dirty rat's going to run Lowry down right in the middle of the street. Hang on.
Hold tight. We're going to crash you.
Green Hornet takes plenty big chance.
I want the man driving that car. Cato, help, get him out of here.
Maybe dead, Mr. Britt.
I hope not. Hope he lives to die legally. All right. Now, hurry. Let's get him to the Black Beauty.
Hey, what happened?
Hurry, Cato. Let's get out of here before Lowry arrives.
All set, Mr. Britt?
Good. Hold your hat, Cato.
Well, holy jumping Jupiter! The Green Hornet! Wow!
What I tell you, Mr. Braunmeyer, Brecker will be here in a minute. He had to go get that guy Lowry.
I'm not interested in the man Lowry. I'm interested only in what information this Yankee pig has given you.
I can answer that, you filthy Nazi. The answer is none.
So, you are one of the braver type of Americans. You won't talk, eh?
Why don't you go shoot yourself?
Capitan Mercer, you have certain information about a new plane, which I mean to obtain. It will not be pleasant for you if you choose to remain silent.
If I may coin a phrase, sauerkraut.
Yes?
Nuts.
Swine, you will talk.
That's right.
What about...
Captain will talk plenty on the witness stand. Don't move, you yellow rat. Hey, that's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet?
All right, get busy there, cauliflowers. Take those ropes off the captain. Come on, move.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Mercer?
Sure. I'm all right now.
Looks like they gave you quite a going over.
That's all the good it did him. The skunks.
Good for you, Captain.
There you are, Captain.
You can't escape from here, Hornet.
You've got that a little twisted, my friend. 5 minutes or less, there'll be so many FBI men in here, you'll think you're at the movie.
FBI? How did you find this place?
Your stooge Brecker evidently didn't have as much fortitude as the captain here. He talked plenty. Hey, that's the cops. I'm getting out of here. Right, but you won't know it when you leave. Take it, you traitor. Don't shoot. Yes. Same for you, Fritzy.
No, don't.
Yellow rat, he did worse than that to me.
Yes? Show me what you mean, Captain.
With pleasure. See?
No.
This. Very pretty, Captain Mercer. A nice illustration of a Nazi doing a power dive. Give the police my compliments, will you? Happy landing, Skipper.
Thanks, Green Hornet. Wait a minute, police. I'll let you in.
Mercy, are you all right?
Sure, Inspector.
Who are these men?
The Green Hornet took care of them.
What? That crook?
Yes, Inspector. And he asked me to give you his best regards.
That young captain, the test pilot, certainly is handsome, isn't he?
Yes, I'm looking forward to meeting him.
Oh,
I'll introduce you, boss. Him and me's just like that.
Oh, that's fine, Lowry.
Say, Chief, I was just wondering, the Dodgers are playing this afternoon, and...
Take the day off, Ed. In fact, I have 2 tickets. You can cover the highlights of the game for the paper while you're there.
Swell. That makes it official. Huh, boss?
That makes it official, Lowry.
You've just heard the adventure, Official Business. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program has come to you from WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Long Distance. The Green Hornet strikes again. When Michael Axford returned from his noonday meal, he found a note on his desk.
Oh, golly, Britt Reed wants me to come right into his office. Now what have I been doing wrong? I wonder.
Not suspecting that he was due for a meeting that would start an amazing sequence of events, Axford entered the office of his young employer.
Reed, suffering snakes.
Axford, you remember Clicker Benny?
Do I? Holy crow.
Hi, Axford. You look the same.
Clicker. Sure, it's a sight for sore eyes that you are.
How's a man of action these days?
Great, but you've been away for months. Golly, I'll never forget the times you went out with me and took pictures while I deduced things that got scooped for the Sentinel.
Toss your eyes over these pictures.
Miss Benny's been in the mountains down south, Axford. She's made a collection of pictures that's priceless. The best ones will be in the night edition.
Oh, golly, all these?
Oh, those are just the best of them. I used up enough film to paper the walls of the Sentinel building.
I thought you'd like to see Clicker while she was here.
Sure.
Lunch is on you, Axford. Or have you eaten?
Oh, I've eaten, but I can always eat again.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Miss Benny, these pictures are documentary. I think the government would like copies of every one of them.
Oh, good.
What are they of?
Well, Miss Benny collected these for a story on the small plants in the war effort.
Oh.
And Axford, are they going to town? Jeepers, how those fellas and girls down south are working.
Well, what do they do?
Are you kidding? Listen, one Air Cobra has 70,000 parts. Counting the motor is one. And that's just one plane. There are lots of other kinds of planes and tanks and guns and cars and radios and machinery of every sort, all of which are made up of small parts.
Yeah, but how did they...
Here, take a look at this picture. Here's a plant that's run by a man, his 4 sons, and his wife. They turn out washers. Here's another plant that employs 10 men and women turning out bushing. Here's another one...
I get it.
Why, there are hundreds of plants like that, all of them shipping parts to the big assembly plant.
You've done a peach of a job, Miss Benny. It rates a bonus.
Oh, best news I've heard in 6 months.
Hey, these here pictures don't look like a small outfit.
Oh, those. That's a different set.
Golly, what's these machines? Look at the size of them.
Oh, that's the auxiliary generator section. All these pictures were inside the power plant.
Oh.
Here's a view of the outside of the plant.
Is this the main source of power for the whole area?
Yeah.
It'd be bad, wouldn't it, if something was to happen to this plant?
Sure it would. If the power was cut off, all the small factories would be shut down.
Just how far-reaching would that be?
Well, if there was a long shutdown, it might set up a bottleneck in a lot of the biggest industries in the country. But there wouldn't be a shutdown.
Guarded?
Like the canal zone. The place bristles with guards.
Hey, just a minute. There was a story this morning from that part of the country, a flooded area. Let's see. Here it is.
I remember that, Reed. I read it.
What is it?
Flood.
Yeah?
Right in the country where you were. The waters are still rising. There's likely to be trouble.
Well, it can't hit the power plant.
Now, why can't it, Clicker?
Well, they've got an emergency set up there. Slickest thing you ever saw. They can cut over to the emergency just as a submarine cuts over to the battery power when it dies. They could run the power plant for some time without using the turbines.
Oh, that's slick, by golly.
Hey, look, I'm famished. How about that lunch, Michael?
Is it all right, Reed?
Why not? Sorry you've eaten, Expert. You won't be able to enjoy your second meal.
Who won't? Come on, Clicker. I can always eat.
See you later, boss.
Yes, meanwhile, I'll look the pictures over some more.
Right.
Casey's still out eating, I guess. She'll be glad to see you back, I bet.
Oh, the old city room still looks the same.
Yeah.
Hi, boss. How you gonna do?
Well, Clicker Benny. Oh, a sight for my big brown eyes.
Hello, Larry. How's Trick? Still knocking them dead?
In the groove, honey. Where to?
Jack's for chow.
I'm taking her, Lowry.
I'm horning in.
Oh, come on along. Glad to have you, Larry.
Don't give me that look, Axford.
You're all the time in me hair, Lowry.
Say, I didn't notice that gas rationing had cut down traffic much.
Not on this street, it hasn't. Well, here we are. There's always a...
I've got to see the Central.
Hey, what's that?
Hey, you folks. If you're reporters, I've got to see you.
Holy crow!
Got me.
That cab. Get the number.
Get that cab. You a shot. Came from a cab. Get a doctor.
Here, now, let me help you. Lowry, keep all these people back.
Take him inside the lobby, Axford.
Here, Michael, let me help you with him.
I got him.
Now keep back, will you?
Hold the door, Clicker.
I got it.
There, now.
Is he badly hurt?
By God, he looks like it.
I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't realize.
Here, now, laddie, take it easy.
How is he?
Laurie, hop in the office and call a doctor.
Okay. The power. Power.
What power?
Power. Another man. Keep.
Clicker, he's gone.
Jeepers.
What was he talking about?
I don't know. You might as well carry him up the stairs. In a minute, most of the city room will be here to ask questions.
Did you get the number of that taxi cab?
Oh, golly, Axford. Of course I have it. Maybe I got something.
Huh?
I got a picture of the cab. Camera in my handbag.
You did? Maybe you got evidence
If
then.
it shows anything at all,
Well, what's the matter?
Axford.
Huh?
Great day. Hold everything. I've seen this man before. I've got to see Britt Reed. And now... Here he is, Mr. Reed. This man in this picture.
Employed in the power plant down south?
Yeah. This is the man who was shot in front of the building.
Well, how long ago did you make this picture?
10 days ago.
We'll check on it, Miss Benny.
And here's the film from my camera. I think there's a picture of the murder cab here.
Great work.
I have the camera fitted in my handbag with the lens pointed through a hole. After the man died, I realized that I'd snapped a picture. Maybe the killer can be identified.
We'll see.
Want me to take the film to the lab and process it myself?
Yes, will you? And if there's anything there, make enlargements.
Right.
I'll have Lowry on the story and Axford checking back.
I'll be back in less than an hour with the prints. And say, come to think of it,
What?
that guy was trying to say something about power as he died.
I checked back, Reed. His name was Slade, and he's been living alone here in the city for the past 6 months.
That doesn't check with what Miss Benny claims.
It don't?
She thinks the man's employed, or at least he was 10 days ago, in a power plant down south.
Well, there must have been another guy. This fella's been working as a waiter in a nightclub here for the past 6 months.
Where was he before that?
Nobody seems to know. I talked with Barney Roost.
Barney Roost. He runs the 710 Club.
Yeah, that's where Slade worked. Roost said he didn't know anything about him.
wonder why Slade wanted to see a reporter. What story did he have to tell?
Golly, I've been beating me brains out trying to make something out of what he said.
Oh, here it is. And it's none too good as a picture. Good shot of the cab and the license number, but the men inside aren't very clear.
Let me see it, Clicker.
Well, at least the cab number's here. Check on that cab, Exford.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we'll try and identify the men in it.
You know, Reed, there's something about your type of guy.
Huh? What about my type of guy?
I always say you look more at home in a nightclub than in the Daily Sentinel office.
Well, that's an uncertain compliment.
Now, take me. I never feel like I'm in a place when I'm in a joint like this.
Where you have to check your hat, you mean?
Well, I don't know. But if I was to come in here on official business to see that guy Barney Roos that runs the joint, I'd be all right. But sitting at a table like this, eating fancy food...
Axford, here comes Barney. Let me do the talking.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Good evening. You Mr. Reed?
Yes, Mr. Roost. This is Mr. Axford.
You wanted to speak to me?
Will you sit down?
Very well. Daily Sentinel, aren't you?
That's right. You had a waiter here, a fellow named Slade.
I read about him, the poor devil. What was back of the murder?
That's what we'd all like to know.
I was questioned about him by the police. All I know is that he came here 6 months ago, down and out. I put him to work. He was a good waiter, as waiters go nowadays.
Mr. Roost, here's a picture of a man's face.
Rather vague.
It's enlarged from part of a small picture.
That enlargement, or maybe it was blown up too much. Can't hardly make out the features.
Yet there's a similarity between this picture and your head waiter. Do you see it?
Could be. Could be, yes. Why?
Have the police asked about him?
Yes, why?
Then I suppose you understand.
Is this a copy of the picture upon which the police based their suspicions?
Yes.
Unfortunately for the police, and fortunately for my man Jeffrey, he has an ironclad alibi for the time of the murder.
Oh?
Jeffrey? Is that the guy's name?
Yes.
What was his alibi? Maybe it could be busted.
I am his alibi, Mr. Axford.
Oh.
Not to be easily busted. You'll excuse me. I must check the cashier. Tell your waiter to bring me the check. I'll send him. Good evening.
By golly, Reed, he's the cool one.
Yes.
Did you hear what he said? He won't charge us for what we eat. Hey, here comes Clicker.
Yes, I asked you to report to me.
Report on what?
Mose, I'm glad you're still here, Mr. Reed. There's something I can't understand.
What's that?
I called long distance and talked to Harry Jackson. He's still on the job.
But who's Harry Jackson? Suffering snakes, I'm not being kept up on things.
Jackson's the guy who works in the power plant, the one I thought had been killed.
Then it's just a mistake on your part.
Hang it all, I don't make mistakes like that. I know faces. Photography has taught me to look for things. Those two men were dead ringers, even to the mole on the chin and the wart on the forehead.
You mean the dead guy and the guy named Jackson working in the power plant?
Yeah, just as the head waiter here and the guy in the picture of the murder cab look alike. Mr. Reed, there's something screwy someplace. Maybe two men could look just alike once in a great while. But in this case, there's a double for the killer and a double for the man who got killed. And that doesn't ring true.
Sent for me, Roos?
Yes, Jeffrey, sit down. You blundered badly.
I don't see how.
That photographer on the Daily Sentinel got a picture of you in the cab after you fired at Slade.
They can't crack the alibi, though. Besides, I hear that the picture's none too clear.
Nevertheless, it brought the investigation closer to us, and I like. The fact Slade worked here was bad enough. But now they've questioned you,
Well,
simply...
what's to be done about it? Slade had to be rubbed out. The rat was going to squeal.
What's the latest weather report from the south?
The flood's getting worse all the time. The power plant's been in some trouble already.
Headquarters has made fair study of the weather situation. The flood will get much worse. I think we've timed things just right. When they cut over to the emergency power, goodbye.
I hope so. Barney.
You!
Stand still.
How'd you get here?
Green Hornet?
Lock on your door is well oiled, Roos. There wasn't a sound when I opened it.
Well, now that you're here, Hornet, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks. Getting you is just like getting a neat bundle of cash. I can use that reward.
Stand where you are.
Gladly. This is where I want to be. Right next to a push button that drops a steel plate over any exit from the office. Now, how are you going to get out?
The Green Hornet, facing Barney Roost and Jeffrey in the nightclub's office, was trapped. Though he held his gas weapon to cover the two schemers, it was Roost who felt himself in control of the situation.
You see, you can't get out of here, Hornet. No window. The only door is sealed with a steel plate. If you use that gas weapon on her, she'll be here until we recover consciousness. You can never find the means of opening the door.
Roost, I heard enough to convince me that you two have Jackson at the Southern Power Plant working for you in a scheme to destroy the plant.
Indeed.
It doesn't take much deduction to realize that Slade permitted Jackson, made up to resemble him, to take his place. And then, realizing that he'd sold out his country, he regretted his choice and had to be killed to silence him.
Knowing that, what do you propose to do about it?
It's quite simple. I'll do it right on this phone.
Barney. Quiet. Let him see how wrong he is.
I want to speak to Harry Masters, head of Southern Power. You'll probably be able to reach him through the operator at Skagway. It's a small town, and she'll know his whereabouts.
The long-distance call sped south into the flood area, where swirling waters had already made many people homeless and threatened others.
Mr. Masters isn't at his home now. He's at his summer place, but he's cut off by the flood.
Well, hasn't he a phone there?
The lines are down. The men are working on them.
I've all nights to work. And in water like this.
Hold the boat steady. I can just about reach the pole.
After this line's checked, there's only about 30 more.
Stop beefing. The phone service has got to be maintained.
Operator, never mind, Mr. Masters. Give me the local police chief.
So you can't reach Masters, huh?
And please hurry, operator.
A lot of good the chief will do you, Hornet.
Stand where you are, both of you. Don't try to rush me, or I'll use this gas gun right now.
No need to rush you.
Hello. Hello, Chief. Never mind who this is. I'm calling to warn you.
Help! The Green Hornet!
You...
Let that go for the long distance. The operator will know where the call came from. The cops here in no time. Who'll believe you against me? What if Jackson is an imposter? He's done his work now. He's not needed any longer.
Enough from you, Roost.
You fool, don't! You can't get out of here!
Take it!
You gassed him. I was going to let you out. Give you a chance. Now you're trapped. I don't know how to open that steel door.
It'll be open from the outside soon enough. Meantime, you can join your boss. Take it.
It's taken the boss some time to make his phone calls, Axel.
I know it, Clicker. I've been watching for him. He's all the time phoning the office from where he is. I'd like to go home. The soup and fish gets me.
Hey, those are cops coming in.
Holy crow, is it a raid? Come on, we gotta see what's up.
Here comes Lowry. He must have been at police headquarters with...
Lowry! Hey, Lowry, what's up?
Quiet, you're not at a barn dance.
Mike, Clicker. Hey, got your camera?
Yeah, a small one. What's up?
Phone company called headquarters. The Green Hornet's supposed to be here.
Suffering snakes, the Hornet.
Where?
Come on, the cops are going to Barney Roof's office.
That's the office door.
Yeah.
Can't someone get these people back? How can I make a picture when they're all crowded around?
Holy crow, that door is solid steel. We need a can opener or something.
Get these people back.
While the police examined the steel plate that covered the entrance to the office, the word spread like wildfire that the Hornet was on the other side. Patrons of the club jammed close.
Hey, what goes on? Who's in here?
I heard that it's the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? They got the Green Hornet trapped.
It was Ed Lowry who found one of the executives of the club.
Here's a guy who can open that door. He knows where there's a button that'll open it from this side.
Have your guns ready, boys. If the Hornet's in there, we'll get him.
Expert, get away from there. My camera.
Hurry it up. Get that door open. Now get back, will you, folks? All right, come on, get back there now.
On the other side of the door, Britt Reed was trapped. There was no escape from Barney's office. He was with the two unconscious men, tense, waiting for the steel panel to move. In his hand, he held a desk lamp, the bulb removed from the socket. The panel started moving, sliding to one side. Discovery was 2 seconds away. Then he jammed a paper knife into the lamp. Blue sparks flew from a short circuit in the lamp. A fuse blew, and the room was in darkness.
Hey, the lights! What happened to the lights? Be careful where you step! Don't shoot! Watch the door!
The crowd surged forward, pressing into the office. In a moment, the police had their flashlights in action, darting the beams about the room, and then...
Axford, where are you?
Britt Reed's voice.
Here I am, Reed. Holy crow, be careful. The Hornet's around here someplace.
No one but Britt Reed knew that in the darkness, the Green Hornet had joined the crowd. It was half an hour later that Britt Reed talked to Cato, his faithful valet, in the bedroom of his apartment.
Oh, this sure will do, Cato. Be easier to move without the dinner jacket.
Yes, sir.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes, I blew the fuse as the door opened. Then it was a cinch to join the crowd. Axford thought I'd been making phone calls, you see.
What of the crooks?
Well, Jeffrey and Roost regained consciousness. They claimed the Hornet had been there with trumped-up charges trying to blackmail them.
I see.
Time?
Here.
Thanks. Now, get a top coat for me.
Yes, sir.
I told Expert, Lowry, and Clicker to stay at the club. See what happened. They think I've gone to the Sentinel office.
I see.
All right, now the top coat, and then we'll get going. I know there's disaster ahead for the Southern Power Plant. But, Cato, I can't pass the word without revealing myself as the Hornet. Any long-distance phone call I made would be traced down fast.
What do we do?
Come on, I'll show you. You drive the Black Beauty while I write a message.
A few seconds later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the night.
Drive past the club, Cato. I'll toss out this package with a note for Clicker Benny. And then we'll go to the Sentinel building.
Yes, sir.
Now I'll get out near the office. You drive to the dark alley back of the building. Meet me at the little private door to my office.
Very well. What is note for Miss Binney?
I want her to put through a call to the south. She'll read the note and look for me in my office. And when she doesn't find me, she'll make the call. Well, there's the club. Open the horn as you approach.
Axford and the others are in front of the club.
Fine, all the better. Open her up.
Nobody else had the car that way. Hey, that was the Hornet's car. He did get away.
What did he throw out of the car?
Maybe a bomb. Get after him. Come on, boys.
The cops are going after that car.
Not a chance for them.
Here, you, give me that. I'm working on the Hornet. I'll take that package.
What is it, Axford? Oh, hang the day I counted on this camera instead of the big old flashbulb outfit.
Benny, this has your name on it.
My name? Holy mackerel, how'd the Hornet get a line on me? Open it up, Axford.
Ah, what do you think I'm doing? Here, it's just a note wrapped in with a block of wood.
Let me see it.
What's it say?
Mine, because of pictures I made on Southern Power. He saw them in the night edition. Jumping jitterbugs. I've got to get to Mr. Reed and fast. Come on, Axford. Take me to the office.
Clicker Benny, with Axford at her heels, learned that Britt Reed had been seen entering his office. She rushed in that direction. The outer office was dark, but a light shone from Britt Reed's office. Axford opened the door.
Reed, he's not here.
But they said he came in.
Yeah, I know. He comes in and slips out by a private door to the rear of the building when he wants to be thought of as working here. That door over there leads to the rear.
Oh, hang it all.
Sometimes he goes over there to use a phone when he don't want to be disturbed. He's got an extension to this phone, but he wouldn't be there now because his hat is gone. Anyhow, the door's locked.
Well, this business can't wait. I'll call Southern Power myself. Hello, switchboard. Listen, get a long-distance call through in a hurry. I've got to talk to Harry Masters, the head of Southern Power. Get the operator at Skagway.
Britt Reed sat at the extension phone in the small inner room with Cato beside him.
You have the Black Beauty in the alley?
Yes, sir.
Axford's in the office with her. She's putting a call through to Skagway.
While Clicker Binney tried desperately to reach the head of Southern Power, the lineman fought valiantly against the flood and storm to string lines to the isolated island.
It was bad enough before. Now we got the storm on top of the flood.
Wrap this. Then we'll be able to check.
They always talk about the mail going through. What about the phone service?
This is the worst mess I've had since the New England storm a few years ago. There you are. Cut in now.
Hello. Hello, operator. Number 16, testing.
Oh, hello, 16. I can hear you.
Line 42.
Wait, hang on. There's an important call. Hello? Hello? Can you get through to Harry Masters now? One moment, I'll try.
Exit, they repaired the line. They're ringing Harry Masters.
Cato, the phone company's come through. The lines are up. They're ringing Harry Masters.
Hello?
Is this Harry Masters?
Yes?
This is long distance. I have a call for you. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Masters, this is Clicker Binney of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, hello, Miss Binney.
There's lots been happening here. Uncovered a plot to knock out your power company.
What?
Yeah, as soon as the storm gets bad enough. I have a message from the Green Hornet. I told you about him. He sent me a message. I tried to reach my boss with it, but I couldn't, so I called you. Your man Jackson is a fake. There's some plan to destroy the power plant when the storm reaches a peak.
But how can they? How do you think?
Who is this?
Green Hornet is speaking. What?
Axford, the Hornet's on the line.
Suffering snakes.
Listen to me, Masters.
He must be on the extension, maybe over here, the back door. This door is locked on the other side.
Masters, when your plant cuts over to emergency power, the whole thing will go sky high. A blast is wired.
I'll smash this door down.
Axford, the Hornet's told Masters about...
He must be in here. I'll get the spalpeen. I'm coming for you, Hornet. Where's that light switch? Hang it all. Reed!
Axford, what'd you find?
Look at the boss. He's out cold on the floor.
And that's the phone. It's still open.
Reed always used that phone for private calls. The Hornet must have got him here.
What's that?
The Hornet! He's gone again, driving away. Reed, laddie, come too. It's me. It's Michael Axford.
What happened?
You've been gassed, Reed. The Hornet was here.
Yes, the Hornet was here. Actually,
We know. He came here by your private entrance and found you.
I was just stepping out for a few minutes.
So he let you have it. Then grabbed the phone and heard Clicker Binney talking.
Mr. Reed, the Green Hornet knew of a plot. He may have saved the Southern Power Plant.
Miss Benny, on that long-distance call last night, I've heard from Mr. Masters.
Oh, yeah?
What's he say, Reed? How's things down there?
Well, he called the plant and told them under no consideration to cut over to the emergency power. An investigation proved that if they had thrown on the switch for the emergency power, a contact would also set off a healthy charge of TNT. It was wired to the switch.
Then the Hornet was right.
So it seemed.
And you know, the cops have smashed the alibi of the guy that killed Slade.
Oh, yes. And that man Jackson down south has confessed and involved Barney Roost and Jeffrey.
Jeepers! Mr. Reed, the Green Hornet really saved Southern Power.
Well, Miss Benny, from what I can gather, it was really the phone company that saved Southern Power. The phone company and their linemen who kept the service running in spite of storm, flood, and sudden death.
just heard the adventure, Long Distance. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Murder Gas. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed sat in his office. Lenore Case stood at the side of his desk.
If something isn't done about him, he's going to think he really is a reporter, Mr. Reed. He's traveling with Lowry today.
Miss Case, I told Axford to locate Dr. Lockhart.
I know you did. And that's something he might be able to do if he'd put his mind to it. His experience as a cop should help him on locating a missing person, but no, not Axford. He came in with a negative report and then rushed out to go on something with Lowry.
What did Axford report on Dr. Lockhart?
Well, the doctors closed his laboratory and left the city.
Well, whom did Axford speak to? Lockhart's secretary?
Yes, he reported that Lockhart's secretary wouldn't tell where he was, and then he went out in a rush.
A rush, huh?
Yes. Lowry had a call on a suicide. Axford went to help him cover it.
Oh, I see. Well, did Axford express any curiosity about Dr. Lockhart?
No.
He didn't even wonder why I wanted him located?
No, Axford's curiosity is slipping.
So it seems.
Mine, however, is not.
No?
Well, I thought you'd want whatever we had on the doctor, so I took his file from the morgue. Well, there's even an obit written for him.
A doctor is an old man.
Mr. Reed, he's been working on a gas. You knew that.
Yes.
And several years ago, he was interviewed, and he announced at that time that he was working on a new gas. He felt that it was a variation of the gas that's used by the Green Hornet.
I remember. That was when my father got steamed up and kept the long-distance phone humming. He was insisting that we keep in close touch with the doctor and enlist his help in combating the Hornet.
Well, following your instructions at that time, someone kept in close contact with the doctor. And he was interviewed about every 2 weeks. He reported progress, but slow progress. We used only a few of the interviews. The rest never saw daylight, but, well, they're all here in this sheaf of papers.
Fine, I'll read these old articles.
Mr. Reed, shortly before the United States entered the war, we felt that Lockhart was close to the discovery of a new gas. Do you remember?
Clearly.
And then he turned clam. No more interviews, no more pictures, no more visitors in his lab.
Pictures? I see we have quite a few of them.
Mostly taken in his lab. Well, several of them show the people who worked with him there.
Mm-hmm, so I see.
Mr. Reed, is it terribly important that you locate Dr. Lockhart?
Why?
Well, his secretary knows where he is.
Oh, will she talk?
Not under ordinary circumstances, but...
But what?
Well, all that time your father wanted you on the phone, he had the long-distance operator follow you on a tour of 7 nightclubs before you were located.
Miss Case, got my father on the phone.
But I thought you wanted Dr. Lockhart. Your
father is at this moment in Washington. He can call the secretary. What's her name?
Nora Benham.
Nora Benham. Now, he can call her by long distance. Here, I'll not need these pictures of Lockhart.
All right, Mr. Reed. I'll get him on the phone right away. Hello, operator. Mr. Reed wants to speak to his father. Try the Mayflower Hotel in Washington.
Casey,
Axford, don't slam that door. Oh. Someday you're going to splinter it.
By golly, Casey, me and Lowry bumped into a sad suicide today. I thought I had to tell Reed about it. He might want... Oh, I see you got a picture already. Who got this?
But I wish you'd learn not to paw things on my desk.
I'm not pawing. I'm only looking. Why, this picture is...
That picture is 5 years old. It's Dr. Lockhart.
Like fun it is. It's Jason Filbert, the guy that's dead.
Huh?
Right here.
But is this coincidence?
This, Casey, is Filbert. Jason Filbert. Wouldn't I know after seeing the cadaver? I got a photographic eye.
Hey, wait, let me look at this. Yes, you're right, Axford. Filbert was an assistant to Dr. Lockhart. He's dead, you say?
As dead as they come, and it's suicide that done it. The poor guy couldn't take the duration, I guess. He left a sort of a note.
Look, big fellow, give me the facts on that suicide. Mr. Reed might be especially interested. You write them down while I take this. Yes. Oh, all right. Just a moment, please. Mr. Reed, ready with your father in Washington. Go ahead.
Oh, everything's all right, Dad. Well, here's the point. I'm trying to locate a Dr. Lockhart. Yeah, that's the man. And I don't want to use the authorities to find him. He's left the city. His secretary knows where he can be reached, I think, but she won't tell ordinary mortals. If you put in a long-distance call for him, tell the operator he can be reached through his secretary, and long distance will do the rest. We may get a call from Dr. Lockhart in a few minutes. I just heard from Dad again.
Yes? Do you mean he's been located?
Yeah, Dad talked to him.
Where?
Half a mile from a camp in the Adirondacks. The phone girls got their man.
Oh, good. Axford's still pacing in my office. Will you see him now?
Well, I'll send him in. But as soon as Lockhart calls, you take him away again.
Very well. I'll get him out. Axford?
No?
Now.
Suffering Snake Street, I've been waiting to tell you the news. It's about the suicide. You were wanting to get in touch with Doc Lockhart this morning.
Yes, Axford.
Well, whilst I was with Lowry on a suicide story, we found it was one of the guys that used to work for Lockhart that had done away with himself. And with the gas that Lockhart invented, too.
Well, what makes you think it was a suicide?
Why, golly, Reed, it was easy to see. The cops had it all worked out. In the first place, there wasn't any way that anyone else could have done it. And there was a note, too.
A suicide note?
Sure thing. The guy was despondent or something.
Axford, take a look at this picture.
Yeah, I saw one like it on Casey's desk. It's Lockhart and his helpers when they were working on the secret gas.
Well, isn't this the dead man?
But that's the guy. Filbert is his name.
Well, do you know this other man or this woman?
No. Oh, yeah, that dame is Nora Benham with her hair done different. I talked with her whilst I was trying to find Lockhart for you.
That's right. This is an old picture.
I don't know the other guy, though.
Asher Varden.
Asher? Oh, there's an odd name.
Axford, I'm going to tell you something confidentially.
Sure. You can count on me to keep it secret.
Lockhart did invent a new gas. A deadly gas.
Yeah?
He was aided in the discovery by Asher Varden, Nora Benham, and this man who just died, Filbert.
But what did he do after he discovered the gas?
Closed his laboratory, swore those who shared this formula with him to secrecy, and went away.
What about the gas?
Well, it's been turned over to the government. Whether or not it'll be used depends on the performance of Hitler and Tojo.
If they want to start something, Doc Lockhart's gas will finish it, huh?
Oh, just a minute. Yes. All right, Miss Case, I'll take it on the private line. Axford, Miss Case wants to say something to you.
Huh? Oh, outside, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back, Reed.
Hello? Hello, Dr. Lockhart. I'm glad you phoned. Well, I think you remember me. We met several times. You do? Well, that simplifies matters. Well, I have a letter here signed with the mark of the Green Hornet. It's of particular interest to you, and I want you to see it. Dr. Lockhart, I'd sooner show it to you direct. No, it isn't that I don't trust your secretary. Well, yes, Dr. Lockhart. Very well, I'll send it to her. Axford, Dr. Lockhart will telephone Nora Benham and tell her what to do with this letter when she receives it.
Okay, Reed. But what am I supposed to do with it?
Simply deliver it to Miss Benham, that's all. Cato will have the car at the curb. He'll take you to her home.
Yeah, that's where she could be found. She won't go to Lockhart's lab no more since he closed it up. But, Reed, I don't need Cato to take me. I got my own car.
It's possible that I might want someone to swear that the letter was delivered, in which case Cato would be very handy.
Oh, all right. What's in the letter?
It's, sealed.
Oh. Well, all right. I'm on my way. I'd sure like to know why this letter's so important, wouldn't you, Cato?
Importance is a thing of relative value. What might be of great importance to the doctor would be of no importance to us.
That's where she lives, Cato. That little cottage over there.
Yes, Mr. Ashford.
Pull up to the curb and I'll go in.
You tried the bell?
Yeah, before you came up the stairs and there was no answer. Well, maybe it don't work, so I'm rapping. No answer. All right, telephone Reed and see what he says to do now.
I came as quickly as I could, Ashford. I had to call the police.
The cops? Holy crow.
Are they on the way?
Yes.
Well, why'd you call the cops in just because Nora Benham don't answer her door? Maybe she ain't, she isn't at home.
I checked back with Dr. Lockhart. He was still at a camp in the mountains. He said he'd talked to Miss Benham by phone. He told her the letter was on the way and gave her instructions about it.
Oh.
So it isn't likely she'd leave the house, knowing the importance of the letter.
She did know that?
Yes.
Golly, there's a police car.
Good. I will get inside.
Reed, you suspect foul play, don't you?
Frankly, I do.
Why?
Because, Axford, I happen to know the contents of that letter.
Oh. What, maybe if you were to tell me what they were, I could deduce something.
The letter had the signature of the Green Hornet.
Suffering snakes, that does it.
Does what?
That gets me in it. I'm going to get that Hornet if it's the last thing I do. Oh, hiya, Doyle. How are you?
Hello, Axford. What's that?
Doyle, it's the Green Hornet.
What?
It's a letter from the Hornet, Doyle, but before we go into that, see if you can find a key to open this door.
Why so? It's not according to
I found it,
regulations.
Doyle. Open the door. I have reason to think Miss Benham's in trouble. She was waiting for this letter. She'd answer the bell if she could.
Well, this skeleton key might do the work. First, I'll have to get rid of the key that's in the lock on the inside. Maybe I can poke it out. There, that does it. Now I'll have the door open in no time. The windows all closed and locked. Better open a few. It's stuffy in here.
All right, sir. Well, maybe if we called again. Miss Benham.
Try the next room.
Well, maybe she's... Holy crow!
Stand back. Let me examine her.
Sprawled on the floor like Filbert was.
How about it, Doyle?
Reed, she's dead. No mark of injury so far.
Just like Filbert. Holy crow, Reed. Look, another note.
Let me see that.
A suicide note, just like Filbert left. And here's another one of the same kind of containers that held gas.
This is no suicide.
But Reed, the way the house was locked...
This is murder. Here's a letter from the Green Hornet to prove it.
Before we continue with our adventure, please permit us to pause for a meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable, conducted by the Green Hornet.
Friends of the Green Hornet Roundtable. In barbershops, on buses, in stores, and around dinner tables, you've heard arguments sizing up situations from politics to baseball. But the other night, I heard a newsboy telling another newsboy his ideas. And what he said struck me so forcibly that I want to pass it on to you. He said, the best thing in the world is to be free. But the trouble is, that word's been tossed around so much, people don't stop to think what it means. In a few short sentences, the newsboy voiced what has become a real danger to us. We're used to slogans. Americans talk in superlatives because that's the way we do things, on a big scale. But we must not ever forget that the four-letter word F-R-E-E has no bigger, broader synonym. It says everything. As long as freedom is more important to us than luxury, our government will be good. Free men will elect public officials who think as they do, not men bound to crooked politicians who drag government down to their own rotten level. You boys and girls coming of age must remember that your ballot is the expression of your freedom. its value doesn't change. Use it wisely, and you'll find hokum politics will never be able to dim the challenge of that one word, free. And now, back to our story.
Britt Reed was in his office the day after the tragic deaths of Filbert and Nora Benham. His visitor was the famous scientist, Dr. Lockhart.
I knew, Mr. Reed, that foreign agents were after the formula for that gas. That is why I called my 3 associates together and told them we would turn one copy of the formula over to the government and destroy all other written data.
Yes, Dr. Lockhart. Did you do that?
We did. There were several small containers of the gas which we made up for test purposes. These were locked in a vault in my lab. I find that they have been taken.
One container, empty, was found in Filbert's home.
Yes, and another in Nora Benham's.
What's the nature of the gas?
Colorless and odorless. Deadly for a short time, but quickly dissipated. The containers are harmless in a fair-sized room unless someone took a direct breath of the gas when the container was opened.
Well, here, Dr. Lockhart, is a copy of the letter I turned over to the police. As you see, it's signed with an insignia of the Green Hornet.
This is the letter you wanted to deliver to me?
Yes.
Where did you get it?
Well, you can see by the envelope that it was addressed to the Daily Sentinel. Read it.
Yes. To the Daily Sentinel. It might be of interest to you to know that I overheard a conversation that might imply trouble. The subject of discussion was a gas perfected by Dr. Lockhart. Enemy agents secured samples of this gas, but found it impossible to analyze. They planned, therefore, to compel those who knew the formula to reveal it to them. I don't know who the people are. Perhaps if you warn the doctor, it will be in time to prevent the loss of an important secret. I am, after all, an American, even though I am the Green Hornet.
Now you have it.
But Reed, why doesn't the Hornet name the people he overheard?
He says he doesn't know who they were.
But
Perhaps he was in a position where it would have been disastrous to him to show himself. He might have been without his mask or weapon.
Yes?
Yet in such a position that he would be known as the Hornet if he were seen. Now, there are many possibilities, you see.
To think that I, who started out trying to determine the gas the Hornet used in the hope of trapping him, would be helped by the Hornet.
Well, he's been of little help so
I
far.
know, but his intentions were good. But, Reed, I've talked to the police.
Yes, they favor the suicide angle.
Yes, and they do it in spite of the letter you showed them, this letter.
Well, Axford is outside. He may have some late word from the police.
Yes?
Send Axford in, please.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it is possible that Filbert and Nora preferred death to torture. They may have been contacted by these enemy agents and threatened.
Yeah, Reed?
Axford, this is Dr. Lockhart.
Oh, it's glad I am to know you, Doc. I heard about you.
Mr. Axford, Doctor.
How do you do?
What's the latest report, Axford?
Reed, the cops went over the Benham place with a fine-tooth comb. Then they went back and went over the Filbert place again. The two deaths were as much alike as peas in a pod. The cops think the inquest will come to call it suicide.
But in view of
There aren't the suicide notes, you see. And the doors and windows were all locked.
A clever criminal can leave a place and make it look as though it had been left locked on the inside.
But the keys were in all the doors on the inside. Remember how Doyle had to fiddle around before he could get his skeleton key in?
Axford, a key can be turned from the wrong side with fine, powerful pliers designed for the purpose.
But the writing on the notes was done by the victims, and there weren't any other fingerprints around.
Lockhart, these killers are clever.
You still say mother?
I do.
Because you believe the Hornet's note?
No, there are other reasons. You talked to Nora Benham on the phone. Even if she were contemplating suicide, is it likely that she would do so knowing that an important letter would arrive any moment?
We don't know.
And you knew these people. Was either one a suicide type?
No.
But read the handwriting on those suicide notes.
A clever forgery.
It took brilliant execution to enter my laboratory and take those vials of gas from the vault. Yet that was done by someone.
The next attempt might be on your life, Lockhart.
Yes, I know.
How about Asher Varden? He's the only one, excepting yourself, who knows the method of making that gas, isn't he?
Yes, he is the only one. Now?
Then the cops had better have you and Varden guarded night and day. I'll have a talk with Doyle. I'll make him see that even if the cops do think of the deaths as suicides, There'll be nothing lost by having guards on the job.
People who are as clever as these crooks won't be stopped by guards. They'll find a way.
It'd simplify matters if you and Varden stayed together for the next few days.
Do you think so?
Yes. Your home is closed, Lockhart. Why don't you call Varden? Tell him you'll stay with him.
It might not be a bad idea, that. He has a nice little home.
Family?
No, he lives alone. The housekeeper comes in days.
You seem to have made it a point to associate with people without family.
Well, when I started my experiments, I didn't want to take any risks. So I secured people like Philbert and Varden whose whole life was wrapped up in their work. Then, you see, there was no likelihood they'd divulge what they learned to a wife.
I see.
I'll call Varden at once and tell him to expect me.
Do so. You may use this phone.
That evening, in the privacy of his bedroom, Britt Reed made careful preparations with his trusted valet, Cato.
I made sure Axford would be at police headquarters for the next few hours. That'll keep him out of our way.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
If we only hadn't been in such a position when we heard that enemy agent speaking on the phone, Cato.
I know.
Just a voice, that's all. By the time we got where we could see the phone, he was gone. If we'd shown ourselves, he would have known the identity of the Green Hornet.
But you learned one thing of importance, though.
Yes, I learned that there was a deadline. The unknown Mr. X has to produce the formula before the end of this week, or he'll be discredited. The weapon's loaded.
Yes.
Now, give me those nose plugs, Cato. We may need them as a protection against this gas.
Here they are.
Yeah, good.
It is to be hoped that Mr. X will make appearance tonight at Varden House.
Cato, he has to. If he doesn't get the formula tonight, he'll lose his last chance.
Here's Mask of Green Hornet.
Right. Now we're ready.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
I don't see how anyone could get into the house, Varden, with those guards outside.
But as you said, Dr. Lockhart, this foreign agent must be devilishly clever.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir?
Let us suppose he did come to you, demanding that you write the formula for him.
Well, I doubt if I could remember it.
You're evading the answer. You could remember enough of it to give him a pretty accurate idea of the process.
Well, I think I might give him a fake formula. That would satisfy him for the time.
You are scientist enough to know that a fake formula would never get by a man who understood chemistry. He would know, or at least have a fairly good idea, whether or not the reactions would work.
Probably you're right, Dr. Lockhart. I would hate to be placed in a position where my life had to be given to protect a formula.
What is it?
I heard something.
That's the guards outside.
No, it was here in the house. I'm sure of it. I heard it again. A creaking floorboard.
Oh, but that can't be
Please keep your voices down.
Masked. The Hornet. The Green Hornet.
I said keep quiet.
How did you get in here?
A simple matter of creeping up when the guards weren't watching and using skeleton keys. My car driven past attracted the attention of the guards.
Then you are the foreign agent. The Green Hornet.
There's no use trying to convince you that that's not the case. I haven't time. The developments may change your mind.
I wish you'd lower that weapon.
Soon, Lockhart. After I've used it.
No, you...
Stop. You too, Horton. I want both of you sleeping.
Barton and Lockhart slumped unconscious to the floor. Then the Green Hornet acted with deft fingers and lightning-fast movements. He injected a serum into the arm of each man. Then he stripped off his hat, topcoat, and mask. He pulled a wig over his head, fixed a beard to his face, and applied makeup. He then took his seat in the armchair recently vacated by Dr. Lockhart. The minutes reached an hour, and then half of another hour while Varden and Lockhart remained unconscious in a bedroom of the house. From time to time, Britt Reed went to examine them and check their respiration.
Sleeping comfortably enough. Yeah, they'll be good till morning.
He resumed his seat and his vigil, breathing through filtering plugs that fitted his nostrils. Then a dark figure moved through the rooms. A man poked a gun toward the young publisher and spoke in a guttural voice.
Don't move.
Well, at last.
You are covered, Dr. Lockhart. I think you know why I'm here, nicht wahr?
I assume you came for a formula.
Exactly. Already 2 of your stupid hirelings have been stubborn. With you, it's different. You have ones whom you love. If I could have dealt directly with you in the first place, those others need not have died.
I suppose you brought a sample of the gas to use on me in the event that I refused to cooperate, eh?
To be sure.
Yes, the police would hardly accept 3 suicides.
The police.
How did you get by the guards?
My aides made a slight disturbance across the street. It was that simple. I slipped in when their attention was diverted. Now, you will write the formula.
You can go to blazes.
So, you think because there are 2 of you here, will I have enough gas
And so have I. Try mine.
You... I show you!
Go on inside. That shot came from in there.
The door is locked, Doyle. On the inside. The key's in the lock. We'll have to poke it out. And
Smash
then
that
we'll
door. Stand aside. Let me at it.
Look here, on the floor. That's not Varden.
Or Lockhart. Go through the house, Jake. Okay. Parker, you and Steve look to the rear.
Right. Come on, Steve. This guy's not dead.
Turn him over. That's it. Hey, look. It's another one of those gas containers.
Yeah.
Only this one's still sealed. Something happened to this guy before he got the chance to use the gas.
Look here. The seal of the Green Hornet.
Wow. It was the Hornet's car we saw pass.
Must have been.
But where's the Hornet? He couldn't be here. Or could he?
Hey, Doyle. Sergeant Lockhart are unconscious in the bedroom back here.
Dead?
Oh, I said unconscious. Hey, wait.
Confound it all. Get that guy out of here. This ain't open house.
Sergeant Doyle. Oh. It's Mr. Reed. I went to passing and saw the door open. Have the 2 scientists been killed?
No, but this bird had a cartridge of gas to kill him if he'd had the chance to use it. Someone got him first.
He seems to be regaining consciousness.
Yeah. We found the seal of the Green Hornet here. Maybe the Hornet got him. But if that's the case, how did the Hornet get out? We heard a shot. This bird had a gun with him.
How about Lockhart?
He'll be all right. He's drugged, that's all.
This man on the floor?
I don't think so.
Stick around, Reed, while we investigate. This is once you beat Axford to the story. Well, putting it all together, it seems the Hornet gassed Lockhart and Varden.
Yes, he did, Sergeant Doyle.
Then the Hornet must have been here when this man... what'd you say your name was?
Blatton.
Oh, yeah, when Blatton came in.
Yes. Now I know it was the Hornet. But how did he get in?
Probably the same way you did, Blatton. The skeleton key, which was used during a distraction.
The Hornet had someone drive his car by the house. The guards watched the car, wondering if it was the Black Beauty, while the Hornet slipped in.
But he got out again.
Yes, right under your noses.
Yes, it's quite possible that he slipped out a rear door and locked it after him. You've done the same thing, Blatton.
Hang it all, to think I was that close to the Green Hornet and he slipped through my fingers again.
It's too bad, Doyle. Wait till Axford hears that.
Sentinel X3 paper! Foreign agent captured theft of secret gas formula. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X3 paper!
You have just heard the adventure, The Murder Gas. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Gasoline and the Hornet. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Sam, what is the matter with this car? It's going to stop again.
Hanged if I know. Just a few miles a week of legal driving, and hang it all, we can't even get that without trouble.
It stalled on me 3 times in the past week.
It's that gasoline, I guess.
There. Stalled again.
I told you to get Sanders gasoline.
I did. There must have been some of the old gas in the tank. Well, you'll have to phone for the garage man.
Mr. Reed, here's another full-page ad for Sanders gasoline.
So I see. Well, give it to Blake. Tell him to check it with a fine-tooth comb before he runs it. There's something funny about this Sanders and the gas he sells.
Sanders, that's all I hear. Now get me some advertising that will sell my gasoline for a change. What kind of an advertising man are you?
But, Mr. Malcolm, Sanders undersells
And
us.
out-advertises us. I'm going to call on Britt Reed at the Sentinel and ask his advice about some special advertising.
I'll be glad
I
to
went
go.
to school with Reed. He'll read our ads, and if they're bad, he'll say so.
Yes, sir.
And if he does, you can find a new job.
Well, Mr. Reed, there isn't anything wrong with the Sanders gasoline ad. I checked with Blake.
There's nothing to do but run the ad, Miss Case.
Very well.
Oh, where's Axford?
In my office at his desk. Do you want him?
No, I just want to...
He's in conference.
There he is.
You can't go in there. His office is private.
Oh, stand aside. I'm in a hurry.
Reed. I don't care who you are. You can't go in
George Malcolm.
Reed, this guy's hard to handle. I tried to stop him.
Relax,
and he pushed me.
Axford. George, you're a sight for sore eyes. How are you anyway?
Rotten. That's why I'm here to see you, Brett.
That'll be all for now, Miss Case.
Yes, sir.
Wait. What's that you have?
This?
Let me see it.
Why, it's just a layout. Well, wait.
Sanders gasoline.
Please, after all.
Close that door as you leave. What I have to say to Reed won't sound good to your gentle ears.
Oh, Casey's used to hearing...
Case. Outside.
Come on, Michael.
Well, I don't blame you, Malcolm. I see you're being undersold by Sanders.
Undersold and outsold at every station in the chain, and Reed, in these days of gasoline rationing, every coupon counts. We've had 5 stations fold in the last 2 weeks, and unless Sanders is brought in line, there'll be more.
Well, how does he undersell, outsell you?
That's what I want to know. Brett, I'm trying hard to be calm about this, but I've reached a point where I'm likely to blow my top at any moment.
Well, what's the trouble? I mean, what can I do?
Look, Brett, you run a newspaper.
Well, thanks for that. My secretary and dad will hardly admit as much.
You're in a position to know a lot about a lot of people. I mean, you hear things, you hear about things. Probably you sometimes see things that never get the dignity of printer's ink. Is that true?
Yes. But why?
You might know darn well that someone is an out-and-out crook. But unless you could back an assertion with ironclad proof, you couldn't say anything about it.
Well, let's admit that to bring us to the point.
Sanders.
Sanders of Sanders Gasoline.
What do you know about him?
Very little.
How much can you learn about him?
Well, I can just about get his whole life history if it'd mean anything to you.
Britt, that man is a crook. He's in some crooked game right now. I know it. He has to be.
To undersell you?
To sell a better grade of gas than we can get, and at a lower price.
I see.
I've had men checking to see if he gets coupons for all the gas he sells.
Does he?
He does.
As far as you know.
I had a government man watching the place. Even the OPA and the FBI were suspicious. They made a thorough check on every one of the Sanders stations, and they couldn't find a single violation.
Well, how does he get his gasoline?
I don't know that. As much as he sells, he seems to get all he needs. I'm constantly running short.
It's a strange situation.
More than that. There's something crooked. There's some crooked work in back of it. What it is, I don't know, but I've got to find out or go broke.
What about the grade of gasoline?
Well, a lot of gas is a poorer grade than it used to be. We all know that, and there's nothing to do but blame it on Hitler and make the best of it. But Sanders' gasoline is better than ours.
It really is?
Yes, we had a test made.
I have heard people say that his ads were untrue, that the gas he sells is very bad.
Not according to our tests or to the government tests.
He sells from tank cars, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
You tested the gas in the tank car?
I went as far as that. I had men draw a sample directly from the tanker, and that's what I had tested. I might say that it was most embarrassing to find that his gas had a higher rating than ours.
Well, Malcolm, I don't know what I can do.
Can't you get me the facts on Sanders' past, his background, what he did before he came here and opened the stations?
I can do that,
It
but
would verify my suspicions if I found that he had a criminal record.
I'll do my best. Well, by the way, can you recommend a government agent who said that someone had checked on Sanders?
There's a fellow named Malone, Dan Malone. He's a squarer man, as I know.
Thanks.
I didn't ask him to check on Sanders' background, Britt, because I didn't want to ask him to do it for nothing. And I wouldn't try to offer him cash. He's very particular.
I understand.
If you plan to engage someone to investigate Sanders, get a private agency of some sort.
If I plan to engage anyone, Malcolm, I'll do what you ask.
Yeah. Thanks, Britt. I do need help.
You need a vacation, brother. If you don't get it soon, you'll crack up.
Maybe you're right. But I can't take a vacation now. I'll see you soon.
I'll let you know if I learn anything. I'll have Axford start on it right away.
Reed, what was that you were saying about me?
So long, Malcolm.
Bye.
Reed,
Close the door.
I couldn't help overhearing me name, but
Axford, that was George Malcolm. A very good friend of mine.
I didn't know who or what he was when he came busted in and headed for your office. I thought maybe you got him saw something in the paper and he was coming to shoot you or something. By golly, sure had fire in his eye.
It's all right, Axford.
And there's something else I wanted to speak about as soon as I got the chance.
Well?
It's about gasoline, too.
Gasoline?
Reed, me feet ain't trying me to say they aren't what they used to be.
Don't tell me you want to rub them with gasoline.
No, is that good?
Well, I've never heard of it being particularly beneficial, but then one never can tell.
The point is, Reed, I can't do much walking. This job gets me down when I got to go to many places. What with the shortage of cabs and the way it is to get around. And besides that, a man of my weight wears out his shoes fast. And shoes being ration at all.
Axford. What do you want?
Ration book. One that'll let me use me car a little more. Holy crone, a ticket don't do me no good at all.
Well, perhaps we can solve it by giving you less outside assignment.
Oh, no, Reed, not that.
Well, Axford, we'll talk about that later.
I thought that with your recommend, the OPA office
I
might,
sent for you, Axford, because I want you to get your car out and fill the tank with Sanders gasoline.
Fill the tank? Reed, are you kidding? I don't fill the tank no more.
You're going to fill it today if it takes your last ticket.
Oh, golly, it sure a shooting will. But I use Sanders gas all the time anyhow.
I want you to get a tank full and see if you can persuade the attendant to accept cash instead of A-tickets.
Oh, you mean I'm to try and bribe him, huh?
Yes. And Axford, be subtle about it.
Don't worry, Reed. I'll be subtle.
Better talk to that guy and Dan. They're squawking about the gas, Jim.
I'll give him the old one, too.
That big lug with the derby wants to see you, too.
Don't tell me he's got a squawk.
I don't know. He wants to see the station manager.
Hey, buddy, are you the boss?
Keep your shirt on. I'll be with you in a minute. Yes, sir. Is there something wrong?
My motor is wrecked with your gasoline.
The man in the garage told us.
Sanders gasoline?
Yes. I'd use it exclusively
I'm sorry,
for...
sir. It couldn't be the gas. You can see the analysis of our gasoline.
We know what the man in the garage told us. He certainly should know what he's talking about.
Lady, sometimes these garages get too businesslike.
What do you mean?
Well, I worked in one of them before I went to work for Sanders. I quit because of the way they made me hook the customers. I say, we'd tell them everything was wrong. Sell them spark plugs they didn't need, valve jobs, all kinds of things. They'd never know the diff. Then when there was something wrong with the car that we couldn't make a good profit on the job, we'd tell them it was the gasoline. Blame it on gas.
I wonder.
Here, you take this card. You take your car to this joint. The guy is a friend of mine. He'll fix your motor at the right price.
We'll try it.
You stick to Sanders gasoline, you'll be all right.
Hey, buddy.
Take it easy. I'm coming.
Look, I got to fill me tank with gasoline, see?
Yeah? What about it?
Well, I thought maybe if I paid enough, you wouldn't be needing the tickets for the gas.
We'll fill your tank, mister, if you got the tickets. And let's see the tickets. And the tickets better be attached to the sheet, too.
That evening, Britt Reed was in his apartment with Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet. Axford had just finished telling about his trip to the gas station.
I was as subtle as I could be, Reed, and still that guy wouldn't give me gas without the ticket. So I guess the standard outfit is on the level.
Then, Axford, that's that.
But wasn't it rotten the way those folks were took in by that garage?
How do you know they were? Maybe it was the gasoline.
I don't think so, Reed.
Well, I'll tell you what, Axford. If you're going to police headquarters this evening, take my car. I seldom use it, and there's plenty of gasoline in it. And that'll help you out on your own supply.
Say, Reed, that's swell of you. You don't mind if I go and chew the fat with Dial for a while?
No, go ahead.
I better get started then before it gets too late. I'll see you later.
Yes, Axford. Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Axford will leave his car in the garage. We'll make our own test of Sanders gasoline.
Oh, very well.
We'll take a few ounces from the tank, and we'll put it through tests in the laboratory.
Very well.
And when you go to the lab, stop off and check the Black Beauty. We might be using it tonight.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Meanwhile, I'm going to call Mr. Sanders on the phone.
You join me in the laboratory?
Presently, Cato, presently.
Hello?
Mr. Sanders?
Speaking.
I want to remind you of the fact that you have an income tax report to file within a few weeks.
You needn't remind me of that.
Do you keep the date upon which you make out that return in your home or your office?
Why, I happen to have it in my home, but what are you getting at?
Well, would you be interested in some expert help?
No, my accountants take care of it.
I see. Well, very well, Mr. Sanders.
Who are you?
Maybe we can do business some other time. Sorry to have disturbed you. Well, that is that. Now we know where we stand, Cato. The gasoline we tested gives us something to work on.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I checked with Sanders. He's at his home, and he has his income tax records there. And sometimes those records tell a great deal.
Yes, sir.
Moreover, he answered the phone himself, which indicates that he, like so many others, is without domestic help.
So we call on him now?
We do. You have the mask?
Yes, and the gun.
And we're ready.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Sanders, of the Sanders chain of tank car gasoline stations, had an associate in his home for a conference.
Well, I guess that cleans us up, Parks.
It does, Mr. Sanders.
I'm still curious about that phone call. It was odd.
Oh, it was probably some lawyer or a bookkeeper that wanted to pick up some extra cash.
Yes, probably was. You be more careful than ever with the handling of the tank cars. Remember, we're likely to have those cars taken over by the government at any time.
I know.
And have the boys instructed to dismantle them if it's likely.
They've got their orders.
We've got to be especially careful these days. But if we do watch our step, we can clean up.
Right.
I figure on backing Malcolm and a few of the others to the wall. And then buying them out for peanuts. And when the war's over, we'll be on top of the world.
You bet we will. Well, good night, Mr. Sanders.
Night, Parks. Wonder who it was that phoned me. Voice didn't sound like a wheedling shyster, a down-and-out bookkeeper. Oh, Parks, is that you? Thought I heard someone. Parks, have you left?
He's gone.
Who?
Back of you, Sanders.
Back up. Mask.
Sit down at your desk. I'll close this door.
You're the Green Hornet.
Sanders, I came here for information. The sooner you hand it out, the less trouble you'll have. I can, of course, give you a shot of gas from this gun and knock you out, and then search this place till I find what I'm after.
No, don't gas me.
And don't cause it. I want your financial record.
What? My financial
In short, I want to see what you're going to use. Make out your income tax return.
Income tax. It was you. You phoned me.
That's good logic.
But why? What do you want of me?
Let's have them.
Hello, this is Michael Axford speaking for Doyle at Police Headquarters. What's that? The Hornet, you say? Suffering snakes, where at? Yeah, we'll be right there. Hey, Doyle, come on and pass. The Green Hornet's out again. He was seen coming from the house of a guy named Sanders. Let's get going. Hang it all, Sanders, that don't make sense. Why would you come here to look at your income tax?
How do I know? I've told you what happened.
By golly, you didn't phone into the cops. Why didn't you report it?
Well, take a look at my phone. You'll see it was cut.
Yeah, that's a good excuse. You didn't want to phone, did you?
I don't want to die young, and I'm not going against the Green Hornet's orders. Okay, isn't Axford home yet?
I haven't seen him, Mr. Britt.
Out all night, huh?
Breakfast is ready. Morning paper reports Green Hornet.
Well, that's interesting. No doubt Axford's been out all night hunting for the Green Hornet.
Yes, sir. As a result of phone call.
Well, we learned what we wanted to know, Keto. This man Sanders is the owner of a factory with facilities to remodel tank cars.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
He fixes the tanks in a special way for his own use, for carrying gasoline. And that's why his gas can pass the tests.
Oh, why?
The testing gas is drawn from the tankers. But that is not the gas he sells.
Oh.
You see, there's a special compartment to hold the gas for testing. The stuff he sells is inferior. It could never pass government tests.
Yet people continue to buy it.
Because, Cato, they believe the advertising. And they blame any lack of performance in their cars on the condition of the car itself.
I see.
We have some more coffee, please, Cato?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You know, people are strange in that way. Haven't you heard people say that their car always seems to run better after it's been cleaned and polished? It's purely psychological.
Yes, I have heard people say that.
The car doesn't really run a bit better than they think it does, but it seems to. Well, the same applies to Sanders gasoline. Because of the high-power advertising, people think that the gas is better, and so they think their cars run better and they get better mileage. I assume they must be right because so many people buy the gasoline.
But the mileage?
Well, few people can accurately check their mileage.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Cato, there's a dependable man named Dan Malone. Malcolm spoke of him. I want you to find out where I can reach Dan Malone this evening.
Very well, Mr. Britt.
We'll have to make one more move in Sanders' direction. Well, Michael Axford,
Reed, I'm just
you
about to
get permission to use my car and keep it out all night. It's a fine thing.
Now you hold on. I've been shagging the Green Hornet.
A Hornet?
All the night long, me and the cops have been hunting him.
Well, how'd you hear about him?
I was on the phone at the cops' headquarters while Doyle went out to take a look at the radio bulletins when the call came in. The Hornet was seen leaving the house of that guy Sanders, what runs the gasoline company.
Sanders?
And Reed, I got to thinking maybe he's in cahoots with Sanders.
Why?
Well, there's something funny about it. Anyhow, the cops will have a cordon tonight. If that Hornet moves near Sanders' place again, by golly, he'll get what's coming to him. Pass the eggs, please.
That night, while Axford was once more with the police, hoping to be among the first on the scene when the Green Hornet was captured, Britt Reed and Cato again moved out in the Black Beauty.
Every policeman in the city will be on the lookout tonight, Cato.
I know it, Mr. Britt.
Did you check the smoke shells?
I replaced them with fresh ones.
We might need a smoke screen.
I thought of that. Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato?
Sometimes I think the game gets too dangerous.
Too dangerous?
Yes. If ever you are caught...
I don't like to think of that, Cato. There's enough charge to the Green Hornet to send me to the chair.
And you could never prove different.
No. There's no way on earth to prove that I'm not guilty of the things they chalked against me.
Mr. Britt, there's a car coming from behind.
Police car?
Yes, it might be.
Found it tonight of all nights.
It's coming fast. It will pass.
It's possible they won't notice that this is the Black Beauty. Maybe they'll go right by.
I hope so.
I've got to get to Dan Malone tonight or never. Well, they're coming up to pass now. Stand by the smoke screen lever.
I'm ready.
I'll tell you when.
They're coming alongside now.
Hey, you, pull over there.
Now.
It's done.
Hey, it's the Green Hornet.
Got to make a run for it now. Hang on. Bullets hit the car, Cato. It's a good thing we're armored.
Smoke is very thick behind us.
It had better stay that way. I'm making a turn, so hold on. We can't go far like this. I'll shake them, then head for Dan Malone.
I'll tell you, Malone. I explained to Britt Reed just what the situation is. He may dig up something in Sanders' life.
I'd work on it myself, Mr. Malcolm, if there wasn't so much other business. I've got to take orders from headquarters, you know.
Oh, I understand that, Dan. I wouldn't ask you.
I'd do anything I could.
I thought you might be able to have these new samples of gas put through the laboratory. Some of my men got them from Sanders' tank cars today.
Oh, sure. Glad to.
And another thing.
Yeah?
Did you read about the Green Hornet being seen at Sanders' home?
Oh, sure.
Isn't your bureau interested in the Green Hornet?
Well, some of the boys are working on that. I'm just working for the Bureau of Standards, you know.
Oh, that's so. Dan.
Huh? What's the matter?
The window. Don't shoot me.
All right. I'm gassed. Keep your hands there, Malone. Don't move.
The Hornet.
I don't want to give you what I gave your friend.
I'm not moving. What do you want?
Not very much. From you. Fact is, I brought you something. Something nice.
What do you mean?
Don't worry about your friend. He'll recover consciousness in a few minutes. But here's a present for you. This envelope holds my contribution. I wouldn't think of trying to bribe you, Malone.
What's in that envelope?
I suppose your friend had a tip-off. He told you to give the tanker at Newell Street the once over tonight.
Newell Street? That's a Sanders station.
As if you didn't know it. But maybe you'll be so busy counting what's in that envelope that you won't have a chance to go out to Newell Street. Hold off till morning. You can make all the inspection you want.
I see.
You got it straight?
I think I have.
Shortage of tank cars, you know. We've all got to work together for the duration. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
I don't know whether I understand.
Don't stall for time, Malone, because I'm leaving.
I don't know how soon the boys will replace the Newell Street tank car with one of our double-bottom jobs, but if you wait till morning, I know you can make the inspection. One thing more. The boss was a little concerned about his taxes. You might tell one of the boys in the Internal Revenue Department that he can win himself an envelope like that if he isn't too critical about a certain income tax return.
Holy mackerel, what a boner. Not too late to get him. Hey, snap out of it. Come to, you're all right. Breathing okay. I'll let him sleep it off. Double-bottom tank cars. Wow. Good gas for us to test and wildcat stuff for sale. So that's how he worked it. Sanders, you made your big mistake when you sent the Green Hornet here to bribe me. Hello, Chief? Dan Malone speaking. I've got the goods. Send some men to New Street Sanders. I'll be there with what it takes.
Cato, we get home early. You put the Black Beauty away. I'll take out the other car and go to Newell Street.
Yes, sir?
Oh, I'm surprised that you're open.
Oh, we run from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m.
I see.
How many?
Just 3. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, what's the matter with those fellas? The way they put on their brakes, you think...
the great Scott.
Hey, where you are, buddy. We're here to see what kind of gas you sell.
Oh, sure thing. Go right over to the tank car and help yourself at the source.
We will. And we'll also take it from the hose. And we'll also see what kind of a tank car that is.
Hey, listen,
Malcolm.
Britt Reed.
What are you doing here?
I'll just keep an eye on you, buddy, till we see what goes on.
That's Dan Malone. Britt, the Hornet, called on him, and I was there. I saw the Green Hornet.
No.
Yes, and he gassed me. And he left money as a bribe for Dan Malone, of all people.
But what brings you here?
The Hornet said not to inspect this car. I guess he thought Dan was a crook. Why, Britt, the Hornet is working hand in glove with Sanders.
You got it? Oh, sure, Dan. Hey, Malcolm, we got the goods on them. Take these servicemen into custody and then go and pick up Sanders himself.
Britt,
Okay.
did you hear that?
Yes.
This is hot. We got the Sanders outfit this time. Found a double tank car. A little tank inside the big one. Tess will put Sanders where he belongs, and it won't stop there.
Well, how's that?
He also tried to bribe his way through a phony tax return.
Sooner or later, Cato, they'll get around to checking Sanders' tax return.
And they will find him dishonest.
Well, I'm not sure about that. But they will find that he made his own tank cars.
What about the bribe money?
Well, Sanders will deny giving it. The money will have no claimant, so it'll be put to a good use. I wonder if anyone will realize that the amount of that bribe is exactly the same as the amount that was taken from those foreign agents a few weeks ago, when the Green Hornet was supposed to have robbed them.
Central Express, paper! Head of service stations arrested in gasoline fraud. Green Hornet partner. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Central Express, paper!
You have just heard the adventure, Gasoline and the Hornet. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at the same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Axford Rises to Shine. The Green Hornet strikes again. Miss Case was trying to type a letter and ignore the squirming and soft chuckles of Michael Axford, who shared the office with her.
Oh, by golly, this is good.
Confound.
Huh? What's the matter?
Matter, you big thunderhead. Why can't you find something to do?
Casey, hey, don't be throwing letters around.
Letters? This should have been a letter, but it's a mess. I can't think of what I'm doing when you squirm and talk to yourself.
Oh, no, Casey, I didn't do it.
Axford, hundreds of thousands of people read the Daily Sentinel every day and manage to do it without talking to themselves or reading aloud or squeaking their chair.
But I would
Well,
just...
why in the name of the Fourth Estate can't you? Or if you must be so enthusiastic, read the paper someplace else.
But, Casey, I'm not reading the Sentinel.
What?
This is the Clarion.
Worse and worse. Mr. Reed's letter's all messed up because you read the rival sheet.
But, Casey, look at this and you'll who, too.
I'm no owl.
It's Lowry. That smart Alec thinks he's a reporter, and this'll show him that my nose for news tops his. I tried to tell the lug, but no, he was too smart. He wouldn't listen.
What
He told
are
me-
you talking about? Let me see that story.
It's the druggist over in Bayview. That's a suburb, you know.
I used to live in Bayview, Axford. I know it's a suburb.
This guy's name is Daniels. When I tried to tell
I'm
Lowry
reading it. I know his name is Daniels.
Yeah, it says so there. And all the time he had a lot of young folks hanging around his joint who went all the way out to Bayview just to go to his drugstore.
Will you let me read the story?
Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. I'm only saying that I suspected there was something screwy about so many young folks going to the Daniel store. His malt and milk ain't, they weren't that good. I know on account of I tried them.
They've arrested Daniels on a narcotic charge.
Yeah, by golly, that's awful, that it is.
He was peddling some new kind of narcotic.
That's what I'm telling you. I suspected something of the sort and tried to get Lowry to go there with me and look it over. But he wouldn't do it.
Axford, come with me.
Huh? Where to? I want to call Lowry and rub it in.
Quiet, Lug. Tell the boss about it. Come on.
Now, Reed, I
Case,
didn't...
get the best attorney on our staff. I want the best.
Yes, Mr. Reed, but this article of the Clarion...
I've read it.
Reed, I know you're sorry about being scooped on that story. I tried to tell Lowry there was something funny going on in the Daniel store.
Who else did you tell?
Huh? Me?
Come, Axford, who else did you talk to about that store and your suspicion?
Why, golly, Reed, I don't know.
I've just buzzed for Lowry. What about the attorney, Miss Case? If you can't get one, get another. On the phone right away.
Oh, on the phone. Yes, Mr. Reed.
Reed, what are you so steamed up about? We've been beat on stories before, but you never
Axford,
went in...
if this came from your loose talk, I'll muzzle you with chains.
Hi, Casey. I expected this call. Hey, boss, this is the rottenest break yet. I talked to Newcomb, and he's hopping mad about the blunder of the local cops.
Newcomb has reason to be.
Look, I must have missed something. Newcomb is a special investigator.
The great brain at work again.
Is that the Newcomb you're yapping about, Lowry?
Yeah.
Did the cops do something wrong in making that arrest? Shouldn't they have arrested Daniels?
No.
But wasn't he selling narcotics or something illegal?
Axford, don't try to understand. I told you to forget it when you tried to tell me about that Bayview drugstore.
But I had me suspicions.
And you told them to Lowry.
Yeah,
And
only
to some
I...
of your police friends, and how many others?
Reed, I didn't mean no harm. I was thinking about the young folks that were buying those narcotics.
With a chance to smash a new drug racket, probably inspired by Tokyo, you garble the whole thing.
Loose talk.
Now, see here, the two of you. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Maybe I did say something. Maybe I made a mistake. But don't keep me on the pan any longer. You're getting me dander up, by golly, and I won't take it from you, Lowry.
I can't hear on this phone.
Then, by golly, I close the door. Now I'll finish what I was saying.
Sit down, you wild banshee.
I can say what I got to say standing up.
Then stand. The whole thing's just this, Axford.
Make it awful simple, boss, so he can understand it.
Lowry, someday you're going to needle me too far. I'm warning you.
Now look, Axford. Newcomb was watching Daniel. He had men checking every move that Daniels made in the hope of getting at the men higher up.
Oh, golly.
And there's a good chance that the whole thing was planned by Tokyo to undermine the United States. They tried the same thing in China.
Why, those dirty spot peas.
When the Bayview police grabbed Daniels, they broke off any chance to get to the higher ups.
Oh, golly, now I can understand. Now the louts that were supplying Daniels would crawl back into their shells.
Now, that's the general idea.
And now it'll be tougher than ever for Newcomb and his special investigators to get the big shots.
That's the trouble.
And the big shots will just drop Daniels and find someone else to take his place. Oh, Reed, I ought to be kicked in the slats if I'm to blame for this.
Grab your ankles, Axford. I'll accommodate
Well, we don't know that you're the one that's to blame, Axford, but this serves as a good example.
Reed, the chances are the Bayview cops had the same idea I had.
Excuse me. Hello? Oh, fine. Put him on the line.
Lawyer?
Yeah. Hello, Harry. There's a man named Daniels in the Bayview jail. I want you to go and talk to him. Find out if he has counsel, and if not, tell him that you've been paid by those who are interested in him to represent him. Is that clear? Well, if he already has counsel, find out who it is and who's paying for it if you can. Also find out how much the police have against him, and let me hear from you. Okay? Goodbye.
Reed, are you kidding?
Why?
Don't tell me you're going to help that crook beat the rap.
I want to find out how big an attorney he already has to help him beat the rap, as you put it. Yes? Oh, yes, Harry. Did you talk to Daniels? Oh, well, what did he say? Oh, so he has no attorney. What? He refused to let you represent him? What? He doesn't want counsel. That's strange. Mighty strange.
Cocktail, Jack? A highball, perhaps? Oh, I try so hard to make the poor little apartment comfortable for you.
Look, Dora,
Oh, you bad boy. You make it a point to call me Dora. My name is Doreen.
Your name is Dora. And mine is Jack. The phony pronunciation you give it is all right for your giddy playmates. When I'm here, let's call a spade a spade.
Oh, poor little me. I have such a brute.
Look, I'm worried about that guy Daniels.
But why? He's taken care of.
What if he squeals? Maybe you've forgotten, Dora. He knows who we are.
He can do nothing, Jock. My position in the
Yeah, your position. Maybe you think that because you've gotten bids into some of the swell homes, go to a couple of the better clubs, and know a few women in the social register, you're impregnable. You're not. Just remember that when the FBI cracks down, they crack no matter who you are. And influence doesn't mean much when those boys with whiskers get the goods on you.
Oh, you talk like a fool. You think I was born yesterday? You think I was trained in Budapest only to make a jailbird of myself?
Well, what if Daniels does talk?
He will not talk, my friend. He knows the penalty.
Ah.
And you need not grunt. Perhaps it would interest you to know that he's in jail because I wanted him there.
Wanted him there?
I knew the special investigators were watching his drugstore.
Oh. I didn't know they already had the store watch.
Oh, there's much you don't know. That's the difference between us. That's why I'm the one who gives and you the one who takes the orders.
My thunder, Dora. You can be cold as ice when you want to be.
If he'd stayed in business, the investigators would have gotten the lead they wanted. So Daniels is now out of circulation.
But how did you tip the cops off?
A phone call posing as a woman whose friend had formed a habit.
You called the cops?
Oh, the call was made, Jack. I wouldn't risk my own voice.
Does Daniels know who turned him in?
No, but he's had his instructions. He will plead guilty and take whatever is handed him.
You're sure?
My dear, naive Jacques, we can handle Daniels. We got him involved at the start by a promise of wealth. We will keep him loyal by threats of harm to his son and daughter.
Dora, I'm sorry.
You should be.
My hat's off to you. I can relax.
Oh, I shouldn't have told you. I should have let you pay for your lack of confidence in me by sleepless nights of worry.
Still one thing.
Well?
What about distribution? You've got to find someone to take Daniel's place.
Oh, you fool. Why do you think I've made so many efforts to widen my circle of acquaintances? I have several to whom I'm about to offer the chance to pick up some extra cash.
But if they know that you
I
have...
merely introduce them to the man who can supply them with the goods upon which they make the profit. Oh, stop being concerned, Jacques. Little Doré will not be caught asleep at the switch. Now, let's open the window and enjoy the pleasant evening from the balcony.
Not much of a view from here. Just the street packed with
Oh, Mercy,
traffic.
look.
A car. They're driving like crazy.
Oh, I love to see it. It wastes tires and gasoline.
Look out!
Ooh, what a glorious smash-up.
3 cars involved. Come on downstairs.
Coming and knew something would happen.
The driver must have been drunk.
Anyone hurt? Get back. Anybody call the hospital? Where's the doctor?
I said to Mary, if they don't have a smash, I miss my guess.
Let me through. I'm from the Sentinel. I gotta get the story.
Save your breath, Axford, and help lift this car.
I'm with you, Lowry. Oh, Lowry, ain't it awful?
I phoned for a doctor. He'll be here in a minute.
All right. I think at least 2 of them are gone.
He was a good man. He didn't know. And now he's gone.
Our plan is working.
5 people. My sister and her friends gone. Oh, if I could only get my hands around the throats of those rats that handle narcotics.
Our plan is working. Dope.
I'm sorry, but there's nothing can be done, Mr. Berry. Your son died on the way to the hospital. You can see him, but it'd be better if your wife didn't.
I understand.
Our plan is working.
Our plan is working. Our plan is working.
Never mind how late it is, Sergeant. You let me and Lowry in to see that guy Daniels and be quick about it.
I'll let you in, Axford, but don't think it's because of your loudmouth threat.
I'm mad, that's what I am. I've got me dander up. I've seen things tonight.
I'm trying to sleep.
Sleeping behind, Daniels. It's me, Axford, again. Come on, Lowry.
Now, look, Mike, take it easy. Axford,
Save your
I'm
breath. Daniels, a little while ago, 5 people were killed in a wreck on account of that stuff you sold them.
Leave me alone. I know my rights.
You and your rights. Now, you tell me where you got that stuff. Do you hear?
Let me go.
Axford, you can't do this. Leave him alone. Axford, don't be a fathead. Leave him alone.
From where did you get your stuff?
I don't know his name. I don't know his address. I don't know anything about him. You let me go or I'll bring charges against you and that guy in this whole confounded town, as well as your newspaper.
What's the use? Soon behind! Lowry, Sergeant, I'm a man of action. What's to be done with a thing like this that you can't fight?
Cato, it has me stopped.
You too, Mr. Britt?
Daniels will even have a lawyer. He just pleads guilty, and he'll take the penalty.
Yes, sir. I know.
Hello, Reed.
Axford. Great Scott, what's the matter with you?
Reed, I'm licked. I'm licked bad, and I'm admitting it.
Oh, you look ill, Mr. Axford.
I am. Gone to me bedroom. I got to think. Reed, isn't there something a guy my age could do in the army? I'm fighting mad, and I've got to fight.
How's Axford now, Cato?
I offered to prepare sandwiches, and he refused.
Refusing food. He is badly hit.
Yes, sir. He is.
Cato, these undercover people work in groups. They have to. Daniels has to get his drugs from someone. The man who sells it to him is just one of many distributors, probably scattered all over the country. Now, these distributors have to go someplace for their supplies, which means that someone has to make the stuff for them.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
Now, in a case like this, from what I've learned, this drug is something new. The ring is just starting operations in this city. If it can be put out of business here, it'll prevent untold trouble. It's like swatting a fly in the early spring.
One fly killed in spring is equal to hundreds killed in midsummer.
That's the idea. That's why it's so important to find some way to break Daniels. He'd sooner go to jail than squeal. Probably because he's afraid of what would happen to his family. But the others in the ring won't be so likely to have families. If we can just learn the names of a few of them, they'll talk their heads off to avoid a death penalty.
Oh, then it all depends on making Daniels talk.
Yes. That rat would just open up.
Yes, Mr. Brett.
There must be some way to make him talk.
Is there anything he could say?
I don't know.
Too bad Mr. Axford cannot confer with him.
Oh, Axford's bark's worse than his bite, Cato.
Bark? Bite?
Axford wouldn't really hurt anybody. Wait a minute.
Yes?
Cato, I wonder if it'd work.
What is it, Mr. Brett?
Is the Black Beauty gassed up?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then get the gun ready. I'll get the mask. See that the door to this room is locked in case Axford comes looking for me.
Very good.
There's a cottage on the lake at Bayview. Ken Green's cottage. It isn't being used this summer. Ken's in the Army. The very place.
Door is locked.
Come on, then. We're traveling to Bayview.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Chances tonight, Cato. I hate to take this car out of the city.
It is dangerous.
It's hard enough to dodge the police there. If they catch us in the country and cut off the highways, we're sunk.
Must the car be taken tonight?
I don't want there to be any doubt about who took Daniels from jail.
I see.
Cato, look in the compartment and see if that box of seals is there.
It was there when I looked last time.
Make sure. We'll need them tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, here they are. The seals of the Green Hornet.
How many of them?
There are quite a few. At least 100.
Good enough. Tonight we're going to leave the unmistakable mark of the Green Hornet.
Now, look, Daniels, why don't you open up?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
I took the night shift on guard duty here so as I could talk with you. Now, you're a father. You got a couple of kids of your own.
I've got nothing to say.
But don't your kids mean anything to you?
You bet they do. Plenty.
Is that why you won't squeal? Were you told to take a rap and keep your mouth shut? Plead guilty?
I'm not talking. That's all.
Steady.
Hey, what?
Masked. What is this?
Unlock that door, Sergeant.
Before I do that, I'll...
Sorry to gas you. It's not fatal.
You're the Green Hornet.
Glad to meet you, too, Daniels. I'll have you out of there in no time. As soon as I get this guy's keys. Here we are.
You leave me alone. I'm not going with you.
Don't talk nonsense.
No. Leave me alone. You're not one of them.
You want to walk or be carried?
Please, I've heard of you. Leave me alone. I never went against you.
How do you know you didn't?
I won't go.
Now get along.
My arm,
Hurts, doesn't it? Just a sample of what's to come if you don't get going. You eternal idiot. I might be saving your life. Don't you realize that?
Saving my life.
There were 5 people dead. 5 families who'd sell their souls to get their fingers around your neck. And there are people that think you might be compelled or persuaded to squeal on them. They'd like to seal your lips, too.
No, they wouldn't do that. They
Car's
couldn't.
right there. Get in.
Are you telling the truth?
There's a lot of people would like to kill you. They all know where you are. That Bayville jail was a lead pipe cinch to get into. Get in there.
Where are you taking me?
You'll find out.
Who's this?
He's driving.
Those poor people. What? Holy crow, who's phoning at this hour? Why don't Reed answer? Cato. Must have the phones cut off. Hello? This is me. Oh, you read about me wanting to get the Hornet, eh? You called me at this hour to tell me. Now let me tell you this. You what? You've seen him? Where? When? Bayview, you say? Holy crow! Oh, golly, where'd they put those shoes? I've got to get going. I've got to go it alone this time. I can maybe get a real story. Too bad Bayview's out of Doyle's jurisdiction. Whoa, but he'll be burning up when he finds I got the Green Hornet without him.
Oh, how long was I out? Oh, my head. Golly, what? Oh, I remember. The Hornet was here.
Sarge, holy crow, what happened to you?
You're that Sentinel reporter.
I'm Mike Axford. Where's that Hornet?
Slugged me with gas. I guess I've been out for a half hour or more.
He's got to start. I'm too late again. I was told he was coming in here.
You came from town?
Yeah, and fast. Hey, your prisoner's gone.
Why, that's right. He tried to make me unlock the door.
Here's his sticker on the bars. The seal of the Green Hornet. That's spalpeen, so that's why Daniels kept his lip buttoned.
He knew the Hornet would get him out.
Oh, if that Hornet's in the racket, Hold on, Sarge.
What's that?
Look out. Don't touch it to spoil any fingerprints. It looks like this box was dropped here. I used me handkerchief. Maybe we've got a clue or something, Sarge. This is the box he keeps them stickers in. Look, there's a flock of them here. And something else.
Let me see.
Watch out with your fingerprints now. It's a slip of paper, cut from a newspaper. For sale. Now vacant. Cottage on Bayview Beach. Greenwald's the name of the cottage.
I know the place. Young Green owned it, and now he's in the army.
Hey, why is the Hornet carrying this? Sergeant, how far is that from here?
About a mile.
Then come on. I've got me car right outside.
What are you going to do now?
Daniels, I hope you'll be safe here.
Why did you bring me here? Why are you interested in me?
You'll learn that in due time. It wouldn't do for that fellow Axford to get his hands on you, Daniels. He has ways of getting the truth out of people like you.
What do you mean?
If he ever goes into action, you'll find out.
The door.
You wait right there.
Yes, Cato. Car is coming. Headlights look like Mr. Axford.
Good. Step this way. I want to keep an eye on Daniels through the window.
Can you see Black Beauty from here?
No, it's too dark.
It's well concealed.
Axford's headlights won't hit him as he comes here, will they?
No.
And get in then. I'll join you as soon as we're sure Axford gets his man. Well, that's Axford, all right. Get ready to shove off.
This is the place, Sergeant?
Yep.
All right, then. I'll bust right in and be ready to shoot. Stand back in, just in case. All right, get your mitts up. So, by golly, it's you again, Daniels. Where's your pal? Where's the Green Hornet?
I don't know.
Don't fib to me. I've been hunting that bird for years. This is the first time I got one of his pals in a place where I could really question him.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? All right, then maybe you can find out.
Hey, Axford, you hear that?
The Hornet.
Look that way. There he goes.
Try for the tires.
Ah, he got away.
Once more, hang it all. No, you don't, Daniels. You don't slip out on me.
I don't know anything. I'll go back to jail.
Sure you will, you lug, but not before you squeal. Me dander's up now, by golly. You talk.
Sergeant, stop him. Don't let him.
Axford, I'm going out to look at the stars.
No. Please, don't get my kids if I squeal.
If they're all in the who's go, they won't get nobody. Now do you talk? Or do I roll up me sleeves?
No. I'll do it.
Yes.
This is the girl. Come on in, boys. Got a warrant for you, Dora, and we're going through this apartment.
No, you can't. There isn't anything here.
This is Uncle Sam speaking. Daniel squealed.
I never heard of him.
Daniel told about your friend Jack. He told us about you and several others. Now maybe you'd like to talk.
Wait. Listen. Let me help you get the others. I'll become a counter spy. I'll help you.
They're always ready to pull the double cross, boys. This is going to be a roundup that will shake the town.
Reed, they sure collared a flock of those rats, but the Hornet is still free. Hang it, I just about had me hands on him last night.
You did, eh?
Then, fighting mad as I was, I didn't even get to manhandle Daniels. He squealed when I did no more than threaten.
Axford, you never manhandled anyone seriously in your life. That soft heart of yours...
Well, anyhow, Daniels didn't know about that soft heart. He squealed plenty.
Let's select Street. Take large, rock racket, smash, read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Let's select Street. Paper!
You have just heard the adventure, Axford Rises to Shine. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Knot. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed and Michael Axford were on their way to the office of the Daily Sentinel in Axford's car.
Axford, why are you using the longest route to the office?
Huh? Oh, Reed, I didn't think you'd notice it. We were talking, and what with traffic as it is, in spite of gasoline rationing, my brakes are what they are.
Fiddlesticks.
Now, Reed, why do you say that? Don't you think this is a more pleasant way to get to the office than going through all that traffic?
Well, unquestionably. But since when have you been so keen for nature, and why did you bring your camera?
Reed, sometimes I think you should have been a detective.
Well, that's an uncertain compliment.
Look at how the leaves are changing. Don't they look nice, though? Golly, a day like this brings something out in me.
Axford, turn right at the next driveway. That's a shorter route to the Mead Sanitarium.
The what?
I said the Mead Sanitarium. And don't keep asking me to repeat what I say while you try to think of an answer or reply.
Say, that Mead Sanitarium was where there was an escape this morning.
Yes, I heard the radio newscast, too.
Oh.
And immediately after the broadcast, you put your precious last roll of film in your camera in your pocket, and suggested that you drive to the office today.
Did I?
And that was not coincidence.
Reed, you know that I am.
It was curiosity. You want to investigate the Dexter escape, and you want to try and get some pictures.
Well, maybe I could use my experience as a detective and get some pictures that would be overlooked by the regular photographers.
Maybe.
You mean it'd be all right for me to go in there?
Why not?
Why,
But why didn't you say what you wanted to do in the first place instead of all the conniving?
Reed, sometimes I think maybe if you were to use your head going after that Green Hornet, you'd get him.
You do?
You sure have a way of thinking things out. Deducting, that's what it is.
Stop right here.
Yeah, I never met Doc Mead. Do you know him?
Only by sight. We've never met. But we will within the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, looks like the cops and news hawks have all gone. I don't see many cars around.
The story's old by this time. Dexter escaped hours ago.
Yeah, but there might be something the others missed.
There might be. There usually is.
Doc Mead is quite a giant here.
Large, but none too reputable.
How's that?
Well, there have been stories that Meade works on the shady side.
No. Is that so?
Nothing's ever been proved against him.
Then what
There
is
have
there?
often been hints that some of the patients who are confined in this place are not as far out of their minds as they're supposed to be.
Oh.
Sometimes it's convenient for people to have a relative out of circulation. Well, Meade keeps people confined. He has barred windows if needed, and even padded cells.
Well, I can see some of the barred windows.
Come on in.
Well, I thought maybe you should ring a bell or something.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
How do you do?
Dr. Meade?
At your service. Just step into my office, if you please. I'll examine the patient at once. I see certain symptoms.
What patient?
Well, my name is Reed of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, yes, Mr. Reed. And is the patient a relative?
Hey, let go of my arm.
Be quietly, if you please.
I know patient.
Dr. Meade, we came to ask a few questions about the escape of Mr. Dexter. This is Michael Axford, a reporter on my paper.
Reporter?
That's what he said. I'm no mental case.
Reporter? Incredible. The newspaper men have all left. There are still 2 law officers upstairs looking over the room from which Mr. Dexter escaped.
Well, may we go up there?
Come with me, please. I'll personally escort you.
I never liked these self-starting elevators.
How long had Mr. Dexter been with you?
Oh, for some time. He was, in fact, a very well-behaved patient. I never had trouble with him before.
Did he have relatives?
Well, he might have had, but he was a charity patient.
I didn't know you had that kind.
Here we are. This is the first escape I've had. I never dreamed that Dexter would do such a thing. I had him in one of our best rooms, no bars in the window or anything. Right this way.
Oh, hello, Doc Meade.
Gentlemen, I've brought 2 members of the press.
Oh, hello, Axford. What are you doing here?
Hello yourself. I'm here to do a special story on the the escape. This is my boss, Britt Reed. Reed, this is Hank Gould of the plainclothes cops.
Hi, glad to know you, Gould.
The same. We're all finished here now. You guys can take over.
Thanks.
See you, Axford. Come on, Joe.
Did you learn anything?
Oh, we got some leads. We'll find Dexter all right. Don't you worry about him.
Very well, but I do hope you find him quickly. The man does have homicidal tendencies. There, Mr. Reed, is the window through which he escaped.
Quite a drop to the ground.
Oh, he didn't drop to the ground. He lowered himself on a rope made out of bed sheets. There they are, you see.
Huh?
He ripped them into lengths and tied them together and then tied one end around the foot of the bed, pulled the bed to the window, and let himself down.
I see. I wonder if the rope would reach to the ground.
Hold still, Reed. I'll get a picture of you tying the bed sheet to the bedpost.
Now, don't put me in any of your pictures.
Ah.
And that's an order.
Well, all right then.
Is this how it was done, Dr. Meade?
Yes, that's right.
Was Dexter a big man?
Yes, he was. He was as big as Mr. Axford.
He must have found it hard to slide down this thing.
Why?
Yet I suppose that's the only way he could have gotten out without help from the outside.
We had no help. I know he didn't.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, I saw him escape. I came into the room just as he went down the bedsheet rope. I shouted at him, but he paid no attention.
Axford.
I wasn't doing anything, Reed. Just looking at
Yeah,
this.
I know. I want you to emulate Dexter.
Do what?
Slide down that rope.
Oh, no, Reed.
I'll take a picture of you demonstrating how the escape was accomplished.
Say, that's an idea. By golly, that's a swell idea. Wait till Casey sees it. I'm not as agile as I used to be, but I guess I can make it.
This seems to me like a lot of horseplay. The dignity of
Well,
my...
here I go. You think it'll hold me?
Well, we'll soon know.
I'm making it, Reed. I'm down.
Now, be careful where you walk. Don't step on any footprints.
Okay.
Wait there. I'll be right with you.
The police made copies of the footprints, what they were, but they didn't amount to much because of the grass.
Very well, Dr. Meade.
Eddie,
Yes?
did you get me picture?
Yes, you can develop it as soon as we reach the office.
There you are, Casey. Isn't it a Lulu?
Expert, is this really you?
Sure it is.
I didn't know you were such an athlete.
Oh, golly, you should have seen me when I was on the cops. I used to be in the field day.
Not running.
Shot putting. Is Reed in the office?
Yes. Take this file into him, will you?
Yeah, sure thing. Reed, I got the picture.
Turn out good?
Swell. Here, take a look.
Mm-hmm. Did Miss Case give you the Rolf Rudolph file?
Oh, yeah, she did, Reed. Here it is.
Thanks.
What's Ralph Rudolph? Seems like I've heard of him.
Well, he, Axford, is a man of affairs.
Oh.
He's the stepbrother of the escaped Mr. Dexter.
He is? Holy crow, I didn't know that.
Well, neither did I till I checked back on Mr. Dexter. It was Rudolph who had Dexter committed to Dr. Meade.
Oh.
I also learned that Dexter really was in a bad way. He was at one time considered quite dangerous.
Got it. Do you think he'll kill someone?
Well, I think it's important that he be recaptured as soon as possible.
Yeah. Maybe I should go to work on the case. I might be able to deduce something.
If it wasn't for the fact that Dr. Meade saw him go out that window,
What were you going to say?
Nothing. Now, let me see what information we have on Rolf Rudolph. We had something in today's paper about that man. That name's one that stays with you.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Let's see. Oh, here's the article. Rudolph's a member of a new committee that's been set up locally to supply the people of Italy with needed articles.
But, Reed, hasn't there been any committee for that?
Well, yes, to a degree. But now the job's more important than it was. Tons and hundreds of tons of food, clothing, medical supplies, and materials to rebuild will have to go to Italy. These people will find out what they've been missing for the past few years.
By golly, Uncle Sammy will sure take care of them now.
I wonder how Rudolph got on that committee.
Maybe you could find out by making some phone calls.
He always has been able to pull strings.
Well, don't you think he should be on the committee?
Axford, I haven't studied the situation enough to form an opinion. But I would like to know Rolf Rudolph better. That's why I sent for the file.
Well, Rudolph, permit me to congratulate you.
Are we safe in talking here, Kurt?
Quite safe. I will be alone for the remainder of the afternoon.
You saw that I secured the appointment?
Yes, but you knew several days ago that you would get it. Now, what use will we be able to make of it?
Use? Kurt, the benefit will be immeasurable. We will know just how the supplies are moving toward Italy. We will know just where a few torpedoes can do the most good to block those supplies.
It is a big game.
I know.
There must be some crimes. Crimes so important that every agency in the country will be up in arms.
It will, Kurt. And yet there will be nothing to touch us.
How's that?
I have made provisions.
I don't understand.
Perhaps it's better you don't. Be assured, however, that I've always gained my ends by careful planning and remained a free man, and I might say a respected one by foresight.
I think you will go far, Wolf. And through our affiliation, you will be rich.
It's cash that interests me. As long as the cash is on hand, Kurt, I'll work for you.
The cash will be on hand as long as there's a third ride.
That evening, Britt Reed was in his apartment with Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, the only man who knew him as the Green Hornet. Axford sat in a deep chair, staring with fond eyes at his picture in the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, golly.
Axford, why don't you get into that case?
Case? You mean I
Dexter.
I was thinking about it, Reed.
Maybe the police need help. There's so many new men on the force these days.
Reed, I was saying that same thing the other day. Oh, I can't get out of this chair. There. By golly, what the cops need is more guys that have been through the mill. Fellas like me that know the ropes. Nowadays, the cops are using too much science and not enough of the old bulldog and determination. That's what it takes. Guys like we used to have that never stop, like the Northwest Mounted. They keep to the trail till they get their man.
Have you been to headquarters?
No. I was thinking about going there tonight if you don't have anything planned.
That'd be great if you could give the police a few pointers. Big story for the Sentinel.
I'll do it, Reed. By golly, that I will.
You want your hat, Miss Axford?
Oh, thanks, Cato. I'll see you later, Reed.
Very well.
So long now.
So long.
There. You have a plan, Mr. Britt.
How'd you guess, Cato?
You wanted Mr. Axford out of the apartment.
Cato, when I saw that bed sheet, it seemed to me that the end where the knot had been tied didn't look right.
No?
I tied the other end of the bed sheet around the bedpost and had Axford slide down.
Yes?
The end that was tied when Axford went down was creased very hard. Axford's weight put hard creases in the linen. But the other end, the end that had been tied when Dexter was supposed to have gone down, wasn't creased nearly as hard.
Oh.
Dexter did not go down the bed sheet. He left the room by another means.
But you said that Dr. Meade saw him go down the bed sheet.
Dr. Meade said he saw him, yes. But why did he say that?
I don't know.
I remember how quickly he spoke up to convince me that Dexter took that way out. And I wondered at the time why he was so emphatic about being an eyewitness.
To make you more convinced?
Probably.
What else you learned, Mr. Britt?
Well, I looked around beneath the window where there were some footprints. And I found the marks a ladder might have made. If Dexter went down a ladder, it means help from the outside. It also means that Meade knew about that help and sanctioned it.
Why would anyone help him to escape?
That's what I want to find out. Now, Dexter's only living relative is Rolf Rudolph. And Cato, I want to see Rolf Rudolph.
Tonight?
At once. So come on, bring the mask and the weapon. We'll go as the Green Hornet.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building that fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. A few minutes later, Rolf Rudolph, seated alone in his old mansion, thought he heard a noise.
Who is it?
Stay where you are, Rudolph.
That's Mask.
Take it easy and don't yell.
You're the Green Hornet.
Right. You know why I called on you?
How would I know?
You're on a committee, Rudolph, and I want to know all about it.
You mean it? Good grief, you're not an enemy agent.
I know that you have some records and plans for that committee. Where are they?
I haven't anything.
Don't lie.
I tell you I haven't.
I'll find out for myself.
What are you going to do?
Fix it so you'll not give an alarm. Take it.
No.
You'll recover in an hour. Come in, Cato. We'll look through the house together.
Very well.
You better keep your mask on. I think we're alone, except for Dexter, but we'll take no chances.
You expect to find Dexter?
I do.
You think Rudolph helped him escape?
Well, Dexter was really insane, Cato. He never could have avoided recapture with the dragnet the police had thrown out for him. He had to be brought and kept in hiding.
Let me try this room next.
Not here.
No. There are other rooms within the basement.
I don't know why Rudolph would want Dexter out of that Meade place, but we'll find out. If we don't have any success here, we'll pay a call on Dr. Meade.
Yes, sir.
Down these stairs. Maybe we can persuade Meade to tell who took Dexter out and what.
Mr. Brett.
Scott.
There he is, in a barred room in the corner.
Let me try to talk to him. Dexter.
They help the war, they save me. I'm a soldier of the king. I'm going to win the war, I am.
Of course. And I'll help. What are we going to do?
I'm going to win the war, I am. They told me I was a soldier of the king. A soldier of the king. The king. A soldier of the king. The king.
Come, kiddo. He's not the least bit rational.
A soldier of the king, I am.
Why did Rolf bring that man here?
I don't know.
He wouldn't if he didn't have a definite use for him.
That's true.
Wait. Cato, listen carefully. I have an idea. It might work. If I understand Rudolph's type, it will work.
What is it, Mr. Britt?
I'm going to conceal myself in the house until he recovers consciousness and see if he makes any phone calls.
Yes?
And you, Cato, will hide in the trunk of his car to learn where he goes, if he leaves the house.
Very well.
I have a hunch that as soon as he recovers, he'll contact someone who's working with him. Working on whatever plan calls for the use of Dexter.
Hornet. That's it. The Hornet was here. Oh, my head. Let's take action. Might be the best break of all.
Hello?
Cut. I've got to see you at once.
Is it trouble?
Trouble? No. I think it's a break of a lifetime. Meet me at 10th and Spruce. We'll talk in my car.
Rudolph, what you have to say had better be important.
It is. A little while ago, I had a caller. The Green Hornet came to my home.
The Hornet?
Yes. He demanded whatever information I had about shipments to Italy.
He did? Why is he interested in that?
I don't know. I told him I had nothing. And he gassed me, went through my desk, and pushed some papers. He left this. Can you see it by the dash light of my car?
It is a picture of a hornet.
Yes, and it's well known to the police.
What do you plan to do?
Don't you see, Cut? Now we can blame everything on the Green Hornet.
Oh.
I didn't tell you how I planned to avoid trouble, but here was my original scheme. I got a stepbrother out of Meade's sanitarium. I have him at home now in the basement. I planned on letting Dexter loose the night of our committee meeting. The lights would go out. Dexter would supposedly fire a few shots with a stolen pistol, then make off with the papers. He would later be found, the papers in his possession.
Then what?
Some of the most important papers would be missing, but the assumption would be that Dexter had simply lost them. Now we have an even better fall guy, the Green Hornet. Let him take the blame for the robbery.
Uh-huh.
I'll phone the police, let them know the Hornet called on me. But I won't show them this seal. I'll save it. I'll leave it in my library so it'll be found after the lights go on.
Sounds good, Rolf.
It will work.
We will work out the details later. There's plenty of time between now and the meeting on Friday evening.
Of course.
You won't need me?
I just want you to cut the electric line outside my house. Cut it at 10 o'clock. I'll handle everything else.
Friday evening, as 10 o'clock approached, Michael Axford was in police headquarters discussing the still missing Dexter with his cronies.
I talked with Doc Meade again, and you know, boys, there's something about that guy that don't ring true.
Well, what can we do about it? He has a story and he sticks to it.
I don't know. That I don't. I tell you, there's been so much in me mind all week. Reed has been making a special story on this new Food and Supply Committee. And what with the Green Hornet making a call on Ralph Rudolph the other night.
Has Reed any ideas why the Hornet would be interested in Ralph Rudolph?
No. He said maybe the Hornet wasn't there at all.
Not there at all.
Maybe Rudolph only said he was there.
I don't know. I hadn't thought of that angle.
But you got to admit this. Reed's theory ain't bad. There wasn't any Hornet seal or anything. And Rudolph said there hadn't been anything stolen.
He said that the Hornet was looking for information about the committee, which same Rudolph didn't have.
It takes a lot of thinking. What time you got?
Close to 10 o'clock.
I guess I'll get home then. It don't look like much will happen around here. Reed will be at the office early in the morning to go over the story of the committee meeting, and
Hold it a minute. Police headquarters.
I'm calling for Dr. Meade.
For Dr. Meade?
Sanitarium. I can't keep quiet any longer. Meade didn't see Dexter go out the window.
what's he saying?
He says Meade didn't see Dexter go out the window.
Supper and snakes. Let me listen in.
Meade and Rudolph made a deal. Dexter got out with a ladder, and he's held captive in Rudolph's home right now.
Wow.
That's all I can say.
Hello? Hello, who is this? Who are you? He's gone.
Did you hear that? Dexter's at Rudolph's house right now. Supper and snakes, we got to go there and fast.
But Axford, the meeting's on right now.
That don't matter. We got to go. Get the lads. Get the car. Come on.
Gentlemen, one of the items that has to go to Italy is coal. They'll need a lot of coal if their industries are to produce for the Allied nations.
I agree with you, Rudolph.
I think we will find it necessary to make revisions in this list, and of course the departments in Washington will have the final say-so. But as men of business and men well advised in shipping, we can pool our suggestions for submission.
Right.
I have here some charts that are highly confidential. They show which of the Italian harbors will be prepared for the reception of great cargoes. We must consider the fact that the enemy would like to know which of these harbors are to be used. I trust you all appreciate the importance of keeping this information very secret. Of course we do.
10 o'clock. We've made a lot of headway so far.
Indeed we have. Do you gentlemen mind if I open this window and let some of this cigar smoke out?
Oh, it's a good idea. If you're sure the Green Hornet won't come in.
I have no fear of the Green Hornet. I see.
The lights. What's happened to the lights?
Everyone stay where he is.
Got a light in here. Light a match.
There's someone in this room. He struck me.
Someone here.
I'll take those papers, Rudolph.
There is someone here.
Now you can really yell.
Stop him. He's going out the window. Stop him. He struck me.
Here's the candle. He got away with papers. The papers were on the table.
Get out that window.
See who that is. And Hawkins, call the police. Call the FBI. Look here on the table. The Green Hornet seal. The Green Hornet seal.
Open up! Let us in there! It's the cops!
Open the door, the police.
What's the matter with the light? Where's Dexter?
The Green Hornet was here.
Yes, officer. The Green Hornet just got out that window. Get after him. Hurry.
Supper and snakes. Come on. I'm good at windows.
You two stay here. Ask Rudolph about that guy, Dexter.
I know nothing about Dexter. It's the Green Hornet. There's his seal.
Oh, golly. Should I go hunting for him or hunt for Dexter?
Hey, Ashford, come here. Come here fast.
What do you got?
Come out here. I've got the Green Hornet.
I'm not the Green Hornet, I tell you. He came here and knocked me out.
And left all these papers with you?
Yes.
And put that mask on you? And these wire cutters in your pocket?
Ah, I'm not talking.
Come on, you inside. We'll look into this.
I'll go inside, but I tell you, I know nothing about it.
Then explain why you were there by the electric light wires that were cut. Get in there.
Officer, they found Mr. Dexter.
Yeah? Holy crow, where?
In the basement. But who's this?
He's the bird we found outside with the cut electric light wires. And he had the mask of the harness on his face.
I tell you, the Hornet knocked me out. He put the mask there. I'd better take charge of those plans until we know where we stand.
Gentlemen, I
Rudolph,
want to say...
to start with, I don't like the idea of you having that escaped man here.
No more do I. And what's more, he connived with Doc Meade to get him free. We'll question the doc about it.
Yeah, and we'll look for fingerprints on that seal of the Green Hornet.
happened so fast that I'm just now getting me breath.
That's so, Axford?
I stuck right with the cops to the end.
And what was the end?
Well, Meade broke down and told how Rudolph paid him to help get Dexter out. We don't know why he wanted Dexter, but anyhow, he's back in another sanitarium now.
I see.
But that's only the start.
Yeah?
Oh, yes. There was a fingerprint on the seal of the Green Hornet, and it was Ralph Rudolph. He left the seal on the table.
What does that mean?
Then we went to work on Kurt. When he found out that he was facing all kinds of charges as the Green Hornet, he squealed. He told how he and Rudolph schemed to get the charts and have the Hornet blamed for it. But somehow the Hornet stepped in, he grabbed the charts, socked Rudolph, and then lit out. But first he knocked Kurt out where he cut the wires.
Axford. Do you mean to say that Rudolph and Kurt, whoever Kurt is, were trying to steal the plan?
Yeah, and now they're talking themselves hoarse, trying to put the blame on each other.
And in the meantime, Dexter was held prisoner by Rudolph.
That's it, Reed. First, Rudolph planned to use Dexter to get away with the plans. Then, when he got a call from the Green Hornet, he saved the seal of the Hornet so he could blame him. But the Hornet got wind of it and stepped in and gummed things up.
So the police have Meade and Rudolph and Kurt.
Ah, Kurt's a bad alien, an enemy agent. And the cops have got all three of them. Oh, golly, Reed, it's been a big evening.
But what about the Green Hornet?
Reed, that's what I can't dope out. What did the Hornet get out of it?
Central Extra, paper! Foreign agent captured in spy roundup! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Central Extra,
You have just heard the adventure, The Knot. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at the same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Detour to Justice. The Green Hornet strikes again. Pete Rader had a passionate love for two things, his family and his country. Pete worked the swing shift at Peerless Aircraft, 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. And there was no record of absenteeism against him since his first day at the plant. And on the day when the foreman of Pete's department came around and asked the boys to sign up for 10% of their pay in war bonds, Pete just laughed out loud.
Oh, look, pal, I'm only 30 years old. I was born and raised in Germany. I was there when Schicklgruber and the Nazis took over.
Yeah, I know all about that, Pete. So what?
So don't try to tell me about war bonds. I'm making good dough now. Twice as much as I ever made in my life.
Sure, Pete. And you're earning every nickel of it. But look, what about signing up for 10%?
Oh, I started to tell you. Ever since I've been at Peerless, half of my check goes into war bonds every week. And, brother, we live plenty good on the rest of it. Some of you guys ought to have to put up with that crazy Hitler for a while. Then you'd know how well off you are. Here, give me that. Where do I sign?
Yes, Pete Rader and his wife Anna lived well in America, and they were grateful for the American way of life. Every week, the neat little stack of war bonds in Pete's safety deposit box grew larger, and the man felt a keen satisfaction in the knowledge that he was contributing mightily to the future security of the things he loved, his family and his country. And then...
Hi. Is anybody at home? Oh, there you are. Thought maybe you'd gone out. The door was locked. Hey, how come? No supper? Hey, what's wrong, Anna?
Oh, Pete. Pete, I'm afraid.
Afraid? What do you mean, honey?
I sent the children to the movies, Pete. They don't know who he is. I
don't know who is. What are you talking about?
He's out in the kitchen, waiting for you.
Waiting for... In the kitchen.
Well, hello, Peter.
Carl! You!
Surprised? I'm sorry, old boy. I wasn't able to announce this little visit. Not even to my only brother.
What are you doing here?
Well, really now, that's quite a story. Replete with adventure, intrigue, chess, and even a bit of romance. I've been telling Anna about it while we waited for you.
Carl was shot down in England. They sent him to a Canadian prison camp.
But only temporarily. The escape was nicely arranged.
So... I've often wondered about you, Carl. How you were, what you were doing. I never thought we'd meet again, like this.
Turns out to be most convenient for me. I really need very little assistance, Peter. With a little money and suitable identification, I can make my way to a certain place along the coast. And in a very short time, I'll be back in Germany. With a handsome promotion. I might even be made a commander in the Luftwaffe.
You think I'll help you get back?
Do you think you won't?
I know I won't. Carl, when I left Germany, I made a choice of my own. You did the same, and you stayed there. You're playing on the wrong team, Carl.
Am I to understand that you refuse me, my brother?
Just so there won't be any misunderstanding, get this. I'm not only refusing to help you, I'm going to turn you in.
You're joking.
No, Carl, I mean it. You made your choice, I made mine. I still think I'm right. And I'm not going to tear down what I've been building up to help you get back to Germany.
In that case, perhaps I can persuade you to change your mind.
No, you can't do that. Because, you see, even though you're my brother, you're my enemy. You and the people you represent are trying to destroy everything I believe in. And I'm not going to let you do it. Anna, call the operator and get the FBI on the phone.
Wait. I suppose even in your lovely America, there's a penalty for treason.
Of course.
Go ahead. Turn me in. I'll swear that you helped me escape, brought me here, sheltered me.
You're crazy.
On the other hand, you can help me to establish identification. Provide me with a small loan, and I'll not trouble you further.
You're wasting your breath, Carl. You, the war's over.
Pete, there's someone on the porch.
Don't make a move, any of you. The house surrounded. You weren't very smart, Ranger. Coming right to your brother's place.
Pete, tell them.
Wait, Anna. There's nothing to worry about.
No, that's what you think, mister.
I had no choice. You see, Peter was the only one willing to help me. I had to come here.
Why, you dirty liar!
Leave it, mister. All right, boys. Put the bracelets on all three of them.
Treason. Pete Rader and his wife might have hoped for justice, but the testimony of Pete's brother left little doubt as to the outcome of the trial. At the Daily Sentinel, Ed Lowry was giving Gunnigan, city editor, the benefit of his personal opinion.
Now, look, Gunnigan, if I even get down to the courtroom to cover the trial tomorrow, it's just going to be a formality, see?
Okay, Lowry. We got 4 million readers interested in what happens to Pete Rader and his wife. So for once, let's be formal and get the news right from the feed box, huh?
Oh, sure. I'll be there, all right. But I'm going to write my story today, see?
You don't mind if I wait for the United States Supreme Court to verify it, do you?
No, don't worry. You'll get your verification tomorrow. And the story is this. Pete's brother tells all, implicates Pete and wife. Jury is out for less than a half hour. Both guilty. Electric chair for Pete, life imprisonment for Anna.
What about Carl Rader?
Oh, Carl's just a prisoner of war. About all they can do is put him in a clink for the duration. But with Pete and his wife, that's treason. They'll get to work.
See if you can get to Pete Rader for an interview.
Ah, the guy's colder than a fish. Just sits and stares at you like he wasn't even there. Won't talk. Hasn't said 5 words since they indicted him for treason. Now, you can have my story all set up and ready to roll when that jury brings in the verdict. All I gotta do is get to a phone and say, "Okay, Gunnigan, shoot the works."
Peter and Anna Rader, guilty as charged of treason against the United States of America.
Okay, Gunnigan. Shoot the works, sweetheart.
Hello?
Mr. Reed, this is Gunnigan. Is Ed Lowry in there?
I haven't seen him, Gunnigan. What's in your mind?
Gotta find him or expert or somebody to get a story.
What story?
Just got a tip that Pete Rader is being moved to the death house this afternoon.
Oh?
It's our last chance to get something out of the guy. After he gets in there, no visitors.
Huh. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't give 2 cents to read anything he has to say, either in the Sentinel or any place else.
Well, if you see Lowry, tell him I want to see him, will you?
Yeah, sure. Oh, hello, Laurie. Where have you been?
Huh? I've been out for coffee. Why?
Well, it seems we have a shortage of good reporters around here. Oh, just a minute. Hello?
Hello, Reed. This is Merrill over at headquarters.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
I just turned up a funny satellite on that Pete Rader story there. Thought you might make a story out of it.
Why, and what is it?
Listen. The guy had a safety deposit box at the First National, see?
Yeah?
What do you suppose we found in it? $7,000 worth of United States war bonds, my friend. Can you tie that?
On the level?
Sure. Maybe you guys can prod around to make something out of it, huh?
Well, it's barely possible, Inspector. Just barely possible.
Yep. Well, take it easy.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Hey, something good, boss?
What? Oh. No, nothing. Hey, look. Did you come in here to ask me for the afternoon off?
What do you... Hey, as a matter of fact...
Okay, then beat it. I'm busy. And don't let Gunnigan see you. He hates reporters.
Don't worry, boss. I'll slide right out the back way.
Oh, Gunnigan.
Yeah? Did you see Lowry?
Well, I was just going to pinch hit for Lowry during the shortage.
Huh? You kidding, boss?
Well, I can still ask him what, where, why, who, when, and how, Gunnigan. And since there seems to be no one available, you want me to try for that interview?
Oh, brother. Sure, go right ahead. I guess the guy ain't going to talk anyway.
Thanks. Thanks. Hello, Pete.
What do you want? Who are you?
Britt Reed from the Daily Sentinel.
Get
Pete?
out of here. I haven't a thing in the world to tell you.
In that case, I have something to tell you.
No.
Pete, a little while ago, I talked to your wife, Anna.
Anna? How it...
She's on the verge of a nervous breakdown, Pete.
Oh, Anna.
Now, I'm not here for an interview. I just want to ask you one question. You can answer it or not, as you please.
Yes?
In the 3 years you worked at Peerless Aircraft, you earned a little more than $14,000.
You newspaper men know everything, don't you?
Not everything. What I don't know is why a man just convicted of treason should have spent more than half his income for 3 years on United States war bonds. How come, Pete?
Maybe I was going to frame them and send them back to Hitler.
Speaking of frames, why would your brother Carl frame you into the electric chair?
You believe that?
Maybe.
Very well, Reed. I hear they're moving me up the line this afternoon, so maybe it doesn't matter if I talk. Probably won't be around to read your story when it comes out anyway.
Well, Pete, you never can tell. So let's have the story right from the beginning.
Very well. You see, Carl and I were raised together in Germany. Hitler started his youth movement. Carl was one of the first.
Yes? Who? Oh, Reed. Yes, tell me, come right in. This fellow Reed, I guess you've all met him, a young chap, publishes the Daily Sentinel. Sort of a happy-go-lucky guy, but you can trust him implicitly. Come in, Reed. I guess you know these boys, Miller and Joe Baxter from the warden's office?
Sure.
Hi,
gentlemen.
Well, how'd you make out with Pete Reed? You talk?
Yes. He tells a darn straight story.
Yes, we heard some of it.
Now, look, Inspector. Don't you think there's a chance that Pete Rader and his wife are innocent?
What? Oh, no, wait a minute, fella. I was on that party that nabbed Rader right in Pete's house.
Yeah, I know, Miller. And Pete Rader goes to the electric chair.
Sure, and his wife goes to the pen. What's wrong with that? Didn't they commit treason?
Well, I, for one, don't think so. And just on the off chance that I might be right, well, anyway, I have a proposition to make.
Let's hear it, Reed.
Now, look. This afternoon, there was quite a rumor around Newspaper Row to the effect that Pete's brother Carl is being moved back to a certain prison camp tonight.
I was afraid the news would leak out. Somehow the local cops can't keep things quiet like the FBI does.
Yeah, but look. Supposing Karl Rader of the Nazi Luftwaffe should escape again.
Not a chance, Reed. That boy's all through playing hooky till the war's over.
Yeah, but suppose he should escape. What would he do?
Well, he'd probably try to establish contact with... Oh, no, wait a minute. Are you trying to suggest...
Yes. It might be that Oberleutnant Rader would be far more valuable to you as a fugitive than as a prisoner.
Well, offhand, I'd be inclined to say that the risk is too great.
Well, it's been done before. And if you remember, it was one of the greatest stunts ever pulled off in counterespionage. But Rader would know it was phony.
Not if the one who helped him escape had an established reputation for such things.
For instance, who?
For instance, the Green Hornet.
Give me the Green Hornet, Reed, and I'd be glad to let Rader lose. That guy.
Now, wait. Not necessarily that guy, but why not someone just like him?
Eh? That would follow.
Have one of your own men pose as the Green Hornet, complete with mask, gas gun, black car, everything. And then arrange to have the car bearing Rader stopped at some lonely spot. The make-believe Green Hornet pretends to gas the guards and helps Rader escape.
And then?
Well, if you were Rader in such a spot, wouldn't you be inclined to trust the man who helped you escape? But, of course, it isn't up to me to suggest.
That sounds pretty risky.
Well, personally, I think it might be worth a try. We can keep the guy in check, pick him up again. How about it, Miller?
Just what does all this have to do with proving Pete Rader and his wife are innocent of treason?
This much. Right now, Karl Rader is only a prisoner of war, being held in safekeeping, as it were. But you all saw how eager he was to talk at the trial.
That's right.
Now, if you could establish that Karl Rader was active in espionage, he'd face a pretty stiff sentence, wouldn't he?
Sure, he could get the works for that.
Well, just give him a chance and see how active he gets. And when the going gets tough, listen to him squeal.
That evening, Britt Reed was in his apartment, making preparations for one of the most daring adventures of his career. Reed spoke to his Filipino valet, Cato, the only living person to know his true identity, the identity of the Green Hornet, scourge of the underworld.
You should have seen Inspector Merrill's face when I mentioned the Green Hornet.
Inspector perhaps does not care for Hornet, eh?
Well, he cares, all right. I believe that man would trade his right arm for a chance to nail the Green Hornet. Well, if we're not careful tonight...
Who knows Rader is being moved tonight?
Oh, there's been considerable talk about it, Cato. The story leaked out. It's all over Newspaper Row. It's reasonable enough that the Hornet would hear it.
Mm-hmm. Just what is planned for tonight, Mr. Britt?
I'll tell you as we go along. Go on, Cato. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front rose automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
My brother isn't fit to serve under the Fuhrer. He
what, Carl?
What is that in the road ahead?
Just our luck, a detour.
Pull up a second, Miller. Let's see what the chance is of going through. Might be just a construction repair job.
Yeah.
Don't move, any of you. Is Carl Rader in that car?
Yes, I'm here. Who is it?
Never mind who. Come on, get out of there.
Oh, no, you don't. Stay right where you are, Rader.
If you boys don't want to get hurt, keep your hands in plain sight and don't move. Come on, Rader, and get out.
Why, say, you're the Green Hornet.
I'll bet you think you're kidding, Inspector.
The Green Hornet. I've heard of you many times, but how
Never mind the questions. Come on. Just so you boys don't get any ideas about following us.
Look out. That gun is loaded with gas.
Sure is, and no fooling, Mr. Halfson.
That gun, real gas. It is the Green Hornet.
All right, jump in. Hurry.
Now tell me, how does it happen that you brought about my escape just now?
If you know anything about the Green Hornet, then you know there's just one reason behind most of the things I do.
Money?
Money. I was well paid for tonight's work in advance.
That was very considerate and very clever of my colleagues. Did they give you any instructions for me?
None. You must be a valuable guy to the Nazis, huh?
Apparently, yes.
Well, here's some money I was supposed to give you. There's some clothes in the back. I suppose they'll fix you up with whatever else you need.
Yes. Ah, this is wunderbar. For a while, I thought the Gestapo had forgotten me. You can let me out anywhere in Roselawn.
Roselawn? That's 20 miles from here.
Hey, wake up. Merrill.
Oh, my head. What happened here?
Our beautiful plan, remember?
Crazy fool. You didn't have to use real gas in that gun.
That crazy fool was the Green Hornet. The real McCoy. Come on, Inspector, snap out of it.
You mean to say...
Yes, we sat here like a couple of schoolboys, while the Green Hornet, the genuine guaranteed to make your headache hornet, grabbed off the brass ring.
Oh, but listen, we were the ones who planted that phony detour sign so that a man posing as the Green Hornet could make a snatch on Rader. But where's our Green Hornet?
Probably laying on the brush someplace with Green Hornet stickers all over him. For all I care, he can stay there. Right now, I'm going back to the city and start the biggest manhunt you ever heard of.
Yes, that Carl Rader's a bad hombre to have running around on the loose.
Raider my necktie. I'm going after the Green Hornet. I'm going to stick on his trail until I get him, if it takes 20 years.
Calling all cars, stand by. Watch for the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet traveling with Carl Rader, escaped Nazi flyer. Watch all highways for Green Hornet's car, the Black Beauty. Follow usual order. Shoot to kill.
Miller, I've always been a hard-working, thrifty Scotsman. And while I hate gambling, I always like to bet on the sure thing. I'll bet you $10 your boys don't find a trace of the Green Hornet. And if they do, I'll bet you $20 he gets away.
Okay, you're on. I'll smoke out that slippery devil if it takes 1,000,000 years.
Brother, you just ain't giving yourself enough time.
At a distinctive home in the ultra-fashionable residential suburb of Roselawn, a group of grim-faced men stood silently, tensely, listening to the police news being broadcast through a powerful radio receiver.
The Green Hornet traveling with Carl Rader, escaped Nazi
Shut up
flyer.
that radio.
Watch all highways.
Listen. You men, get out of sight in the other room.
Yes? Who is it?
I got a message. The message is urgent.
What message have you?
It is for Mr. Dorman.
I am Mr. Dorman. The message.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Come in, Vader.
I see you recognize me.
Yes. You've had much publicity. Too much, in fact.
Perhaps. However, don't you think this
second escape of mine a good blow at American morale?
You have been in America but a few weeks. I have been here for years. The morale of these people is easy to underestimate. Now, tell me why you came here and how you know about this place.
I learned of your address while in the prison camp. And as for coming here, why not? As head of the Gestapo, it should be fairly easy for you to arrange my transportation back to Germany. Submarine, perhaps, or something.
You are fortunate, perhaps. Come along and meet some of my men. Gentlemen, this is Oberleutnant Karl Raeder, of whom you have heard much recently. This is Heinrich von Mecker. Captain Wagner. Richard Rausch. And Captain Johann Clymer. It is your good fortune that Captain Clymer is in command of a submarine, now laying off the New Jersey coast.
Splendid. It will be good to be back in Germany again.
Tell me, how is everything in Germany, Raeder?
A little difficult, perhaps. The civilian population, of course, they are uneasy at times. However, the military is as strong and determined as ever.
Yeah, good.
The struggle for victory has been difficult and is even now becoming more so. But the new German order will triumph, as always before.
Your spirit is commendable, Raeder. By the way, you have my deepest sympathy in the unfortunate fate of your brother Peter.
It was my mistake to believe that Peter would help me. It was his mistake to refuse. I have no regrets.
Spoken like a true German. And now I propose a toast to the fatherland and the victory that lies ahead. And then, Karl, you shall tell us how you so cleverly arranged your escape tonight through that arch-criminal, the Green Hornet, and how you eluded the police and made your way here to Roselawn.
I was about to thank you for making my escape possible. I don't understand. Wasn't it you who
Wait. What did you say?
The Green Hornet told me that he had been well paid in advance to effect my escape.
Paid? By whom?
His influence clearly suggested the Gestapo.
No, Raeder. I am in charge of every Gestapo operation in this area. And we had nothing whatever to do with your escape tonight, nor with the Green Hornet either.
Now then, who? How did
you come here, to this house?
The Green Hornet drove me to Roselawn. I inquired where you
Oh,
lived,
you fool! The whole thing is a trap. Smash that radio. For all we know, the house may be surrounded at this very moment. Hurry, don't bother about anything else. Let's get out of here.
But I don't understand this at all.
Shut up, you blundering idiot. You put our heads in a noose.
And in your case, no noose would be good news, Dorman?
The Green Hornet.
If only Schickelgruber could see you now. But maybe he looks kind of worried himself.
And listen, Hornet. I don't know what you want, but listen. Put away that gun. We can make you a very wealthy man.
Yeah, with what? One of Hitler's personal checks?
Here, let me show you.
Let me show you! Yankee style. All right, take it, you rats. And as for you, Mr. Raeder...
No! Leave! Stay!
Now, you louse. I want to know why you framed your brother Pete on that treason charge.
Because he wouldn't have me.
Just what I thought. All right, stand up. You're going to write a complete confession, clearing your brother's name.
How did you follow me here? I thought you drove away.
I did drive away. There was a man in the back end of my car, all during your joyride. And when you got out of my car, he was right on your heels. Now, here. Get busy and write what I tell you.
Boy, that Pete Raeder sure turned out to be an all-American.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Hi, Mr. Miller.
Hi, Lowry. Come in, Lowry. Have a chair. Inspector, Mr. Miller were just telling me about cleaning out that rat's nest last night.
Boy, we really made a haul. Got every one of them. That is, excepting the Green Hornet.
Yes, and here's the $10 there. I said you wouldn't even get a trace of him.
Trace? Well, he was right there when we raided the place on Roselawn. Slid right out between our fingers, almost. Man, how that fella can drive a car. And what a car. Oh, yeah. And here's the 20 I owe you, Inspector, for letting him get away.
How'd you happen to uncover that place in Roselawn?
I got a phone call. We piled out there and found the whole bunch of them tied up like turkeys. Oh, I'd sure like to know what happened out there.
Yeah, that ought to be interesting.
Well, I've got to be getting along. Coming, Inspector?
Sure, right along with you. Oh, Larry, you can see in that story you're doing on Pete Rader that he's been reinstated at Fearless Aircraft with a good promotion.
Fine. The guy sure deserves it.
Yeah, and look, you can also say that Jimmy Miller is personally supervising the hunt for the Green Hornet, and that we expect an early arrest.
Oh, yeah, sure, Miller. That's what we always put in at the end of the story. Expecting early arrest.
Now, don't worry. Someday I'll come face to face with that smart guy, and then I'm gonna... Hey, what's funny, Reed?
I was just thinking of that bet you lost, Miller. Too bad.
Come on, Miller, let's go.
Central Extra, paper! FBI traps Gestapo chief Carl Rader captured with Axis agent. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Central Extra, paper!
You have just heard the adventure, Detour to Justice. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Hornet Goes Underground. The Green Hornet strikes again. It was a dark and foggy night when a gray submarine surfaced a few hundred yards off the Atlantic seaboard of the United States. The conning tower opened, and a group of sailors prepared to launch a rubber boat. Two other men, one the commander of the vessel and the other dressed in the garb of a civilian, watched the proceedings with interest.
Herr Genjum, you have your orders. From this point, you are on your own.
I know my orders by memory, Commander.
Repeat them.
Hold off production of airplanes at all costs. Keep new plans from getting into production. Destroy, bribe, kill. Don't fail.
Correct. Ready? Overboard.
It seems strange returning to this country once again.
You know the country. That's why you have been chosen by the Gestapo. Look up our man Kurtz when you get there.
Everything ready?
Ready, sir. Overboard, Herr Genjum.
I've made it. Cut the line.
Line's cut, sir.
See you in New York someday, Commander. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Take her down.
Three weeks after the Nazi submarine landed the saboteur Ganger on American soil, Britt Reed found that an important war housing project adjacent to the new airplane factory had been held up by a sudden legal maneuver. He sought an explanation from Michael Axford, who'd covered the story.
That plane plant is scheduled to go into production just as soon as that new water main is open. And now some lawyer holds up the housing project. There's no place to house the workers. There'll be no planes built in that plant for months.
Well, boss, that's the situation. And I don't know what you can do about it.
What happened out there, Exford? Get that cigar out of your mouth and let's have the details.
It's this way. I'm sent out there to get the story. It takes me a little camera along, maybe to get some pictures of the groundbreaking ceremony.
Get to the point. What happened?
Well, I'm getting to it. Well, the mayor was just ready to give the signal.
What signal?
To the guy driving a big bulldozer engine. They're going to use the bulldozer to bust the first ground for the housing project. It seems as though the first thing the mayor wanted done was to knock down a shack that was standing in the field.
A shack? What kind of a shack?
Well, it used to be a little office for some real estate firm. That used to be a subdivision out there. Anyway, the shack had to be got out of the way, and the quickest way was to knock it down with the bulldozer.
Okay, go on.
Well, the bulldozer was just moving in on the shack when this lawyer Dincannon and another guy came tearing up in a fast car.
With the injunction from the state Supreme Court.
Right, boss. There's nothing the mayor could do about it. It's legal, he said.
What about the man with Attorney Dincannon? Who is he?
I don't know, boss.
You don't know? What kind of a reporter are you? Why, that's Dincannon's client, undoubtedly.
Oh, you're wrong, boss. I tried to get the guy's name, but he got tough and wouldn't talk. But he isn't Dincannon's client.
How do you know he isn't?
I looked at the writ, the injunction.
What about it?
The injunction was got out in the name of Miss Darville Hunter.
Mrs. Hunter? $1 million dowager.
And philanthropist.
Well, that gets me. Why should she hold up this war housing project and delay the war effort?
Well, if you're asking me, them rich dames are all alike. But there's money in it.
How about pictures? You didn't get any with that magic lantern of yours, I suppose?
No, boss. You just look at these. Just came out of the hypo. Be careful. They're still wet.
Yeah, Exford, you're getting hot as a snapper.
Thanks. Now, how's this in for action, boss?
Close up. The mayor, Dincannon, and that other fellow.
Look at the expression on his honor's pan.
Hey, this face is familiar.
Oh, not to me. Never saw that guy before. Maybe just a friend of lawyer Dincannon. Going along for the ride, maybe.
Get back to the city room, Exford. Give your facts to a rewrite man to do the story.
How about me write me own story? Lots of color and everything.
You tell it better than you write, Exford.
Okay. Give me pictures.
Leave this close-up with me. Tell Gunnigan to use one of the action shots. The one of the bulldozer doing a nosedive toward that shack would be a good one.
Having completed his legal chore of serving the injunction halting the housing project, Lawyer Dincannon went to report to his agent and eccentric client, Mrs. Dorville Hunter. He was accompanied by the same man whose picture so interested Britt Reed.
Dogs. She got the dog with dogs?
Mastiffs. 2 of them.
Mastiffs? I don't like them, Mr. Dincannon.
Back, you brute. Get back, I say. Stand back. That's your host. Stand up. Listen.
Oh, it's you, Dincannon.
And Professor Ganger.
Of course.
You do, Mrs. Hunter. A very fine day.
No, it isn't. None of these days are fine. Me having to butter my own front door. The servant problem is getting terrible.
Did Bandylegs quit?
The butler walked out yesterday. But what's been keeping you, Dincannon?
We came as quickly as we
I
could.
know. Come in.
The dogs. Are they...
You don't like dogs?
Big mastiffs. I don't care for them.
Must be mutual. Sit down, Dincannon. You too, Ganger.
I have the injunction, Mrs. Hunter.
Skip the injunction. How about the money?
Yes, the money also.
Cash, Dincannon. No checks?
Cash. $6,000.
Fine. Now, what's the duration of the injunction?
60 days. I've drawn the lease for a similar period. Here it is. Read it.
You read it, didn't you?
Certainly. I drew it up.
Well, that's what I pay you for. And, Dincannon, don't ever let your eyesight get bad.
Now, will you sign the lease, Mrs. Hunter?
Dincannon.
Yes, Mrs. Hunter?
In my younger days, I could have fallen for you, Dincannon. Yes, you're not bad at all. You have a way about you. Good-looking, dignified, shrewd.
Will you sign here, Mrs. Hunter?
Oh, the papers. The lease. Must I sign on the dotted line?
You can sign under the line or across the line. Sign it anywhere.
Now, my dear Dincannon, no tantrums. Professor, Mr. Dincannon can be so vexing at times.
To be sure. To be sure.
Mrs. Hunter, will you sign the lease?
Very well. I'll sign it, Mr. Dincannon.
2 copies, please.
There you are. Those copies all signed in as beautiful a Spencerian hand as you ever saw, Dincannon. Well, I remember back in 1980...
Here's your copy, Ganger.
Yes, my copy. Now I can go on with my experiment, my invention.
Oh, by the way, Professor, how is the invention coming?
The invention? Madame, it will soon be complete.
Well, it had better be. That lease runs out in 60 days.
And then the city can tear down that shack out there and get on with the housing project.
Yes. $6,000 is not bad rent for 60 days, Dincannon.
Not bad for you, Mrs. Hunter. But I assure you it's going to be very hard on several hundred war workers who have been expecting to live in that housing project you've halted.
Why, you, not I, halted the project, Dincannon.
Oh, rats. Come on, Ganger.
Yeah. Good day, Mrs. Hunter.
I told you it is not a good day, Professor.
In response to a telephone call from Britt Reed, Lowry, City Hall reporter, reported to his chief.
What's cooking, Chief?
Take a look at this picture.
Oh, the jolly mayor himself. Oh, and there's Lawyer Dincannon, too. I was just reading proofs on that housing story.
Can you place this fellow? Third to the right.
Him? Ooh, offhand, no.
Never saw him, huh?
Now, wait a minute. Hey, his face is familiar.
Think hard.
Oh. I got it. Let's
Let's have it.
I saw him less than a week ago.
Where?
Well, at the city hall.
What's his name?
Name? Chief, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Well, how do you know it's the same man you saw at City Hall? Thousands of people go in and out of that place every day.
Oh, I couldn't miss. I'm positive. I dropped into the city engineer's office to get a plat drawing of the new airplane plant site.
For an artist drawing to go with that Sunday feature story?
Right, Chief. Well, I had to wait for a half hour for this guy to get through with the plat plan himself.
See.
I didn't pay any particular attention. He was jotting down a lot of figures or something on a piece of paper.
Did you find out his name?
I doubt it. Any citizen can examine those records over there, just for the asking.
Try it. Check with the clerk on duty.
Well, don't hope for too much.
And call Dincannon. This fellow was with him. Get anything you can find out.
Okay, Chief. I'll call the minute I get any information.
You hear anything from Lowry yet, Mr. Reed?
He called a moment ago. Didn't find out anything. The clerk at the city hall couldn't remember anything, and Dincannon left town earlier this afternoon.
Tough luck. It seems there's a jinx on that housing property, doesn't it?
Jinx? How come?
Well, don't you recall that big scandal several years ago when those real estate subdividers were indicted?
Oh, yes, I know. That's why I wanted Lowry to investigate it.
I'm certain it was the same property. Well, the reason I'm sure is because Axford always claimed the Green Hornet was involved.
Axford and the Green Hornet.
He's heft on the subject.
Just for fun, drop in the morgue before you go and get me the files on the Hornet.
There's a lot on him, Mr. Reed.
I want to check up and see if Axford's missed anything lately.
He missed the boat when he was born, if you're asking me.
Don't be hard on Axford. He means well.
That evening, after Axford had gone to chat with some of his friends in police headquarters, Britt called Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only living person who knew him as the Green Hornet, to his bedroom.
Are you set for some action tonight, Cato?
Cato always ready for action when Green Hornet goes out.
I have a hunch we're going to see some tonight, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Do you remember the case of Fredericks, alias the Professor?
Let's see. Frederick. Professor?
We dug up the evidence against him about 7 years ago. Remember, in that subdivision fraud?
Oh, sure. Yes, Cato now remember. Green Hornet catch Professor for police.
And when he was convicted in court, he was deported as an undesirable alien.
Foreigner, not citizen.
That's right.
Oh, why you remember that?
I think we're going to meet Fredericks, alias the Professor, again tonight.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment house itself. The passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, This building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Before we continue with our adventure, please permit us to pause for a meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable, conducted by the Green Hornet.
Friends of the Green Hornet Roundtable, tonight I want to tell you about my friend, Mr. Smith. He isn't young. As a matter of fact, he says himself that he watched this country grow from frame buildings to a land studded with skyscrapers and telegraph poles. As we were talking this morning, I noticed he was watching two men standing beside us. They were arguing about what's wrong with the way the war's being run. He grinned and said, "You know, that doesn't look like much, those two fellas shaking their heads and talking a mile a minute, but if you think about it, that's what makes this country tick." I guess I looked puzzled because he explained there are a lot of countries today where men can't open their mouths to say what they think. But here in America, that's the way we've always done things. Talked about them, not just the cabinet members and presidents of corporations, but people like you and me and those fellas there. We're really running the show. Well, Mr. Smith is right. And you boys and girls coming of age, you're part of the show he was talking about. And being a part of it means responsibility. Your ballot is as important as the ballot of the men whose income makes him a millionaire. Remember that. Your power to keep America as you want it lies in that ballot. Think carefully before you vote. Never underestimate the value of your vote because, unlike the dollar, it doesn't change. Use it wisely, and you'll be shaping good government. American government. And now, back to our story.
The Green Hornet and Cato drove through the night till finally...
There's new plane plant. Big place.
Yes, when that plant gets into operation, they'll turn out the planes to polish off Adolf and Tojo pronto.
Many soldiers guard place.
Yes, against saboteurs and Axis rats. Over there, see?
See what, Mr.
That structural tower. That's the valve gate for the new water main that's to pump water into the big plant.
Oh. Road turns two ways up ahead, Mr. Britt.
I'll take the left turn. Take it easy now, Cato.
Just go slow.
I'm interested in a little shack somewhere in this project.
Oh, Cato see shack. Over there.
Now, that's it. Pull the Black Beauty in by that clump of bushes over there.
Weeds very high.
That'll make good cover for the car. Cut the motor. Everything ready?
Mask, gas gun, yes, everything ready.
All right, let's go. You better cut around behind that shack.
Yes, sir, Mr. Britt.
Isn't that a car parked in back?
Big car. Limousine type, sir.
Oh, I wonder what... Hey, what the...
Oh, Mr. Britt, where you... Mr. Britt!
Look out!
Oh! Oh!
What a fall.
Oh. You hurt, Mr. Britt?
No. How about you, Cato?
Cato, all right. Maybe.
Well, let's have some light on this situation.
His flashlight.
This is interesting.
Tunnel.
No, an abandoned sewer. The manhole cover tipped when I stepped on it.
Can see stars in sky through hole.
I saw stars when I fell into this place.
Yeah. How we get out?
Let's look around first.
Which way?
This direction's as good as any. Let's go.
Quiet, you brute. You might frighten the professor away. You wouldn't want to do that. He'll be surprised enough when he finds us here. Interesting little place the professor has here. Bare as a cupboard, except for this chair and the cot and that table. All those gadgets. Shut up! Quiet! Quiet! I'll snap off this light.
Yes, that blasted switch. Here it is. What's this?
Good evening, Professor.
You? What are you doing here?
Take your hand from your pocket, Professor. Dunder and Blitzen might think you had a gun.
Those dogs.
Surprised, Professor?
You have no right here, Mrs. Hunter. This is my property for 60 days.
Why, no, I haven't. Just happened to be driving by here on my way from a Bond rally. Thought I'd drop in.
But the door, it was locked.
I have keys to all my property, Professor.
You're an intruder, a trespasser.
Now, Professor, that's no way to talk to a guest.
You must leave at once. I'm very busy working on my invention.
Just what kind of invention are you working on, Professor? You see, you neglected to tell me before.
It's a very secret invention. I cannot discuss it. You must go.
Now, Professor, don't rush me. I want to know more about your invention. I'm awfully interested in science, really.
I tell you, I'll have the law on you if you don't get out. And get those dogs out.
The law?
What do you mean?
A man doesn't pay $6,000 for a 60-day lease of a shack like this, Professor, and seek the protection of the law.
Why,
Well, you better keep your hand away from that pocket, Professor Ganger. Here, you brute! Back! Come back from that door!
Now I've got you, Mrs. Hunter.
The gun.
And it's got you covered. Call those dogs off or I'll shoot you and those beasts.
I can't understand it. Why those brutes disobeyed my command.
Mrs. Hunter, you know too much.
If knowing that you're a rascal and a crook is too much, Ganger, then you're right.
I'm going to let you see my invention.
Those fool dogs would only come back here, Ganger. They'd tear you to pieces before you could fire a second shot.
Get going to that door in back of you.
You'll hang for this, Ganger. And if those dogs come back... Oh, the dogs, look!
I can't believe it.
Oh, my beautiful beasts, they're dead. Ganger, who killed my dogs?
Dead. Dogs dead.
Drop that gun, Fredericks. Drop it. I've got you covered.
What's this?
Drop that gun.
The Green Hornet.
I see you recognize me, Fredericks.
Green Hornet?
Yes, you remember me. I can easily see that.
You fiend! You killed my dogs. You killed them.
Lady, your dogs are not dead.
Well, can't I see with my own eyes? There they lie on the floor by that door, dead. And you killed them.
I tell you, they're not dead. They'll come to within a half hour and be just as healthy as they were a few minutes ago.
Come to? Well, what do you mean?
I had to give them the gas treatment. This gun here, it's harmless but effective at times like this. I followed the sewer to a stairway that led up to the door. I heard voices inside here and stopped to listen. I heard everything that went on.
You heard everything?
Until the dogs heard me and charged the door leading to the sewer. That's when I had to give them the gas.
This man you call Fredericks was going to kill me. I came here to find out what he was up to. I didn't know he was a murderer.
Fredericks, or Ganger as he's called now, was deported as an undesirable alien. I knew him then. Now he's a spy, a Nazi spy.
A spy?
You can't prove that, Hornet. You leased this old shack because it was located directly over the abandoned sewer. It leads to within a few feet of the new water main. If you could blow up that water main, you could halt production on airplanes at the new plant for months.
You can't prove it.
You got complete plans of this old sewer at the city engineer's office. You knew the exact location of the sewer and how closely it came to the new water main.
So that's why he paid $6,000 for a 60-day lease on this shack.
A cheap price for him to pay.
I'm going to call the police.
They're on their way here now. I pushed a friend of mine back through the sewer manhole to go and call them.
Please, let me go. I'll pay you well.
Ganger, I didn't trust you from the minute I laid eyes on you. You thought I was greedy for your money. Well, I pretended to be the miser, asking a big fee for the lease. But, Ganger, I only wanted to find out what your game was. Well, I found out. Incidentally, Ganger,
shut up.
That $6,000 you gave me, it is now in war bonds. War bonds, Ganger. What will Mr. Goebbels say when he hears you spent your money in good old United States war bonds?
When the police get here, have them follow those wires. You and the police will find enough dynamite to blow up this end of town. It's at the end of the old sewer, less than 20 feet from the new water main. Ganger planned to blow it up tonight.
Hornet, it has been my impression from reading the papers that you're a crook, a criminal.
Too true, lady. Too true. A crook, but not a traitor.
Why, then, are you here tonight?
Spies carry lots of money. You just heard Ganger offer to pay me well to let him go.
Yes, he did.
I knew Ganger was in town. I came here to take his money. Okay, Ganger, let's have it.
Get away from me, Hornet. I have no
I'll
money.
determine that.
Let's see.
Hornet,
You'll hang, that's what you'll do. Yeah, here it is. Now, let's see how much there is.
Thousands. Look at those big bills.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, Ganger, I make quite a haul on you.
I'll kill you.
You'll kill nobody. Ganger, I've got you covered. If you make one move...
Hornet, you might do well to look behind you.
You don't expect me to fall for an old gag like that, do you? I'm not looking behind me.
I warned you, Hornet.
Look, quick, look!
Oh. You came just in time, Kurt.
Who is this man, this masked fella?
You've killed him.
Perhaps you have. By the way, Professor, who is this lady?
An old busybody. Quick, tie off. The police will be here any minute.
The police?
Let me go. Oh.
She's faded.
We'll take care of her later. Come on.
What shall we do? I got her tied.
To the tunnel, the sewer. Come on, pick up the Hornet.
Is this a Green Hornet?
Yes, the Green Hornet. I knew him a long time ago. Now I get my revenge.
Ready? Let's go.
Go on to the end, Kurtz. It is there. I plan to finish him.
Why not kill him here and be done with it?
His body might be found. I'd rather there be no evidence that he's been killed.
Can you be sure there'll be no evidence?
The dynamite at the end of the sewer will attend to that. When that blast goes off, there will be no more Hornet.
It's a good idea. You see, Professor. Very smart, very smart.
Here we are.
Hidden dynamite. Professor, easy. I'm afraid of that stuff.
Going too. Here, take some of this wire. It's lucky you showed up, Kurtz. You're the one thing the Hornet didn't figure on, that I had to help her.
Here, let me have it. You get his feet.
Yeah. That's going to hold him.
What?
You revive quickly, Hornet. Good. I want you to watch your own execution.
So, that's a new Ganger.
Yes, and the dynamite. You recall having seen it before, don't you, Hornet?
I get it. You're going to blow me up with
the
a...
sewer and the water main to the plane plant.
Come, hurry. We got to take care of that woman, and then set off the blast.
Well, looks like my time may be up unless I can get out of this wire. That's tough stuff to get out of. You just get a hand or a foot free. Cato, as I live and breathe. Here, Cato.
Mr. Britt! Where are you, Mr. Britt?
This way, Cato, but make it fast.
Cato, hurry. I'm not find you. Think maybe in sewer.
You guessed right. I got these wires off in a hurry. We've got to get back to that shack.
Getting rid of his bonds, Britt Reed reached out and pulled the wires that connected the detonator and the dynamite. Then, with Cato close at his heels, he sped back through the old sewer to the shack.
Old busybody here. She's still out.
Tap of this blackjack and she'll be dead.
We must get rid of her. She must never live to tell what she knows.
Attend to that so neatly. Out of the way, please.
He's free. The Hornet. Look out. Grab his gun on the table.
I'll kill you.
No, you don't. That takes care of you, Kurtz. I'll give him a taste of the gas gun. Lucky he overlooked that.
No.
Take it.
The gas. It's choking me.
That takes care of both of them. Now to see how badly this woman here has fared. You'd better get out and watch for the police.
Yes, sir.
What? You're conscious. You're not out.
I'm a good actress, am I not, Mr. Green Hornet?
Wait. I'll get you out of those ropes. You mean you didn't faint? You just pretended?
Well, it's the best thing to do under the circumstances, don't you think?
Yeah, an excellent idea, it seems. There, I better be on my way. But before I go, Mrs.
Dorval Hunter's the name.
Mrs. Hunter, indeed, this is a pleasure. However, I regret, Mrs. Hunter,
You regret what?
that I must trouble you for the keys to your car.
My car?
Yes, the big limousine parked in back of this shack.
Well, you can't take my car and leave me here with these dangerous spies.
The keys, Mrs. Hunter.
Well, you crook! You thief!
Don't worry about Ganger. If I'm not badly mistaken, Mrs. Hunter, the police are arriving now, and I'll need your car for my getaway. It wouldn't be healthy for the police to find me here.
No doubt, you
You
thief.
see, they might not understand. Good night, Mrs. Hunter.
The law will get you yet. You handsome rogue.
Hey, Inspector! There's somebody in here.
What's going on in here?
Cato. You better call the auto squad and tip them off to where they can find that limousine. I wouldn't want it stripped by thieves.
We'll do before we retire tonight.
And here's a little bit of money. As I counted it in a hurry, I estimate there's about $15,000.
Spy money?
That's right. I took it off Ganger. Turn it in on that fund they're raising for needy wives and families of enlisted men. Very worthy cause.
Yes, Mr. Britt. We'll make donation unanimous.
You mean anonymous?
Give money with no name attached.
Oh, that's right. We both understand that.
Paper! Airplane plant sabotage plan discovered! Rich woman captured spy! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Set Gillespie! Paper!
You have just heard the adventure, The Green Hornet Goes Underground. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Fire Blitz. The Green Hornet strikes again. It was shortly after midnight when the truck driver paid his check at the Blue Lantern, his regular stop for coffee on the run from Bristol to the city. Outside the door, his big red van was parked.
So long, Marge. So long, Mike. Don't forget the hole in the road this side of Montclair. Thought I left the light on in my cab. Hope it hasn't burned out. Hey, what the deuce are you doing in there? Who are you?
I'm the guy who's riding with you from here on.
Oh, yeah? No riders allowed. Company's orders. Come on, pile out.
Now, look, monkey, this is a .45 automatic I'm holding. When I shove over, you crawl behind the wheel. Don't get any foolish notions. I got two pals over there in that parked car.
Okay, Mug. But you're making a mistake. There's nothing in this truck but a load of waste paper going to the mills.
Shut up and get this road hog rolling.
I tell you, I'm hauling paper. No tires, no whiskey or cigarettes. Nothing you can sell.
I took a gander inside this truck. I know what's in it.
You going to hijack this trash? You must be nuts.
Keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel.
I notice your pals are trailing along behind us.
I know they are. But I'm not turning my head to look. What's that car up ahead blinking his lights for?
He's a brother trucker, that's all.
All right, answer him then. I'm ducking down now, but my rod stays right against your ribs. I don't like the way you tooted your horn, punk. It's too bad for you. If you tip that guy off that you're in trouble.
Keep your shirt on. We don't have any signal code.
Just the same, you might call the cops from that weigh-in station up the road. So we're turning left on Highway 49.
You're holding a gun, Screwball. Say, what are you going to do with this load of salvage? Take it home to the nut house and cut out paper dolls?
No, I'm going to give it to Santa Claus to wrap Christmas presents.
Oh. I guess you're not exactly crazy at that. Talk and act like a professional gunman. You're putting a snatch on me and my truck because you really want a lot of waste paper.
Wise guy, aren't you?
Trucker gets around. But I still can't figure your angle. This stuff wouldn't be fit for lottery tickets or betting slips, much less for counterfeiting.
So what?
I like brain teasers. Always listen to quiz programs.
Well, maybe you can guess what's going to happen to me.
You'll dump me along the road, miles from nowhere.
You'll win the jackpot. Only you won't walk back from where you're going.
Hey,
You haven't watched me out of the corner of your eye. You've seen my left mitt by the light of this cigarette.
So what?
So you know I got a couple of fingers missing. You must have tumbled, and I'm 3 Fingers O'Malley.
I don't know who you are. I don't want to know. As far as I'm concerned, you've got all your fingers, and your name's Joe Dokes.
I lost those fingers in a prison juvenile. Yes, and I did 15 years of a life term before I crashed out. But you and the rest of the law and order boys are going to pay for that.
Listen,
Steady with that wheel. I can blast you and grab that wheel before you can ditch us.
Hey, look here. I've got a wife and 2 kids. But the Army's taken me. I'm on induction leave right now. Killing me would be the same as killing a soldier in uniform. The Federals would be after you.
They want me right now, chump. Stop on that bridge up ahead.
Stopping on a bridge is against the law. A road patrol might see us.
Stop, blast you. All right, get out. Hey, Doc, you and Slim are in on this.
Why have you stopped, O'Malley?
We got to get rid of this truck driver.
Oh, so that's how it is. You've got one of Hitler's stooges in on this deal with you.
So, you would insult the Fuhrer. Kill that swine.
Yes, Gunnigan.
You buzzed for me, Chief?
Yes, I did. What's the headline news for the first edition?
Allied advances in Italy on the murder of a truck driver.
Murder of a truck driver?
Yeah, a fellow named Tom Gilman, driver for the All States Cartage Company. He was found early today under the Shale River Bridge on Highway 49. Body was riddled with bullets.
I see. What was he hauling?
Load of waste paper from a salvage dump in Bristol, taking it to the pulp mill.
Waste paper, huh? That's strange.
Seems like nobody but a moron would hijack a load of old paper.
Are there any details on the murder?
Not much yet, but Laura's out covering it. He ought to be back soon with more dope on it.
Good. When Lowry comes in, let me know, will you?
Sure, Chief. Anything else?
No, I'll come down when Lowry comes in, and we'll see what we can make of the story.
Okay, Chief.
Look, Doc. Finally got the paper you wanted.
Yes. Herr O'Malley, I must remind you I do not like to be addressed in such a manner by you. I am Herr Dr. von Alt, a man of science in the service of the Fuhrer.
Look, Doc. I'm in this with you for pay and to settle a score with a man with the whiskers. Not because I give a hoot about you Nazis.
Whiskers?
Yeah. Uncle Sam to you. Ah, forget it. Let's get back to business.
How much paper did you leave from the talk when you set fire to it?
A good half load, I'd say.
Now, is that true, Slim? These band there have said nothing.
Sure. Half of the load's about right.
Good. Stupid police will look for charred bales, knowing that they do not burn easily.
They never trace what we took to this joint. They're blaming the killing on a hitchhiker.
Then all has gone according to schedule. The paper I saw in that salvage dump was the only kind that suited my purpose. Now I have it.
Why didn't we grab the stuff at the dump?
I didn't know about it in time. Can you fly the plane all right?
I can fly any crate that has wings.
You managed to arrange for a plane then?
Sure. We cased the Civil Air Patrol field at Millersburg. A 2-seater takes off every morning for a long-range forest patrol.
But how will you get it?
We figure to bump the watchman in the hangar and get the pilot when he shows up. When the job is done, we land at a place up north where the car will be waiting for us.
You must burn the plane after you land.
Sure, we know. Now, look, Doc. Let's talk about dough. 2 G's coming for the truck heist. Another 10 in advance for the big job. You better have the rest waiting for us when we get back.
That's a lot of money. A German channel gets only $100 a month.
Yeah, and what he can steal besides. Now, don't try to chisel, Doc. Our stunt will cause damage running into millions and hit Uncle Sam where it hurts. Now, come on, give.
Here's your money. 6,000 in each envelope.
Okay. Now, when do we take off on the big job?
That depends on the wind and weather. See, on this map I've traced your flight. Straight north 300 miles towards Mine City. Then 100 miles west before starting for your landing place.
You see, you got it all figured there. The speed of the plane and the exact place will be each half hour.
It must be done that way. Those are orders that must be obeyed, or I do not pay the rest of the money.
You Heine sure are methodical.
Yes, that is so. And because of that, we don't fail. It's for your own good, mein Herrs, that I warn you this job too must not fail.
Stopping in here for, Three Fingers?
I don't trust that Heine doctor. It's just like him to take a powder without paying us off.
Something for you?
Oh, yeah. Give me a pack of cigarettes and change for a telephone call.
There you are. Phone booth's back there.
Okay. Wait here a minute, Slim.
Yeah.
Hope I can get hold of that jerk before we go on that job. Hello, let me talk to Purchase.
This is Purchase. Who's calling?
The guy who sold with you in Stir.
Oh, you. What's cooking?
Look, I'm going out of town for a couple of days to do a job for a fella. I want you to tail him while I'm gone. He may take a notion of lamb.
What's in it for me?
A couple of C notes. More if you follow him out of town.
I can use some moolah. Where's he at? What's he look like?
Runs a novelty shop at Quinn and Bay. Wears a mustache and tinted glasses. He's tall and slim and talks broken. Of course, all that could be fakeroo.
Who is the guy, anyway?
Calls himself Graff. But, well, I got a hunch he's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? No kidding.
Yeah. Listen, pal. Don't get any ideas about turning him in for that 25 grand reward the Daily Sentinel was offering. You know me.
I sure do.
All right. Stick close to Mike's tavern, and I'll let you know when to start shadowing the fella. So long. What Purchase don't know won't hurt him. If he thinks Doc is the Green Hornet, he'll stick to him like a leech.
Several hours later, Dr. Van Alt's hired gunmen were standing beside a stolen car in which lay the limp forms of a CAP pilot and the hangar watchman. Three Fingers and Slim had shot down their victims and had taken them to a clump of woods at the end of the flying field. Removing a large basket which contained the secret of the Nazi plot, they started carrying it toward the plane which was ready to take off on the runway.
Had no idea that anything made of paper could be so heavy.
Never mind the griping. Just carry your end and hurry up before someone shows up in the field.
Well, here's the plane all gassed up and ready for the takeoff. I suppose I ride in the rear cockpit.
Yep, you in the basket. Come on now, in with it. All set now. Let's scram out of here while we got the chance. Come on, get in.
The stolen plane roared northward over vast and valuable timberlands on which our nation depended for materials vital to the war effort. Meanwhile, Dr. Van Alt sat by a radio in his novelty shop.
Reports have come in that the German armies are in retreat all along the Russian front.
Such lies. I'll try another station.
Warnings were sent out today to the northern part of the state that the forest fire hazard is the greatest in years. The deer hunting season is adding to the danger.
Yeah, I've heard enough for the present. That's good. Very good. My timing has been perfect. Like that of the Fuhrer himself. Those fools will burn the forest for me, and then when the time bomb I placed in the bottom of the basket explodes, they will be eliminated.
Well, Gunnigan, here's another day gone by, and that truck murder's still a mystery.
Yeah, Chief. Hey, we found out at the salvage dump that these hijackers took all brown paper of a special grade and size that was on that truck. The truck, as you know, was found burned.
Yes, I know. What about the reports from the Northwest on the happenings up there?
More than 50 fires have started simultaneously in the North Woods, endangering towns and hampering war industries. Soldiers are fighting the fires, and the governor has issued an emergency decree.
Sounds like sabotage on a grand scale.
Well, it does. Here comes Lowry.
Hello, Chief. Things are sure popping today.
What's up, Laurie?
2 CAP men were found murdered in the woods near Millersburg Airfield. And a reconnaissance plane was stolen.
Got a story rolling on it right away, Lowry.
The police any clue to the murder?
Yes, Chief. There's some evidence that an escaped convict, Three Fingers O'Malley, was in on the killings. A man answering his description was noticed hanging around the field several times. Hey, I smell cloth burning. Oh, I'm on fire!
It's your coat.
Get it off.
Here, quick, I'll help you. There, stamp on it, Gunnigan.
There, that's got it. That sure must have been hot copy you had in your coat pocket, Lowry.
You all right, Laurie?
Yeah, I'm all right, Chief. Now, what could have caused that to happen?
You must have set off some matches in your pocket.
Matches? No. I remember now. It was a leaf.
A leaf?
Yes, Chief. A leaf of some kind. There were a lot of them scattered on the runway at the airport.
No trees out there.
Well, that's how come I was interested in them. Must have been more than a hatful of leaves scattered around where the plane took off. I picked up one of them and stuffed it into my pocket.
Let's take a look at the char.
Yeah. That's all that's left. There, not much of it.
Well, this little piece here. That's paper, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure is. A paper leaf. Now, what could
it just struck me that all these incidents, the hijacking of that brown paper from the truck, the murders at the airfield, the missing plane, and those fires in the North Timberlands, all these might tie together somehow.
I don't follow you, Chief. What gives you that idea?
Well, that sudden burst of fire in Lowry's pocket. In the pocket where he put that leaf.
You mean that leaf could have caused it?
Under certain conditions, yes. Recall, Gunnigan, that story about the RAF bombers over Germany dropping bits of chemically treated paper?
Sure. The paper was harmless as long as it was damp, but burst into flames as soon as it dried and started fires in the wheat fields of Germany.
Exactly. Lowry, when you put that leaf into your pocket, was it damp?
Oh, yes, it was, boss.
I thought so. If it had been an artificial leaf, chemically treated.
Say, maybe you got something there, Chief.
Well, I'll be darned.
Saboteurs would have to have a certain grade of paper which would absorb the chemicals, yet remain moist for a considerable period. I think the matter's worth looking into.
Where do we start?
We might begin by investigating the novelty shops in the city. You can assign Lowry and Gale to cover them and see what they can find out about artificial leaves. It's not much of a lead, but we might run onto something.
Okay, Chief. Lowry can start out now, and Gale will be here shortly. I'll send her out, too.
Lowry, I want you and Gale to keep your eyes open and note any strange reaction you might have in any of the shops when you ask for the leaves.
I'll be watching. Don't worry, Chief.
Yes, and I'll tell Gale about that, too. Well, Lowry, you might as well get going. Let's hope for results that'll lead to a good scoop.
As darkness fell over the city, Von Alt was preparing to close his shop for the night when Gail Manning, in her rounds to the novelty shops, approached the door of Von Alt's place.
Always at the last minute somebody comes to look around and buy nothing. What can I do for you, young lady?
Do you all have any paper leaves here?
Paper leaves? Why are you looking for paper leaves?
Well, I'm giving a party, and I want some artificial autumn leaves for decoration. I was hoping you'd have some.
Oh, I have no such leaves. Crepe paper I have for decorating. That would do just as good for a party?
Oh, no, not for this party. I'm so disappointed you all don't have any. Oh, maybe you could make some for me. Do you do that sort of thing here?
Make artificial leaves for you?
Yes. You know, out of brown paper or something.
Oh, out of brown paper, huh? Maybe. Yes, I could do that. If you come back here, we'll see.
Why, it smells funny in here. Like a chemical laboratory or something.
Chemicals you think you smell? That must be the insect spray I've been using.
Maybe so. But it sure is strong.
Yeah. In here I keep my supplies and make things. Tell me, Fraulein, who sent you here to ask for leaves? Speak up.
Wait, no one. That is, I told you that
Yes, for a party, you said, but I don't believe you. Tell me the truth.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
You will suffer more than that if you don't tell me who sent you snooping around my shop. I've seen a man watching this place all day from across the street. Why? And why do you ask me to make leaves of brown paper,
I don't know anything about a man watching here. And I told you why I asked for leaves.
Oh, you're stubborn.
But I will find a way to make you talk. Already I've learned from the radio that 2 men who knew too much about my business have died as I planned.
You let me go. You don't dare do
I
it.
will dare anything to carry out the Fuhrer's plans, as you will soon find out. Get in there.
Hello?
Is this a publisher of the Daily Sentinel?
Yes, this is Mr. Reed. I'm the publisher.
Are you still offering that reward for the Green Hornet?
Yes. Yes, of course. Why?
Then get this. I'm out of stir on parole, but still clean. And I think I know where the Hornet is hanging out.
Well, what makes you think that?
I got the tip from Three Fingers O'Malley, who hired me to watch the Hornet's joint for him.
Three Fingers O'Malley?
That's what I said.
Hold on a minute. We had a news flash here a while ago that Three Fingers is dead. His body was identified in a plane crash in the North Woods.
Sure. So what? I heard that over the radio. That's why I'm calling. I don't think I'd try to collect the reward if Three Fingers was alive, do you?
I see. Well, where is this hideout of the Hornets?
A novelty shop at Quinn and Bay. I've been watching it all day. The guy that was described to me as the Hornet is still there.
The novelty shop, did you say?
Yeah. A crummy dump with paper junk. Jigsaw puzzles and trash like that in the window.
Has anyone entered the place this afternoon?
Sure, a few customers. Looked like a skirt went in there a few minutes ago. She hasn't come out yet. I figure that Dave's working with him.
What does the girl look like?
A good-looking boy. Wore a brown coat with hat and stuff to match.
All right. Thanks for the tip. Give me your name to identify you if the Hornet's captured.
My pals call me Perch Eyes. After he's caught, I'll be around. So long.
Yes, Chief?
Have you had any word from Gail Manning, Gunnigan?
No, I haven't, Chief. I can't make it out. Lowry covered his assignment and got back long ago. Gale should have called in long before this.
I see. Thanks.
Anything else?
No, Gunnigan. That's all. There's no doubt the girl that Perch Eyes fella saw going into the shop at Quinn and Bay was Gail. And he said she hadn't come out. That can only mean one thing. Gail's run into something and is in grave danger.
Leaving his office at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed hastened to his apartment where Cato, his Filipino valet and the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Reed explained the situation and his suspicions to Cato. Then, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Soon be at Quinn and Bay Street, Mr. Britt.
Every second counts, Cato. From all the killings that have taken place so far to put over his work of sabotage, the leader of the gang must be ruthless.
You think shopkeeper is head of spies?
Yes, and I have reason to think so. Now Gail Manning is at his mercy. Well, there's the corner we want. Turn off the lights and drive up into that alley. All right, we'll stop right here. Give me the mask and the gas gun. There. You wait here, Cato. I'm going into that shop and get Gail Manning if I have to wade through spies knee deep. And I hope I'm not too late.
As Britt Reed, wearing the mask of the Green Hornet, left the alley and approached the door of the darkened shop, he failed to notice the figure of a man lurking in a doorway across the street.
Super catfish. That's a Green Hornet going into that shop. Three Fingers must have given me a bum steer about the shopkeeper. But now I'll get that reward, though, anyhow. I better scram into this lunchroom and tip off the cops. Hey, Bud, you got a phone booth in here?
Yeah, in the back.
Yeah, thanks. Listen, sister, give me the police and be quick about it.
What are you going to do?
See, I've spread gasoline over everything in this stockroom. Then I have dropped these leaves. Artificial leaves like you were asking for, Fraulein. Leaves that have been scattered over the woods to the north.
Those leaves mean nothing to me, really. Oh, please untie me and let me go.
You American women are all whiners. In Nazi Germany, our women are strong and fearless. Whine as much as you like. It will do you no good.
You Nazis are nothing but beasts.
Oh, you insult the Nazi party, eh? That will teach you respect for your betters, Fraulein. And now, the leaves you're so curious about. I will tell you. These leaves are almost dry, and when they're quite dry, they will burst into flame. Then, the shop is no more, and you, Fraulein, will be no more.
Oh, let me out of here. Help!
The walls in this stockroom are thick. You can scream and scream, and nobody will hear you. And your country is screaming, too, because the fires my little leaves have started in your great woods is crippling your war industries.
So that's what you've been up to, you filthy old spy.
For that, I shall make you pay, you...
Oh, my arm! Don't... Oh.
Weakling, she has fainted.
You rat, don't move.
But a masked man...
The game's up, Nazi. Those leaves that are scattered on here are proof of what you are and what you've done.
You will never leave here alive.
Get away from that door.
No. Very soon now, the leaves will burst into flame, and I've spread gasoline. We'll all die together for the Fuhrer.
You and your paper-hanging Fuhrer. You Nazis have all inherited his madness. Now get out of the way or I'll let you have it.
Stand back or I shoot.
Shoot, then you... Missed me. But the shot started the gasoline burning. Get Gale out. I've got to drag him away from the door. Now to get Gale out of here before those police come in.
Caesar's ghost. That back room is a massive place. Ashford, get out of my way. What? You have to be hanging around the station every time we get a call. Stop shooting off your mouth, Sergeant, and tend to business. Look, a man lying just inside the door. Come here, a couple of you. Drag this man out, quick. You'd better hurry, Sarge. This place is like a tinderbox. Take that guy out the back door. Hurry up. Carry him out, men. Let's get out of here. Cassidy, go turn in a fire alarm. The back door's open. Come on. Hurry up, hurry up. Oh, sure was hot for a minute. Keep moving back into the alley. I smell gasoline in that place. It may blow up from the accumulating fumes. Shades of St. Patrick. Look here, Sarge. Bring a light. It's a girl lying out here. Hey, that ain't no girl. That's Gail Manning from the Sentinel. All right, dimwit, but it's still a girl to my way of thinking.
Oh, what's happening?
Here. Let me help you up. There. Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I'm all right now. Oh, say, that man. Don't let him get away.
We got the man all right enough. He's still alive, too. Who is he? What's this all about, anyway?
He's a Nazi spy. He said so himself. He also said he was to blame for those fires in the North Woods.
Ah, come now, Gail. How in heaven's name could he be setting fires in the North Woods when he's right here flat on his back?
Oh, no, you don't understand. He did it with leaves. Fake leaves that burst into flame.
Say, that's what Gunnigan was talking about. 3 Fingers O'Malley and that stolen plane and all.
Yes, that's it. I was sent out to hunt for a place where they make fake leaves. This is the place, and that man lying there, he's the head of all those spies.
So we got the dirty spy who did all that, hey? But who started this fire? And how did you get out if you were in a fainting spell?
I don't know, Sergeant. That spy was torturing me, and he spread gasoline all around in some of those leaves. He said he was going to leave me there to be burned. Well, then I fainted, and that's all I know.
Somebody knocked out the Nazi jerk and carried you out here. Now, ain't that one for the books? Say, it's betrayed. There goes the rat's nest sky high. And by the luck of the Irish, you weren't in it, Gail. Sure, and I'd like to know who started that place ahead of time. Holy crow! The Green Hornet! That's who did it, Gail. If we hadn't have come when we did and scared that devil off, he would have taken you with him. Sure, and he must have been one of them and had a fallen out with the head man there. So he started the fire. We got a tip the Green Hornet was coming in the place. Hey, that's so. I forgot about that. Even though you got the spy there, the biggest crooked spy of them all just got away. That's Spalpeen, the Green Hornet.
That's the Lex paper! Head of Nazi spy ring caught, double crossed by Green Hornet. Airfield murder solved, read all about it. Green Hornet still at large, set Select Street paper!
You have just heard the adventure Fire Blitz. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They're copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Diamond in the Rough. The Green Hornet strikes again. On a particular afternoon, society was agog with plans to attend the annual Thanksgiving Ball at the Vandergraff Mansion that evening, the only occasion upon which Mrs. Vandergraff publicly wore the famous and valuable pink diamond. In a small apartment on the west side of the city, a woman and two men were carefully rehearsing their plans for the evening.
Now remember, you two, there must be no slip-up. I've managed to get hold of an invitation to the Vandergraff Ball. You, Marie, will go as a French countess, Madame de Fay. Jim will be your escort.
I will play my part well, Slick. If I can be sure Jim will do his part.
Now, don't worry about me. I've been in the confidence game too long to mess up a job like this. We'll get the pink diamond, all right.
Yeah. Just how do you plan to go about it, Jim?
Well, I'll get a dance with Mrs. Vandergraff. Marie'll have to be sure to find a partner for the same dance. We'll manage to bump into each other on the dance floor. In the confusion, I'll get the rock and pass it to Marie. It's up to her to find a way to get it out.
You leave that to me, Jimmy. I will find a way. We will be here with the pink diamond. Mais oui.
Sure it's going to be a swell affair at the Vandergraff joint tonight.
That joint, as you call it, is the biggest mansion in the city, Axford.
So what? It's probably just another joint to them Vandergraffs. Rolling in those they are with townhouses and country houses and yachtses and all.
Oh, not yachtses, Axford. The word is yacht. Oh, believe me, with your English, you'd never get through the door at a place like Vandergraff.
Oh, is that so now? And why shouldn't I say yachtses, I'd like to know? If I have more than one match, I say matches, don't I? As for getting into a place like that, well,
Stop it, Axford. I should have known better than to correct you. It never does any good.
Of course it doesn't. Not when I'm right the first time.
Someday, if you can ever get a girl to look at you twice, perhaps you'll find one that'll make you listen. Oh, but any girl falling for you would be a miracle.
A miracle, is it? Say, now, perhaps I never told you about the time I met with...
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Is Axford around?
Yes, Mr. Reed. He's right here.
Tell him to come in here a minute.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed wants you in his office, Axford.
All right. When I come back, I'll tell you about the time Sally O'Day had a case on me and I...
You needn't bother coming back to tell me about Sally. She must have been half-witted to fall for you.
Ah, it's jealous you are, Casey. That's what it is. Hey, don't throw that book. I'm leaving right now.
Oh, Axford, what are you planning to do tonight?
Tonight? Why, nothing, Reed. That is nothing much.
Good. You see, Gail is covering the Vandergraff ball for the society page, and I'd like to have you go along.
Me covering society? Say now, Reed.
Oh, wait a minute, Axford. That's Gail's job. I want you to get a good story or two.
Like what, for instance?
Or perhaps a little more about the famous pink diamond. And then, too, in case anything should happen, it'd be a scoop for us if you were on the ground.
You expect something to happen, Reed?
No, but it's best always to be prepared. Every crook in the game's after that jewel.
Sure, with Sergeant Burke and that bunch of his all over the place like they're sure to be, a crook wouldn't have a chance.
Let's hope not. But I'd like to have you there anyway.
Okay. I might as well be enjoying the Vandergraff grub with the rest of them.
Fine. Here's one of the invitations. You'll need that to get in. Oh, and don't forget, you'll have to dress.
Sure, and I never go anywhere without dress.
Yes, I know. But in this case, you'll have to wear evening clothes. I have an extra suit up at the apartment you might be able to get into.
Monkey suit, eh? Sure, you're really giving me the works on this job. Okay, I'll be there.
I knew you would. Be sure to keep your eyes open, Axford. I'm counting on you for a good story.
Later that evening, the Vandergraff ball was in full swing. Finally, Gale and Axford found their way to the buffet tables, where Axford stood in amazement, eyeing the bountiful display of food.
Gale, look at that. Sure, in all me born days, I've never seen such a layout of fancy-looking food.
It looks too fancy to eat, almost.
So here you are, Axford. That food drew you like a magnet.
You don't miss much, do you, Sarge? Instead of watching what I'm doing, you'd better be looking after that pink diamond, I'm a-thinking.
And don't you be thinking I'm not keeping my eye on it. It'd be a good idea, too, Axford, if you keep your eye peeled for any crooked work that might be going on.
Oh, I'll do that. Seeing as it's you as is needing me help, Sarge.
Go along with you, Axford. Miss Manning, don't let him eat all he's looking at, or he'll bust right plumb out of that suit.
I'll see to it that doesn't happen, Sergeant Burke. My, they certainly don't seem to have forgotten anything on those tables. Take one of those plates there and help yourself, Axford.
And to think it's all free. Sure, no, I don't know where to begin.
Oh, you are so perfectly right, monsieur. Perhaps you've not yet tried that pâté foie gras. It is delicious, no?
No, I haven't tried it. I mean, whichever it is.
You joke with me, monsieur.
No, I'm not joking either.
Oh, perhaps you think I am being, what you say, forward in speaking to you this way. Your wife, perhaps, does not.
Who, her? She isn't my wife. That's Gail Manning, reporter on the Daily Sentinel.
How do you do?
Hannah, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Countess de Fay.
A countess, did you say?
Maybe, of course.
She, a real countess?
Such a man you are, such a sense of humor. It is delightful.
Thanks, ma'am. I mean, countess.
How stupid of me. I do not even know your name, monsieur.
Sure, and I'm Michael Axford of the Daily Sentinel.
A newspaper man. Oh, I should have known. You are so debonair, so suave.
I am?
But of course you are. And also naive, my dear Michael. What am I saying?
Oh, go right ahead, Countess. I don't mind at all. Indeed, I don't.
Pardon me, but if you all don't mind, I think I'll look around a bit.
Sure. Go ahead, Gail. You might be missing something.
I'm not missing a thing, Axford. I'll see you all later.
Perhaps the girl, she is not liking that I speak to you.
Who, Gail? Sure, and what does it matter to her one way or the other? We just work together, that's all.
Then I am not sorry I gave way to my impulse.
Gave away what?
No, you do not understand. I mean, when I saw you standing here, I said to myself, there is a real man, the real American type of romantic male. Then I had a sudden impulse to talk to you. And I was not disappointed, mon cher.
Say, you talk like a foreigner, all right?
Oui, I am of an old French family.
Oh, French, you?
Yes. You must believe me when I tell you that I am not always so brazen. But seeing you, I could not resist. But why do I say all this?
Sure, now, and I'd like to hear you saying them things, Countess.
But of course you must call me Marie. It is that we are like old friends, no?
Sure. Sure, Marie.
Ah, there, that is better. Michael. The orchestra is playing. You must dance with me, Michael.
Me? Dance? Sure, and that would be the end of our friendship then and there.
Oh, Michael, it is not so difficult. That is a waltz. Oh, you must dance with me. S'il vous plaît.
I'll be stepping all over your feet.
Je vais le risquer.
Now, look, Marie, I don't know what you mean by that risque stuff. But if you don't mind...
Silly boy, that in my language means I will take the risk. You see, I am not afraid that you will step on me. Pray, Leon. We go now.
Sure, the way you use them funny little words now, I'm beginning to think it sounds cute.
Cute, Michael?
Yeah, you know, sort of nice. I like to hear it.
Oh, you are so sweet. So magnificent.
Oh, say now, there I go, stepping right on your foot.
It is nothing, really. See, over there is dancing Madame Vandergraaf. Can we not get closer? I can admire her famous jewel, no?
Oh, so that's the dame with the door, huh? Sure, I'd like to get a squint at the jewel thing myself.
Oh, Mary, that is good. We are getting near them.
Why, yes. Yes, indeed, I do enjoy a good walk, Mr. Horton.
Sure, and she talks just like anybody else.
Of course, Michael. Oh, pardon, madame, s'il vous plaît.
Oh, my foot. My good man, you stepped right on my foot.
Oh, sure, I didn't even know it was under there, ma'am.
Watch where you're going, fella. Not go around knocking people about like that.
See here now, who bumped into who, I'd like to know.
It's all right, Michael. Madame will pardon us, won't you, madame?
Why, yes. Yes, of course. Do continue your dance.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Come, Michael.
Puffy old dame she is.
It's nothing. Let us enjoy the work, see?
Oui, sure.
On second thought, it is so crowded. We will go sit down and talk, mon ami. Will you put this in your pocket? This vanity case? It is so tiresome to carry.
Oh, sure. Give it here. There. Right in the inside coat pocket.
Oh, you are so charming. Voila. There is a love seat near the wall.
Love seat? Say, I don't...
You are... Oh, do not be alarmed, my little diamond in the rough. That sofa. See, my Michael?
Oh, that. Sitting down will be a pleasure.
Oh, my diamond! My pink diamond is gone!
Holy crud, the old lady's lost the pink diamond.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet. Quiet. The party's over, folks. You'll all leave, but nobody's going to get out of the door without being searched. That pink diamond is still in this ballroom, and we're going to find it. No, Cassidy, that's about all. Nary a sign of that pink diamond.
We've searched them all.
Here, you. Where do you think you're going? Oh, it's you, Axford.
Sure. Want to search me, Sarge?
Tight as that suit fits you, Axford, I could tell in a minute if you were hiding anything. Anyway, you haven't got brains enough to go stealing the famous pink diamond.
Say, now, maybe I'm not as dumb as I look.
Let's hope not. Say, who was that classy dame you were stepping all over out there on the dance floor?
That wasn't a dame. She's a real countess. Why do you want to know? Sure you don't think she's...
No, I ain't suspecting her. She got by here all right. I just wondered why you didn't go out with her.
Well, I didn't bring her. I met her here. Holy crow.
What's eating you?
I forgot to give her back her vanity case. Look.
Seems like you've been doing a bit of lifting after all. It's a nice-looking vanity. Gold, I think.
Sure, and I don't even know how to get in touch with her either.
That's an old stall, Axford. You're hoping she'll get in touch with you again.
Say, she does know I'm with the Daily Sentinel.
I knew it.
I'd better be getting back in case she phones in. So long, Sarge. I'll be seeing you.
Mr. Reed's office, Miss Kay speaking. Oh, yes. Yes, he's here. Just a moment.
I know it. It's her. Give me that phone. Hello? Yes, this is Michael Axford. Yes. Sure, and I'll do that. Yes. Now, where shall I bring it? Oh, the Grafton Apartments. Now, hold on, Marie, Countess, while I write that down. Oh, yes. Hello? Go ahead. The Grafton Apartments. Yes, I got that. Oh, 402. Yes. What's that? Well, somebody's listening, so I can't tell you now. Yes, Marie. Goodbye. she called me.
Well, that isn't anything to what I'm going to call you for writing all over my stenographic pad. Look at that. You scrawled all over the letters I'm typing.
No, Casey, take it easy. Them little marks didn't look like
Those
anything.
little marks are my shorthand notes, stupid.
All right. I'll copy it off onto something else. Calm down now.
Michael. Marie. What a quick romance this is turning out to be.
Go ahead, laugh away, Casey. Sure, and it's a real lady has fallen for Michael Axford this time.
Well, if you're going to see your real lady, you'd better hurry back. Mr. Reed wants to see you before he goes home tonight.
I'll be back in half an hour, Casey. And as soon as I take something to the Grafton Apartments that belongs to me lady friend, I'll come back and get going on that pink diamond mystery.
How do you know that yokel hasn't suspected something, Marie?
You are so nervous, Slick. How could he ever suspect? There is a secret little compartment in that vanity. Even if he should open it, he would not see the diamond.
Well, why doesn't he come then? I phoned him some time ago.
Calm yourself. He will come, be sure of that. I will tell him that you are my brother. Be nice to him. He will get him out, and then we go to Pop's place.
I wonder what's keeping Jem.
Always you worry. I know he got out all right. He had nothing to show. He had anything to do with taking the pink diamond.
I hope nobody saw him slip it to you. I saw you putting it into that vanity case.
We are too experienced for that, Slick. How can there be a slip-up? This man who is bringing the vanity is a friend of the police.
Friend of the police? Say, what do you...
Do not get upset. This Michael Axford is a newspaper man, and so dumb.
Oh, why did you pick him out?
Because I heard the police sergeant talk to him. They are friends. I know that he will not be searched. Do you not see, Slick?
And he said he has the vanity case.
Oui. On the phone, he tells me he has it, and will bring it to me here. Voila. Everything it has worked out as you say is swell. May we?
Sure. But I can't stand this waiting.
That is the dumb newspaper man now. Oh, Michael, how nice. Do come in.
Thanks. Say, who's that?
You are jealous, mon cher. This is my brother.
Oh, how are you?
How do you do? My sister told me how nice you've been to her.
God, no, it was a pleasure.
You brought my vanity, Michael.
Sure. Got it right here in my pocket. There it is. Oh, glory be. I'm sorry. Holy crow. There's the pink diamond. Say, what's going on
punk.
here?
This gun might go off.
Wait now, wait.
Grab
I'm
that
going
hook ice, Marie.
I have it. Now what do we do?
So that was your game, was it? Making a fool of Michael Axford, were you?
Michael, oh, what a foolish one.
Is that so now? Showing you won't get away with it. Give me that gun, you sparky. Give it to me.
That'll hold him for a while.
Now what are we to do, Slick?
We can't wait for Jim. You go down and bring the car to the back door. I'll bring this chump down and we'll take him along with us.
He knows about the diamond now.
Yes, that's why I'm taking him. After we get him to Props, we'll find a way to get rid of him once and for all.
Well, Miss Case, sending Axford to the ball turned out to be a good thing. That pink diamond story is quite a scoop for us.
I know. It's funny, isn't it, that someone could take that diamond right from under the noses of the police who were there and then carry it out?
Yes, it is strange. Gale said they searched all the guests before they were allowed to leave. Thieves were very clever.
Well, it's a wonder they didn't hold Axford for carrying something belonging to a lady. He had something to give back to the Frenchwoman Gale told us about.
Oh, Axford had something of hers? Well, what was it?
Well, he didn't say, but she seemed very anxious to get in touch with him.
Oh, I see. And it looks as though he isn't coming back here. Are you sure he said he'd be back in half an hour?
Yes, Mr. Reed, and that was over 2 hours ago.
I wonder how far he had to go.
I can tell you exactly where he went. Look what he did to my notes. Scrawled that woman's address all over them.
Grafton Apartments, number 402. Well, I know where that is. It isn't far from here, about 10 minutes each way. Well, we won't wait any longer. Come on, I'll drop you off and see what I can do to get in touch with Axford later.
Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You worried about Axford, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. It seems strange to me from what Gale told me that a woman of that type should act that way with Axford, the way Gale said she was acting.
Gale tell you she's a countess. I think real countess not be so undignified.
Exactly. The more I think of it, Cato, the more suspicious I become of Axford's hasty friendship for that Frenchwoman.
You suspect maybe she has something to do with robbery, Mr. Britt?
I don't know. But I'd like to make a visit to the Grafton Apartments and get a look into apartment 402 without being seen.
Oh. We use Black Beauty?
Yes. If this should turn out to be a lead on that diamond robbery, I want to be able to carry on from there as the Green Hornet. Get the mask and the gas gun, Kate. We'll be on our way. I hope for Axford's sake his lady friend doesn't turn out to be as I suspect.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt, Reed, and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Here we are at the back of the Grafton Apartments. I'm going in. You keep your eyes open, Cato.
Suppose Axford's still there. Not in trouble at all.
I know Axford too well. He never let a fancied romance keep him from the office when he's due to be there. I'm going up the back stairway, and in a few minutes I'll know what's in apartment 402.
Carefully making his way up the back stairway, Britt Reed was soon approaching the door of the apartment. Moving silently, he went close to the door and listened.
No sound in there, no light under the door. I'd better use my skeleton key. No one here. I guess I'll have to look around. For a light. Now, here's the switch. Neat-looking place. Spot of powder on the rug. Uh-oh. Shirt stud. One of mine that Axford was wearing. And it looks like he might have been pushed around a little. Maybe if I put my handkerchief over the mouthpiece, I can get away with answering that. Hello?
Hello, Slick.
Who's talking?
This is Jim. What do you think? Did Marie get back all right?
Yeah.
You sound funny. I guess you saw it because I didn't get there right away.
Well?
Well, you see, it was like this, Slick. They let me out of the Vandegraff place all right, but it must have been suspicious because I was dancing with her when she squawked about missing a rock. Someone's been tailing me ever since.
Where are you?
I'm calling from a phone booth nearby. What do you want me to do?
Come up here.
Are you nuts? The cops will get wise to the place. They're tailing me, I tell you.
Where are you calling from?
I'm in the drugstore right down here on... Hey, wait a minute. You don't sound like Slick to me. Let me talk to Marie.
She isn't here right now.
So you're not Slick or she would be there.
Hey, say. Hung up. He must be near here in the drugstore. I've got to get there before he makes a getaway. Go through that alley, Cato, quick.
What is it, Rich?
Slow down before we come out on the street. Easy now. All right, stop here for a minute. There must be a drugstore on that street.
Look, drugstore there on corner to the right.
Yes, and there's a man over there getting into a cab. Follow it, Cato.
You think he's mixed up in this?
Yes, I know it. I know Axford's in trouble. That woman he went to see had a hand in that pink diamond robbery.
You think the man in cab lead you to others?
No, I don't, Cato. He seems to be too smart for that. He'll try to lose us when he finds out we're following him.
Oh, car with flashing red light behind. Must be police.
Yes, they're evidently shadowing him in hopes to lead him to the thieves who have the diamond. That's why they didn't pick him up before now.
Cab turn up side street.
After, try to come alongside before the police car gets to that corner. Step on it. Good. The street is dark. Pull alongside the cab. Hold it! Stop your cab there! I'm getting into that cab, Cato. Drive into that alley on the left. Quick.
Hey, what is this? Your man.
Never mind that. Get moving. Follow that car into the alley. I'm getting into your cab.
And you, what do you... So you want a cuff?
Quiet. You'll do your talking in a minute. Hold it, driver. Now put out your lights till that police car goes by. Good. Now sit quiet or I'll use this.
Hey, he's got a gun.
That was the squad car. Now we can talk. I want to look at you with my flashlight.
All right, you saw me. Now get it out of my eyes. Hey, that mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Where's your friend, Slick and Marie?
I don't know. So you're the guy that was in the apartment.
Answer my question and talk quick.
I tell you, I don't know.
Okay, if this is the way you want it, I guess I'll have to wring it out of you.
Hey, you're choking me. Don't, I'll tell.
Start then.
They're with the Pop's Hawk Shop. He's the fence who gets rid of the stuff for us.
So they've taken the Vandergraft diamond to him, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Where is this Hawk Shop?
West Avenue, corner 10th.
And I can't take you with me, so I'm going to let you
No,
have
no,
it.
don't shoot. Don't. I told you, didn't I?
You shot him or something.
That's something for you to worry about. Now, listen to this, cabby. There's going to be a little meeting at the corner of West Avenue and 10th. Take this guy to the police. Now get going.
Yes, sir.
All right, Cato. We've got to hurry to West Avenue and 10th Street. That cab driver will tell the police that I'm on my way there, and we've got to be there first.
Meanwhile, in the back room of the shop at West Avenue and 10th Street, Slick and Marie were talking to old Pop. Axford, bound and unconscious, lay on a cot in the corner.
It's funny Jim never showed up. But if he doesn't get his cut, that's his hard luck.
Pop, it is not enough what you are giving us for that beautiful jewel. It is worth many thousands.
As the famous pink diamonds, yes. But to be got rid of, it must be cut into smaller stones.
Yes, I suppose that is so. Slick, what do we do with that clumsy newspaper man?
You leave him to us, Marie. He'll never talk, don't worry. Sure came in handy tonight.
Yes, that beautiful stone there on the table wouldn't be in our hands if you hadn't used that fellow to carry it out.
You were so funny. I have to laugh.
Then we are.
Oh!
A masked man. He's after the pink diamond.
That's the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
So, mademoiselle, you thought it funny to use that chap over there to get the diamond. Untie him.
Mais oui, Monsieur Green Hornet.
Now, look here, Hornet. We know you're after that hunk of ice. We'll split with you when Pop pays off.
This is the payoff right now. I'll take that stone and see that you get what's coming to you.
So that's it, you dirty double-crosser. We do the work and you want to hog it all. Well, we'll see that you don't get away with it.
Pop, help me! Marie, the lights! Douse the lights! Quick!
Quick! Not get me.
I can't see her.
It's the police are coming.
I'll get this sneak. Take it, crook.
Yes, and I can't.
What's going on here?
The Green Hornet, he went through the window.
Put on the lights. Come on, the lights.
That's better.
Hey, look on the table. The pink diamond. And on the floor, 2 mugs laid out cold.
Monsieur, they made me come here with you, Monsieur Sergeant. Oh, now I'm safe and so. Merci beaucoup, Sergeant. You are so brave.
Well, see here now. If these mugs were
Hey,
mistreating you.
she's the Countess, the French woman.
Oui, it is so. They forced me to come because I suspected them. Maybe that is it. Now you will take me home, Monsieur Sergeant.
What? What's that she's saying now?
Hey, I don't get this. You here too, Axford.
Oh, they have hurt him, my poor Michael. Here's what you say. The diamond in your rug, Michael is.
Here, lend me a hand, Sarge. Still a little weak, I am.
But let me...
Get away from me, woman. Sarge, this French mademoiselle is in with those crooks. She did the swiping of that diamond.
Ah, so that's how it is.
What was the Green Hornet doing here?
The Green Hornet. Was he here?
That he was. And from the looks of it, he was doing plenty. But he didn't have time to make off with the pink diamond. Say, Axford, tell me, what are you doing mixed up with this bunch of crooks?
Well, Sarge, I hate to admit it, but... Well, I walked out of the Vandergraaf house with a jewel in my pocket. Wasn't that gold vanity case you looked at? And she put it there, that French vampire.
Glory be. And I let it slip right through my fingers.
Sure, and that's not all you let slip through your fingers this night. There goes the Green Hornet himself.
That's Electric! Paper! Big Diamond Thieves come! Kidnapped reporters safe! Green Hornet supplies and hideout! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! That's Electric!
You have just heard the adventure Diamond in the Rough. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Man Who Came Back. The Green Hornet strikes again. In the commandant's office at a Nazi prison camp, a young officer stood before the desk of his superior. He was tall, dark, gray-eyed, and of medium, though athletic build, not the usual blond Aryan type of which the Nazis were so boastful. The commandant motioned him to a chair.
At ease, Lieutenant Weber. Sit down, and I will discuss why you are here.
Danke schön, mein Kapitän.
We will speak only in English, Lieutenant. The reason will soon be made known to you.
Very well, Captain Muller. As you wish.
You've done good work with Himmler. Your training for the last few months has been strenuous and, no doubt, mystifying.
Yes, sir, it has puzzled me a bit. I couldn't understand why, since my work under Mr. Himmler seemed to please, I was sent to take more training at the secret school at Blinks.
Now, I will tell you. We've searched throughout the Vaterland for men of your description.
So I've learned.
From the reports of your good work, and from your description and photograph, you were selected for a very important assignment. That's why you were sent to Blentz.
Thank you, Captain.
You were brought up in the United States, is that not so?
Yes, I had all my schooling there.
Mm-hmm. You're most familiar with them, these Americans, then. And you speak the language as one of them.
Oh, yes, of course. But I'm loyal to the Nazi Party, as you can readily see.
Do you think you would have been selected for this work and recommended by Herr Himmler himself if you didn't know that to be true?
Thank you, Captain.
At Blentz, they had you listen to recordings of an American. Had you learned to imitate the voice, is that not so?
Yes, that's true. They tell me I have mastered it perfectly. But why?
Of course. You're anxious to know what it's all about. Listen. Here in this prison camp is an American lieutenant, a pilot who was captured at Hamburg. The voice you studied was his voice.
I see.
Now, come over here with me. There on the wall is a small picture. Behind it is a hole through which one can see into the next room without being seen. He's in there now. Look through.
Yes, Captain.
Do you see? He is tall, dark, and the figure is like
me.
Exactly. Close it now. There. Come back to my desk. That is it, Lieutenant. You see? The American is almost exactly like you. Gray eyes, too. But you must look exactly like him. And you will before we're through.
But I don't get this. What the...
See? You speak just like him also, and that's excellent. In one respect you differ, and in one only. The shape of the nose. From the front you are alike, but from the side there's a difference. That will be taken care of by Dr. Weissman, one of our foremost plastic surgeons.
You mean you're going to have me operated upon to change the shape of my nose?
Yes, that is right.
Dr. Weissman will have the American taken to the operating room under the influence of a strong drug. She will be placed beside him and the operation performed. If there's by chance any other physical difference, Dr. Weissman will take note of it and correct it so that when he is through, you and the American will be exactly alike, not to be told apart. You see?
Captain, this is so unusual.
It is for your country, Lieutenant. The reason for all this is that you are to take the American's place.
In the prison camp?
He's soon to be exchanged. But you will be in his place to go back to America and carry out our plans there.
So that's it. Oh, but what of his people, his family? Perhaps a wife or a sweetheart. Surely they'd soon
We have
know that
intercepted all his mail. We will tell you much that you should know. But what you don't know will not matter. For you see, his medical report will show that he is subjected to spells of amnesia.
Amnesia? Then, in an emergency, I wouldn't have to remember.
That is right. When questions arise that you cannot answer, when you meet people you should know as the American, you will have the excuse of amnesia. It's clever of Himmler to think of that, huh?
Clever is right. Amazing is more like it. Yet I don't know.
You have doubts, Lieutenant? Perhaps the operation is not to your liking. Is that it?
Oh, no, Captain. I'll go through with it. I think it an honor to be chosen for this assignment.
Good. You've spoken like a true Nazi. Be ready, then, for Dr. Weissman this afternoon. In 6 weeks, you will be sailing to America as John Moore, Lieutenant Pilot of the United States Army Air Corps, an exchange prisoner from Nazi Germany.
2 months later, Weber, posing as John Moore, has been taken into the Moore home without question. Noticeable changes in habits had been laid to his experiences and condition by Mr. and Mrs. Moore, who looked upon him only as the boy whom they'd sent away to war and who'd come back a man. One afternoon in the office of the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed was talking to Miss Case, his secretary.
But it's only 5 o'clock. Are you leaving now?
Oh, yes, I'm going to step in at the Moores before I go on home. They're having a few friends in to meet young John Moore, who's just come home from a Nazi prison camp.
Lieutenant Moore has become quite a hero. I've been reading about him. By the way, Axford went out to the Amigo plane factory this afternoon. I believe the lieutenant and 1 or 2 other returned prisoners are to give a talk to the workers there.
That's right. But young Moore won't do much talking. From what I know of him in the past, he never was much of a speaker. Oh, here's Axford now.
Hello, Reed. Hi, Casey.
Well, Axford, how'd it go?
Oh, the usual thing. The boys gave a pep talk to the defense workers. Hey, that young Moore now, he really gave it to him. Sure, and he's not one to want for words.
Well, that's surprising. Being in the Air Corps must have given him a lot of self-confidence.
Well, he's got plenty of that, all right. He was quite the hero to them workers.
Well, write up your story on it and get it to Gunnigan.
Sure, and it isn't much of a story. The same sort of stuff. Nothing exciting happened, so I left it soon.
Mr. Reed's office. Miss Kay speaking.
This is Gail. Let me talk to the chief right away.
Just a minute. It's Gail Manning for you, Mr. Reed.
Oh, I'll take it right here. Hello, Gail. What's up?
Plenty, chief. A fire broke out and caused an explosion at the Amigo plane factory.
The Amigo plane factory? Well, what caused it? Do they know?
No, but they hinted it could be sabotage. Yet they've been very careful. The place is heavily guarded. And nobody's been in there today but those young army men with their police escort and a few reporters.
I see. Well, stay on the spot and get all the details. Get your story to Gunnigan as soon as you can.
All right, chief. I'll get something in for the next edition. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Gail.
What's it all about, Reed?
Seems as though there's been sabotage at the Amigo plane factory.
Sure, and the president himself couldn't get by the gates out there without being identified and searched.
Yeah, I know, but someone did get by and got away with it. Someone who's too smart to get caught.
I went out in the squad car along with them young army fellers. They even searched me. Them boys were the only ones they let through without all that rigmarole.
The FBI will go through the place with a fine-tooth comb. If it's an inside job, they'll find the guilty when you can bet on that. Well, I'm going over to meet young Lieutenant Moore, Miss Case. I'll call back later just in case anything new turns up.
Oh, Britt,
Britt Reed, I'm so glad you could come.
How are you, Mrs. Moore? Where's our young hero, Johnny?
Right over there. Come. I know he'll be so glad to see you again. Oh, just a minute.
Yes?
If John seems to act rather strangely, you mustn't notice it. His condition, you know. The boy's had such terrible experience.
Of course. I understand.
John, dear, here's someone I'm sure you'll be glad to see.
Oh, yes. Well, it's nice seeing you again.
Well, Johnny, I'm happy to see you back home safe.
Thanks. Thanks very much. I'm glad to be back. May I get you a cocktail?
Oh, thanks, yes.
I'll be right back with it.
I don't think Johnny remembers me, Mrs. Moore.
You see, that's what I mean. He has lapses of memory now and then.
I see. He was a victim of amnesia, then?
Yes, that's what his medical report from the prison camp shows, so they tell me.
Well, that explains it. He certainly didn't know my name. At least he didn't mention it.
Don't say anything about it to him, will you?
Oh, of course not.
Ellen, you know John's fiancé is bringing over his dog. He hasn't asked about the dog yet, but I'm sure that's one thing he will remember when he sees it again.
Yes, I don't see how he could ever forget Wagger. Johnny named him and brought him up, and as I recall, they were inseparable.
Yes, the poor animal was so disconsolate after John went away. That's why Ellen took him. Oh, here's John now with the cocktail.
Here you are. One for you, Mother.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, son.
Your mother tells me Ellen will soon be here. How is she, Johnny? I haven't seen her since you went away.
Oh, she's fine, thanks.
Ellen's such a sweet girl. John's a very lucky boy to have a girl like that.
And I agree with you, Mother.
As I recall, she's a very pretty girl, too.
Well, John always used to say he'd pick a girl just like the girl his father married.
Well, that goes without saying, I'm sure.
Oh, Ellen's arrived. And look, John, here comes the surprise she brought. Down, Wagger. Oh, gracious, he's so glad to be home again. Wagger, be quiet.
I just couldn't restrain him after we got in the door. He must have sensed that Johnny's back. Oh, hello, Mr. Reed. I haven't seen you in quite some time.
Hello, Ellen. I was afraid I'd be a stranger to you by this time. Oh, easy, Wagger. Well, here's your dog, Johnny. You better watch out when he realizes it's you. He'll jump all over you and spill that cocktail. Here, I'll hold it.
My dog.
Yes, son. Your dog, Wagger. Get down, boy. He came right to me. He hasn't seen you yet.
Call him, Johnny. Look, he's staring at you.
Oh. Here. Come on, Wagger. Nice fellow. Well, he doesn't seem to recognize me. Come on, Wagger.
Pat him, Johnny. Rub his head like he used to.
Nice fella. Aren't you glad to see me, Wagger?
Oh! He snapped at you.
Yes, yeah. I'd better leave him alone.
Wagger, stop it. Aren't you ashamed, bad dog? I'll take him out if you'll all excuse me. Perhaps later he'll be all right. I'll lock him up.
Oh, Johnny, I'm so sorry Wagger acted like that.
Oh, forget it. It's all right. Will you excuse us, Mr. Reed? I want to have a few words with Ellen.
Oh, of course, Johnny. You two run right along.
I'm glad you came over, Mr. Reed. I was hoping you would. You really won't mind if we...
Oh, I know how it is. You go right along.
Just make yourself at home. I'll see you before you leave.
Johnny, something seems to have come between us. Can't just put my finger on it, but...
Yes. But you must realize...
Oh, I know what you're going to say, your condition and all that. But I do consider that. Yet this difference shouldn't be there after all we've meant to each other.
Give me time, Bess. Things will soon be as they were with us.
I wonder.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't say...
Here's the house, Johnny. Are you coming in?
Well, just to the door. I have to hurry back and get cleaned up a bit. I have to attend the first flight christening of a plane a group of union workers donated to the war. And some officials are to take off from the city airport in it afterward.
Oh.
I'll call you tomorrow. Just forget all this stuff. Promise?
I'll try, Johnny. Good night.
Good night. What was that, I wonder? Looked like somebody coming here for a minute. So, the girl is beginning to get suspicious. That will never do at all. I'll have to do something about that. Well, now to go back home to Mother. What's that on the dashboard? A seal. Seal of the American criminal, the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed returned to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet and chauffeur, the only person who knew Reed's identity as the Green Hornet, put away the car. The two men were talking.
What good it do us to put seal of Green Hornet in car of Lieutenant Moore, Mr. Britt?
I'm engaging in a little war of nerves, Cato. Before I left the party, I managed to slip into his room and left another seal on his mare. He should see that one when he gets back home.
But why you do this to son of a friend?
Because I suspect something. Something almost unbelievable. I have reason to believe that young fellow was not Johnny Moore.
Not Lieutenant John Moore? Why you suspect such a thing, Mr. Britt?
Well, his strange actions, for one thing. He pretended to know me, yet he didn't know my name.
But it is said he was victim of amnesia.
True. But amnesia causes a person to forget whole incidents in his life, not just a detail here and there. If Johnny had forgotten me as an amnesia victim, he would have said he didn't remember me and let it go at that. This chap pretended.
Oh, what else you find, Mr. Britt?
His pet dog, Wagger. They were inseparable before Johnny Moore went away. But when the dog was brought in, he growled and snapped at this fellow as he would at a stranger he didn't like.
Dogs not forget friends.
That's the way it struck me, Cato.
Oh, what's that you take from your pocket?
A cocktail glass wrapped in my handkerchief.
Why you bring home glass, Mr. Britt?
Because the fellow I met as Johnny Moore this afternoon brought a drink to me in this. His fingerprints are on it as well as mine.
Oh, but how you know they not be real Lieutenant's prints?
Well, I have some more or less recent letters from Johnny Moore in my desk. I want you to take this glass into the laboratory with a couple of those letters. See if you can find a print of Johnny's on one of the letters, and then compare the prints on this glass.
That not take long. But if you suspect this man not real Johnny, why you not contact FBI, Mr. Britt?
Well, first, because I don't wish to embarrass my friends the Moores by having their son investigated on suspicion. Then, if he does turn out to be what I suspect, the Green Hornet can move to bring the matter to a head so that the FBI can move in.
Yes, that's so. I go now to make tests for fingerprints.
Good. I'll be anxiously waiting. Hello?
Hello, Chief. This is Gail Manning.
Oh, yes, Gail. What's on your mind?
I thought you'd like to know the outcome of the investigation at the Amigo factory. It was sabotage.
Was, huh? How do they know that?
Well, they found evidence that showed the fire was started by an incendiary pencil. That's what they called it. That was dropped in some waste material out there by someone this afternoon.
I see. Did you get the story to Gunnigan?
Oh, yes. I'm going out to the airport in a little while to cover the christening on that worker's plane. And those same exchange prisoners are going to be out there for the send-off.
You mean Lieutenant Moore and the others?
Yeah, that's right.
I see. All right, Gail. Maybe you might get a good story out of that, too. You never can tell.
Well, I hope for the sake of those big shots who are going to take off in it that somebody doesn't sabotage the plane tonight.
Yes, let's hope nothing like that happens, even if it would make headline news. Well, good luck, Gail. I'll see you in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Chief.
So Lieutenant Moore is going to be at the airport. If my suspicions prove correct, the lives of those bigwigs she mentioned will be in danger.
A short time later, Cato came from the laboratory with the results of his tests.
Mr. Britt, fingerprints on glass, not those of real Lieutenant Moore.
Just as I expected, Cato. Moreover, if the real Johnny Moore had found those Green Hornet seals, he would have gone to his father, who would have called me immediately, knowing that the Sentinel has offered a reward for the Hornet.
Then fellow in Lieutenant's house must be spy.
Yes, and a very clever one. He can go and come as he pleases. I don't doubt that he was responsible for the Amigo factory explosion. But if something isn't done, he'll probably do another act of sabotage at the airport tonight.
You will need Black Beauty, Mr. Britt?
Yes. It's up to the Green Hornet to stop this man before he does any more damage and to show him up for what he is. Get the gas gun and the mask, Cato. We have a difficult job ahead of us, and we're leaving right now.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Cato. You take care of Wagger.
You take a risk getting a dog, Mr. Britt.
No, I knew he was locked up in Johnny's shop in the basement. I got him out through the basement window.
But if he had barked at you...
Wagger knows me too well. And remember, you can't fool a dog. To him, I'm Britt Reed, not the Green Hornet.
That's true. What you take dog for?
For two reasons. He may come in handy tonight. And that chap would have found a way to get rid of him. The dog knows his secret, too, you know.
What now, Mr. Britt?
That lighted window up there over the sun porch is Johnny's room. I'm going up and have a talk with that phony lieutenant.
But that do no good. Perhaps he call police. Say Green Hornet threaten him. They believe him.
Being what he is, Katie will play smart. I'll try to make a deal with him. He must have a contact here in the city. I hope he'll leave the house to reach his friend, and we can follow and get them both. I don't want to have a showdown in the Moore home.
Let's pray it work out as you hope, Mr. Britt. But how you get them and proof in the hands of police?
After we find out where he goes, you'll call the police, Cato. I'll take care of the rest. Wait here till I come out. Now I'll find out just how smart our friend up there really is.
I sure set off this uniform if I do say so myself.
And a halt.
Do no better.
Ah. I see you understand German and speak it.
Hey, what is this?
Thanks for having the window open. I'll come in.
A masked man. You must be the Green Hornet.
Perhaps I am.
What do you want here? Haven't we boys been through enough over there without coming back to hell?
Drop that stuff, Nazi. That uniform isn't yours.
Now listen here. I'm Lieutenant John Moore. This is my home. I can call out and have my family come up.
Perhaps so. But would you want them to see, well, some evidence I have in my pocket that will prove you're not John Moore?
Well, you have no such evidence. There could be no such evidence.
Take a chance and find out.
Why did you come here?
To make a deal. You Nazi agents always have plenty of good American money to throw around.
Oh, you're putting up a bluff.
Then call my bluff.
It's blackmail, that's what it is. Because you read that I've been a victim of amnesia, you think you can hold something over my head.
Still sticking to your story, huh? Well, don't waste my time. How about that sabotage at the factory today and your plans for tonight?
I admit nothing. But to get rid of you, perhaps we can come to an understanding. How much?
10,000. And you get the envelope I have in my pocket.
Well, how do I know you won't continue to bother me?
I'll give you a Nazi promise on it.
You, the notorious Green Hornet. Why, you act like an ordinary sneak thief.
We seem to have much in common. Stop quibbling.
I don't have that much here. I'd have to get it.
I'll wait.
Oh, no. I mean, I'll have to leave the house to get it. Come back in an hour.
All right. I will. And if you have the police here, they'll get the envelope. Don't forget that.
So, the Green Hornet's not as smart as I heard he was.
He's stopping at the home of the well-known Dr. Gerber, the psychiatrist. Turn up the side street, Cato.
I think he fall for your trick too easily, Mr. Britt.
He's smart, Cato. He knew I'd follow. But I'll be on guard. And stop here. We can see the side of the house from here. Look, the light's going on in that room off the terrace. Those are French doors opening out there. They want it to be easy for me to find them and get in.
You find other way in?
Oh, I wouldn't disappoint them, Cato. I want you to go to the corner store and phone the police. Tell them you saw the Green Hornet forcing his way into Dr. Gerby's house. Then come back here, get the dog, and bring him just outside those French doors. Keep him quiet. You'll know when to act. Now get going and hurry.
If this Hornet has followed you, he should be appearing very soon, Reverend.
Yes, I expect he will. I have a gun handy in my coat pocket. We must get that envelope from him. We can't take chances on what may be in it. As you pass him the money, I'll shoot. And you get the police, and I'll go on to the airport. I'll stand on the other side of the glass doors. I'll stay on this side.
I think there's someone out there now, quiet.
Well, come right in, Hornet. We're expecting you. Keep your hands up.
Surprise party, huh?
So, this is the Green Hornet.
Yes, we're three of a kind, it seems.
As long as you followed me here, we'll conclude our little business. You have that envelope?
I do not want to deal with this man. I'm a respectable doctor.
The company you keep would convict you in any court, Doctor. Now, where's the money?
Get it, Doctor, from your desk.
Come over here. I will give it to you.
Very well.
No. First, you must place that envelope on a desk.
No soap, Nazi. I get the money in my hand first.
Well, a man facing a gun without a weapon in his hand, you've got a lot of nerve.
Come on, Lug, complete the deal and stop stalling.
All right. Gerber, give him the money first.
Here it is. This packet contains 10,000.
Fine. Thanks.
Now the envelope. Oh, yes.
Shoot, Weber, shoot!
Wiger, get him, Wiger. Oh, the dog! Take this dog off! Take it, you mug! Down, Wiger, down! Now, you underhanded rat, you're next.
No. I'll pay you twice as much. Now, wait, please. Just gonna can't.
Police. I'll put this envelope where they'll find it. Wagger, watch those men. Watch them, Wagger. I'll add a few words to the note.
Must go. Police.
Here, Cato. $10,000 for the Red Cross. Come on. That note in the envelope will take care of it.
Look. The dock's out like a light.
Hey, there's Lieutenant Moore, cold as a herring. And look at the mud growling over him. Oh, hey, look, Sarge. Here's an envelope on the desk.
Give it here. Hold that dog, expert. He doesn't seem to like Lieutenant Moore. Hey, get this.
What's it say?
It's a printed note. It says, the man known as Lieutenant Moore is a Nazi agent. Fingerprints enclosed prove he is not John Moore.
Great saints in heaven.
Shut up a minute, will you, Axford? It says, give this to the FBI. His real name is Weber, and Dr. Gerber is also an agent. The dog belongs to the real Lieutenant John Moore. Ask them about a Migo factory sabotage.
Who could have left that note, Sarge?
I don't know, and I don't care. It deserves looking into. Meantime, we'll take the two of them down and hold them for investigation till we get a report from the FBI.
Old man Moore will skin you alive if that stuff isn't true.
Yeah, look at the snarl on that dog. If that's Moore's dog, it sure don't like him.
Sure, and you're right about that, all right. But I'd sure like to know how all this come about. The Hornet. The guy that Carl said he was breaking in here.
It's the Hornet, all right. They must have all been in together, and these two double-crossed him. So he showed him up with that note and prints.
It's all such a shock.
Of course it is, Mrs. Moore. But it's better to have found out now than to have let it go on.
Then it's all true, is it, about him being a spy and all?
Yes, we have his full confession, which involves Dr. Gerber as another agent. Mrs. Moore, we've contacted the Red Cross, and they'll do what they can to contact your real son. I'm sure he's still safe.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. We American mothers have learned to take things as they come and keep smiling.
That's the spirit that'll help to win the war, Mrs. Moore.
And to think that the Green Hornet did the country a favor when he tried to do his pals a dirty trick.
The Green Hornet is a vicious criminal, Axford. But I guess even he has his hates, and one of them must be Nazis.
That's the Lexby paper! Nazi agent posing American exchange prisoner captured! Green Hornet involved in illegal factory sabotage! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! That's the Lexby paper!
You have just heard the adventure, The Man Who Came Back. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This program came to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This is the Blue Network.